removed the small peacock feather hanging from it that his mother had told him would protect him, and threw it at her. She leaped back to avoid it. He took his chance and fled for the taxi park. And then a tremulous cackling behind him, tainting the saxophone echoes in the air, like rudely spilled black paint on silk robes. 1. The world was spinning when I woke up. My head was pulsing like a fearful human heart. I managed to roll off my raffia mat before throwing up a good portion of the previous night's merriment and excess onto the red clay floor. The mess was brown and viscous. It contained pieces of half-digested kola nuts, morsels of meat, palm wine, and blood. Lots of blood. I retched and threw up a second wave of vomit that left me feeling slightly less terrible. The world seemed a little less unstable. I managed to drag myself to my feet, stumble out of the door, past the brief brush of bush beside my house, and make my way to the hole in the ground that served as my latrine. I was there for at least half an hour, heaving, retching, and spitting. When the only thing that came after each burning retch was a clear and colorless liquid, I lifted my head from the pit and up towards the sky. The sun hung low, and there were no clouds. Oloron was wearing red and yellow again. He seemed to favor those colors in the evenings, even though he never wore the exact same dress twice. He was a vain one, our aloof and leisurely sky god. But I suppose leisure is your lot when you're chairman of the board of what used to be one of the largest spirit companies in this version of existence. Staggering back into my hut, I began to feel like myself again. I ignored the smelly mess on my floor and readied myself for work. I could clean up later. No one visited me anyway. I hated my job. It was dreary, uninteresting, and painfully mundane. But the deity had to do what he could to survive in hard times. Belief is scarce. Good offerings were far and few between, and almost everyone I knew had already taken a prayer cut. By the time I had put on my official cloak of cowries and covered my face in black clay, Oloron had changed outfits and was wearing his flowing black agbada as the sky, this one shimmering with star embroidery and a brightly beaming moon filler. I took the untarred bush path that snaked past the disused shadow of the evil forest. Ososhi, Master Hunter, and one of my few friends had mentioned a while ago that the Orisha board had voted to cut down the trees to make way for a movie shrine. It was a shame, but they must pander to what few customers are left, I suppose. Evil forests are out. Nollywood is in. Belief is a funny thing. The office looked even worse than it had 2 days earlier when I had come to collect last month's pay, most of which I had thrown up this morning. Another hole had appeared in the front wall just beside the door, and another window pane had slipped from its place to hang precariously over the overgrown grass. The lights were out. I was not sure if it was because there was no one there or if the power had been cut. I sauntered through the curtain of hanging beads and into the reception, standing in a thin sliver of moonlight. Shigidi, you are late. Oya, Sango's most annoying wife, was sitting in the darkness at the reception desk. You this woman, why are you hiding in the shadows like a rat? Everything will be shadow until one of you idiots gets a sacrifice big enough for us to afford to fix the generator. Oya had a caustic way of distilling situations down to simplistic statements and then projecting them into the future. I see. Well, it would help if you could speak to your husband about... No, I won't. She cut me short as she stepped into the sliver of moonlight with me and handed me a half-melted candle and some matches. Don't even mention Sango's name, you hear? If you try it, I will slap you. She was at least 3 times my height and 4 times as rotund. Not because she was that big, but because I was that small. Ugly and small. These are the characteristics that made me perfectly suited for the job which I hated so much. Sango made me that way intentionally. Large head, ugly face, small body, ashy skin of unpolished clay. I had never felt the touch of a woman, human or spirit. How could I, looking like that? I hated it and had taken up the issue of my appearance with our spirit resources representative, but I had been told that my creation and recruitment were both non-negotiable parameters of my contract. There were many non-negotiable parameters of my contract, including what Sango would do to me if I ever got into a fight with any of his wives. So I said, "Fine. You're lucky I don't want trouble today," hoping to end the issue there. She snorted. "Let me hear a word, please. You have an assignment to get to. Someone sent in a small sacrifice 3 hours ago. Log in to the human world and respond to him as soon as you can. You know you still have a lot of objectives to meet this quarter." She handed me a work slip and I studied it casually. It was a standard nightmare and kill job. Turning around, she asked, "Have you seen Ososhi?" "No, I haven't." "Why are you looking for him?" I queried. There were rumors of competitor deity assassination. I suspected Sango was using my friend to do his dirty work. Oya bent down and poked her ugly fat finger in my face. "Is it your business, Amebo, drunken gossip hound? Get to work, lazy thing." Annoyed, I muttered, "Hag," under my breath and walked away. Sango's second wife was rude, but I could not insult her to her face. Her husband, my boss, would punish me in ways that will boggle even the most macabre of minds in the spirit company. I continued to my office. My office was a small, gray room in the back of the building with a small bowl of water in the middle and several ancient charms hanging on the walls. The basics, really. Tortoise shell, cowries, palm fronts, dried frog skin, kola nuts, and one 200-year-old gourd of palm wine. Getting in, I placed my heavily tattooed forearm and fingers into the bowl of water. Each tattoo was a sigil, a login key of summoning for the wind between worlds. I waited for it to identify me before breaking into fevered incantation and entering my password. The wind was almost imperceptible when it came. One moment I was in my office. The next, I was in a lavish hotel room standing beside a bed where a naked man and woman writhed on 1,000 thread-count sheets. I observed them closely. The male was tall, his feet spilled over the edge of the king-size bed, and his gray hair was cropped low. Wedding ring on finger, slight and slender, he appeared to be in his late 50s or early 60s. According to the work slip, he was my target. The female, however, drew my attention with a bizarre power I could not resist. My eyes slid from the male to her, and the first thing I noticed about her was how sleek her fingers were, resting on his bare chest. They were svelte and finely crafted, like one of those imported menthol cigarettes that had replaced our local pipes. She had radiant ebony skin, and on her head was a corona of curly black hair splayed about her on the pillow. Her pout was full and blood red. She was painfully beautiful, the kind of woman Eshu would have used to torment someone before destroying him, back when he was still head of our legal department. I stepped toward the bed and made to press out the breath from the male whose business partner wanted him dead for personal reasons of his own. They did not matter. What mattered was that he had made a sacrifice to our spirit company and called upon me, through an accredited spirit company customer service agent, a babalawo. I would do as he asked, be on my way, and get paid. I clambered onto the bed and made to move the female's hand from his chest so that I could sit on it and crush his lungs. That was when the female rose into the air, suddenly, like an erupting volcano, hot, intense, and with violent quaking. She latched onto the ceiling with claws extending from her slender long fingers that were now covered in razor-thin scales. Long, feathery wings burst out of her bare back, seamlessly obscuring her contorted spine. Her neck twisted at an impossible angle as she stared down at me. "Shigidi," she rumbled. "Oh, for Lauren's sake," I exclaimed, annoyed. I knew her kind. They were freelancers, not affiliated to any company. They did not trade in belief. They simply stole spirits and used them for their own sustenance through aggressive and deceptive guerrilla marketing. They were reviled by my colleagues. I was indifferent to them, but I did not want one of them undercutting my job. "What is your name then?" I asked the thing. Well, her. It looked like a her, at least. "Nama," she said in a voice that vibrated violently, like the ground beneath a besieged city. "My name is Nama, but in this body, I prefer to be called Neoma." She was one of them then, one of the original 4 of her kind. I felt a small measure of fear creep up on me. "Neoma, look. This man's life is mine," I told her as I waved my palm through the air, displaying my work slip in bold font spirit particles. She laughed with a sound like a burning city. "Those documents mean nothing to me, little nightmare god. He has lain with me. He has enjoyed the pleasure between my thighs. His essence belongs to me now. I will claim it at sunrise." "But if you take his spirit, he will end up trapped between worlds," I protested. "You will leave a shadow of him that will haunt hidden places. What's the point of that then? My client needs him dead. My job requires me to make him dead. Please, don't make this difficult." She let out a sound somewhere between amusement and annoyance. "It seems we have a problem then, little nightmare god." "Yes, we do," I confirmed, preparing myself for a fight. I like women. I really do, but they never seem to want to do anything with me except fight. There's something about me that just seems to bring out the worst in them. So, accepting my fate, I looked around the room for a good position from which I could strike the beautiful, evil woman in front of me when she suddenly said, "Have you ever been with a woman, Shigidi?" Her voice was no longer harsh and trembling. It had suddenly gone soft and genteel, but her eyes still glowed ruby red and danced in their sockets frantically like the flames of a forest fire. "No," I answered honestly. "What does that have to do with anything?" "I can break your contract," she said coyly. That was when I saw that there was something strange about her. I should have known the moment I saw her. It wasn't her horrific beauty, or the fact that she was perched on the ceiling, slit pupils, trained on me with a curious intensity. I had seen stranger than her familiar form. The leathery wings and ochre eyes were something that Eshu used to pull off for a drunken laugh at our spirit company's annual end-of-year parties. No, there was something else, something subtler. It was in the way she still arched her spine, so the yellowed bulb hit her breast at just the right angle to rivet my badly drawn eyes. In the way her wings fanned gently, almost imperceptibly, each gust pulsing through her wild hair, giving it life. It was the way her lips were pursed, just at the edges, a perpetual pout. She was putting on a show, reeling me in. She wanted something from me. "I can make you one of us, nightmare god. If you lay with me, you will no longer be as you are now." I possess both powers of extraction and transformation. Lay with me, and you will take upon my form. Something rumbled in me, trapped inside my earthen flesh and lipless smile. I was not used to being headhunted, especially by such an alluring recruiter. Are you trying to trick me, Neoma? Not at all. Come, join us. It's not so different from what you do now. You will still take spirits, but you will pleasure them first, and they will pleasure you. You will work for yourself, not for that corporate sociopath, Sango. You will travel beyond African shores too. Taste sweet American flesh, spicy Asian spirits, hardy European souls. You will no longer be ugly. You will be handsome, tall, hulking, admired by all who set their eyes upon you. I do not wish to kill you in a fight for this meager, mortal soul. Will you not lay with me, Shigidi? No, I said. She grinned from ear to ear, apparently unruffled by my refusal. I could not tell if she was just amused, or she was simply unused to being denied. No, she asked, slightly tilting her face so the light exaggerated her cheekbones. No, I will not lay with you. I don't trust you. We stood, staring and smiling at each other. I considered her proposal as I took in her polished ebony skin, long neck, and gracile arms that seemed to have been carved by the hands of a particularly precise god, like one of those yuppie craftsmen that helped build Ile-Ife back when Oloron was still running the company himself. I, too, could be viewed with such awe if I believed her. Lay with her, quit my job. Or I could fight her and probably lose. I would then be forced to return to the office with an assortment of injuries and to the bite of Oya's caustic insults. I would not meet my quarterly spirit collection objectives, and Sango would probably dock my prey pay for the next 6 months. It wasn't worth a fight. The sensible thing to do was to take her offer, but I wasn't going to allow myself to be recruited too easily. Nightmare God, don't you want to be beautiful? The spirit market isn't what it used to be. Fate prices are falling. At least with me, you will feed directly from the source. Come now, lay with me. The offer was indeed too good to be true. Our kind needs belief to exist, and we need human spirits to enjoy our existence. A freshly harvested soul is worth the fate of 100 believers to our vitality and well-being. But the consumption of souls by spirit companies is tightly regulated. We can only take souls when requested by a human prayer or summoning. Faith around the world had taken a hit, and the big two multinationals dominated what was left of the market after subjecting our local spirit business practices to a brutal smear campaign, luring away our own people by presenting our corporate culture as barbaric and theirs as civilized. The universe thrives on irony. I barely had enough people that believed in me to get by, and I had to share what souls I reaped with the company. So yes, the times were indeed changing. Perhaps, I thought, it was time for me to change along with them. My options were limited anyway. All right, I accept your offer. Her grin became a smile that seemed to radiate her pleasure outward in cresting waves. I had been recruited. I rose slowly from my position above the sleeping man, who remained oblivious to all that was transpiring around and above him. She removed her claws from the ceiling and descended slowly downwards from her perch on the ceiling, gracefully, like a grand butterfly, or perhaps an especially graceful moth. She landed and sat on the vanity table, crossing her legs so a swath of thigh lay exposed, but not the prize beyond. I angled my neckless head, the supple pseudo-clay of my shoulders yawning to accept the impossible. I trembled with anticipation. Tell me, Neoma, what is it like to lay with a creature as beautiful as you are? I asked in a low, eager whisper, betraying myself. Her body rippled as her wings shrunk and her fearsome persona regressed, leaving supple skin and a brazen nakedness like I had never seen before. I barely even noticed the man I had been sent to kill sizzle and char underneath me. My eyes were fixed solely on Neoma's hills and crevices, and how the light seemed to bend to her body's whims. She walked up to me, her full hips swinging with each step, put her hands into my dirty khaki trousers, and her lips to my ears, filling me with an alien heat and desire. Shigidi darling, she murmured. The pleasure between these thighs is to die for. Her touch was wonderful. I had never experienced anything like it, not even during my official induction when Sango first created and recruited me. You are an amazing woman, Neoma, I croaked. Her laughter was genuine, wild, and all-encompassing. It almost made me want to chuckle too, to validate her mirth, but all I could do was breathe in short, sharp breaths. She pushed me onto the bed and scooped a handful of ash from behind me, letting it fall through her fingers. You insult me, nightmare god. The ash continued to fall. I am not a woman, not anymore. I could barely contain myself as she dragged my trousers down and slid herself onto me. I felt everything I had ever known bifurcate, torn apart by unbelievable pleasure. The world spun around me and blurred into a grayish nothingness that pushed against me from all sides. I gasped. It felt like the wind between worlds had become a tornado, and I was caught in it. I could feel my form disintegrating and spreading into the gray haze that saw and felt and was all. Coming from a place where each trip into the human world had to be requested through the official travel desk, and with my sigils closely monitored once approved, it felt like a glimpse of omniscience, pure, unadulterated freedom. And then there was the pleasure. I moaned. I was all at once the smoke-filled air of Obalende and the fresh sea salt of Victoria Island, the swampy fog of Makoko, and frigid metallic din of Apapa. I engulfed every soul, inhaled through every nostril, and loved with every heart. I was unfolding. My contract was being broken, and it was exhilarating. Just as I began to understand the scope of the gift Nama was giving me, I felt myself suddenly withdrawn, dragged back to the world, with the violent efficiency of a recoiling whip. I shrieked. It was a guttural shriek that burst from within me as I peaked in a corybantic explosion of sensations and light. So much light. The light became unbearably bright, and I felt the urge to cover my face. My body slowly reconstituted itself into a form that was familiar, but not quite. In a world that was now no longer abstract and nebulous, but firm as retribution. Swiftly, with my eyes still closed, my hands flew to my face and traveled down, collating organs, limbs, and features, making sure everything was intact. I was the same, still made of Sango's familiar clay, but better. Much better. No longer the squat legs and arms, but sleek limbs and a chiseled face that even the most artistic hands in ancient Ilefe would have envied. She had remade me in her image, given me the uniform of the freelance spirit agent. Beauty. I opened a sculpted eye, and then another, and removed my lengthened arms from my face to unveil Neoma, standing by the window, smoking a cigarette. It was almost dawn. Did you enjoy your transfiguration? She asked quietly, turning to me. I nodded. Looking down at a pile of ash in which I sat naked, I opened my mouth to speak, but words failed me. So I sat, jaw bobbing in silence at words I couldn't seem to string together. It is lonely, being a freelancer in this business. I have wanted a partner for so long. Will you now forsake all others for me? There it was, revealed. The final section of the recruitment. An agreement to terms and conditions. The signing of a new, different contract. The spirit business is a ruthless one, and even a freelancer has to have a partner, or at least someone they can trust. But I did not mind. I did not want to be alone either. I wanted to be with her. How could I not? She was powerful and beautiful. I wanted to say yes, but the words wouldn't come. So I turned to the bed and, using my clay fingers that shimmered with recently rearranged spirit particles, scrawled into the ash that had been landscaped all over it in big, ungainly letters. Yes. 2. Her sequin blouse clung tightly around her and glimmered sharply in the evening paleness, lending what I can only describe as an almost spectral quality to her already divine figure. Neoma was, as always, dressed to kill. The night was young, but the day had gone by quickly, and the night seemed to be in an equal hurry to end. Oloron always seemed to grow impatient in November. We were eager to find a spirit to consume before the dawn brought Lagos dwellers back to their senses. We were free of schedules and KPIs and targets, but we still needed to collect enough to keep ourselves satiated. We hurried down the stairs of the Ikoyi townhouse we had inherited from our last victims 3 weeks ago and got into the Range Rover. I started the vehicle and eased out of the gate. I looked up through the window and saw that the sky had fashioned itself a tattered blanket of violet and gold. Oloron is playing games tonight, I said, my lips barely parting. Neoma seemed a bit startled. Her eyes spun to gaze at me sharply, but only briefly. Then she relaxed. The Orisha have their games, and we have ours, she replied with a tender smile before looking away. I let down the window of our sleek, black sport utility vehicle, severing the tintillating scent of dried fish and kerosene as they mingled with the sweat of the hawkers. Lagos was an olfactory paradise. I had never smelled the city in such detail before when I had my small, squat body. With this new, beautiful shell, I saw and smelled and felt so much. It was intoxicating. You look impossibly handsome, Shigidi, Neoma said, her voice thick with a rasp. I wore a gray suit, purple shirt, and matching pocket square. My clean-shaven head gleamed. I had no doubt I was, as she said, impossibly handsome. She had molded Sango's clumsy clay into something exquisite, and her praise was more for her handiwork than my appearance. Thank you. Look at them, she started, touching my shoulder as I slid the vehicle onto Falomo Bridge. All these people, looking without seeing anything. Even the spirits among them will never realize what it is like to be like us, to be free to prowl for faith and spirit sustenance. It's wonderful, isn't it? I said, yes, it is, mostly because that was what I was supposed to say, but also because it was true. A skinny young boy in tattered clothes ran up to our car as traffic slowed and tried to clean the windscreen with an ugly makeshift squeegee. I dismissed him with a short but violent wave. Neoma seemed to be in a strange mood. She seemed anxious. I had never seen Neoma look anxious. Then, unexpectedly, she asked, "Were you ever human, Shigidi? Even temporarily?" No. Short-term assignments in human bodies were restricted to high-value performance in the spirit company. The real faith makers and spirit reapers and those that kiss Sango's ass. I didn't add that it was only restricted because the spirit company was insanely worried that one of us would impregnate a human female and create an Abiku bastard. That's a pity, Neoma told me, and went quiet. Confused, I said nothing. She sighed. A few silent minutes later, we reached our destination. The massive metal gate regarded us with suspicion when we arrived, until the guards pulled its maw open. The car slid through, and we parked our car right in front of the main foyer. Let's find some food, Neoma said, as she slid her hand into the crook of my muscled arm. We walked in briskly, determined to make the most of the night. The Oriental hotel lobby was well furnished. On the far wall ahead of us stood what I knew to be the largest painting in Lagos. I knew Neoma would want to see it again. It had become a sort of pre-work ritual for her here. She always did. We ambled up to it and lingered. It is the Sabanjo, one of the largest oil-on-canvas paintings in the world. Magnificent, isn't it? The voice was gentle and melodious, like the music that comes from the slow dance of fingers on a finely tuned goje. I turned around to face its owner, a tall, shapely woman with creamy skin and dark hair in a royal blue bodycon dress. Her glassy eyes caught the light frequently, revealing a different color each time, as though it were an inside joke between her and the building. She wore the kind of smile that made things happen in Lagos. The whole woman was improbable. I instantly grew suspicious, but not suspicious enough. It must have cost a fortune, Neoma said to the woman, smiling. But it is a pleasure to see such a beautiful thing in Lagos. She spoke with the kind of warmth reserved for old friends. Neoma was perpetually charming. It was part of her work philosophy. But I knew there was something different about this. She seemed to instantly like this woman. Yes, indeed, it is, she proclaimed, before extending her hand to Neoma. My name is Omolara, and this is my husband, Rotimi. The man she gestured to, about 7 steps away, looking at another painting, was dressed as glamorously as his wife, but lacked the same brilliance in his eyes. He turned to address us and seemed mildly amused by the scene his wife had orchestrated. He kissed Neoma's hand and shook mine as Neoma introduced herself to them. Neoma, such a beautiful name. Can my husband and I buy you and your... She paused, waiting for Neoma to introduce me, since I had chosen to remain silent. She obliged. Boyfriend. The woman and I regarded each other briefly. Yes, of course, your boyfriend. Can we buy you both drinks? Neoma nodded slightly at me, marking them as our first targets for the night, before replying with a smile like a knife's edge. Only if you join us upstairs. I hear there is an excellent live band playing Fela classics tonight. Of course, she agreed, smiling. The light caught her eyes and flashed hazel. Neoma was flirting with her, and she welcomed it. We walked to the elevator briskly. A powerful quartet of beauty, flamboyance, and sensuality, drawing stairs like a 4-sided magnet. In the claustrophobic embrace of the elevator, Omolara, without warning, turned to Neoma and drew her in for a kiss. It was a hasty thing. There was no artifice to it, just need. Neoma kissed her back fervently, and their passions flowed together like a cocktail. Her husband pressed himself against Neoma from behind and kissed her neck. Neoma shot me a look, and so I joined the 3 bodies and slipped a hand between Neoma and Omolara to cup a full breast. The heat and lust in that small space was overwhelming. I was not sure if we were the seducers or the seduced, but I could not bring myself to pull away. Not with Neoma egging me on, eager to claim the 2 lusty, beautiful spirits with us. We never reached the bar. arriving instead on the 9th floor, where Omolara and Rotimi had a suite. We spilled out of the elevator and into their expansive luxury suite, a fluid mass of heavy breaths, limbs, and lust. I watched Neoma yield to Omolara and Rotimi's hands. There was a learned aspect to their manipulations. Then Rotimi rolled onto the other side of the bed, lifted Neoma's dress up, and eased himself into her, thrusting with slow, deliberate motions. I let my mind drift as her pleasure intensified, hypnotically drawing me to the tangle of flesh, into that dire mire of mad desire. I slid toward the bed, and Omolara reached for me, cupping my face and expertly guiding it to her mouth for a kiss as intense as childbirth. I was suddenly thrown into a haze of my pleasure. My eyes rolled back, behind shut eyelids, as Omolara's mouth worked its magic on mine. The kiss held for so long, I began to feel like I was drowning. And then, as in a nightmare, I realized I was. I could not breathe. The clay of my lungs felt swollen and thick. I began to struggle. I tried to wrestle my mouth from Omolara's, but I could not. And so I drew back my right arm and threw a vicious punch right into her abdomen. She detached with a muted whimper, rolled backwards and onto her feet. At that point, I knew something was very wrong with the night's business. It was what we used to call, back when I was in the spirit company, an unforeseen job process deviation. Neoma's eyes had widened at the sight, rinsed of any passion she had been in the throes of earlier. I watched her try to rise into the air, let her wings loose and fly, but she seemed unable to move, unable to detach herself from Rotimi, who had stopped thrusting and now lay atop her, still as a statue. It was Magoon. Fucking Magoon. Neoma, I called to my partner. Listen, I know this category of juju. They use it to bind cheating wives to their partners in infidelity. You've been locked to that. I looked at the hardening, still form on top of her and continued. Thing. Neoma seemed to scream. Help me. But her voice trailed off into silence, even though I could still see her mouth move. The modified Magoon must have locked both her body and her mind. She could not move or talk to use her powers, or transform, or do anything until I separated her from it. I tensed. Omolara silently kept her eyes locked on me, her eyes red. Her burnt honey skin started to desiccate and flake away. I understood then what was going on. My former employers had come for me. Shigidi, Omolara called to me. Her voice had melted away and now sounded like the moaning of rivers. What made you think you could just break your contract and run away with this demon whore? She said to me, her voice full of something like scorn. She had almost completely shed her skin, and beneath it, I could see she was not this Omolara woman at all, if such a person had ever existed. No, the person molting from the shell of beautiful skin was squat and grounded by an impossible amount of weight around her middle, most of it in grand rolls of fat that hung from her stomach like fleshy drapes and in her wide, rolling hips. Her ears had been rudely cut off, and her hair was woven into tight cornrows that ran parallel to each other, meeting at the center of her head, from which rose a broad spike of hair that rose high above her like a failed attempt to stab the ceiling. It was Oba, first wife of that bastard Sango, and head of spirit resources at my former company. She had tricked us with an animated golem, like me, also made of Sango's clay. The Magoon had probably been woven directly into his elementary spirit particles, concealed with some sort of animation juju, a soul shadow, and designed to activate once he coupled with a woman like a computer virus. I was surprised that neither Neoma nor I had noticed. There must have been at least a faint trace of the Magoon imprinted onto the soul shadow, like a whiff of perfume riding the sea breeze. No one can touch or make a thing without leaving a fingerprint. This is true even of spirits. It was cutting-edge juju. They had found us and neutralized Neoma. My undoing was at hand. But I had tasted exquisite freedom. I was not about to just give it up without a fight. You and your husband weren't treating me very well, I said, glancing at Neoma. So I found alternative means to make a living. With this demon, she snapped at me. Business is bad for everyone. You got a fair share. I laughed, using the opportunity to take a sweeping look around the room and through the window, below which the Lagos Lagoon lay like a lovely, lazy child, undulating softly. There were probably more of them nearby, waiting, watching. The Orisha never went after anything that was not human without backup. I wondered briefly if Sango would actually come for me himself. Probably not, I thought. Unless, of course, I forced his hand. So what are you going to do? Force me to come back to work for you? I asked. Oba, naked and unashamed, smiled. No. We are going to kill you. Everything happened fairly quickly. A rope made of wind seized my body like a malicious thought, and I found myself swept past Oba in a flash, thrown through the hotel window with a crash and suspended, face down, in the air over the Lagos Lagoon by some invisible power. I forced myself to calm down and saw Oye, god of the Hamatan wind, and vice president of operations beneath me. The skinny bastard wore a yellow wrapper, wound tightly around his waist, and red beads on his hands, neck, and ankles. With the new body Neoma had given me, I could have taken him out with one hit, if I managed to get close enough. The wall of wind around me warped and reshaped itself into giant fists that came from everywhere. I blocked Oye's ferocious assault with all the speed and grace my new body afforded me, until I felt pain unlike anything I'd ever felt before. I heard Oba laughing from the room as I looked down to see a vicious arrow crackling with cerise spirit particles sprouting from my chest. And then I saw another, and another. Ososhi's arrows had pierced me with such malicious purpose, I could not believe he had ever shared palm wine with me. Kneeling on the wind, with 3 arrows in my chest, I prepared myself, ruminating on things I had recently come to understand. First, I am made of Sango's clay. Second, Sango's clay is a fine-grained rock soil material that combines one or more spirit particles with metal oxides and organic matter. Third, all clays, on both sides of reality, are plastic due to their water content and can become hard and brittle when dry. Fourth, clay has shown remarkable absorption capacities in various applications, such as the removal of heavy metals from wastewater, purification of a human possessed by malevolent spirits, and extended spirit particle storage. I had studied myself extensively since Neoma changed my form and broke my contract. Working for yourself, you need to know your strengths and weaknesses. I knew exactly what I was capable of enduring, and I knew what I needed to do. Battered and wounded, I struggled to my feet on the carpet of wind. I tensed my body, turning my malleable flesh hard as stone, and ripped a hole in the wind. Ososhi's arrows came in a flurry. I evaded some, but I took several to the shoulder and back as I leaped through the hole and broken hotel room window, arrows, blood, and all. I landed on my feet with a force that sent cracks through the ground. Back in the room with Neoma and Oba, I took the naked goddess by the throat and squeezed desperately, unwilling to yield, even as Ososhi glided into the room behind me and stabbed at my sweaty, bloody back with an arrow. My will was rock. Oye seized my feet with ropes woven from a tempest and threw a whirlwind noose around my neck. Against this multitude of powers, I did not yield. Oba's eyes bulged in her head. Suddenly, there was an incredibly loud sound as a bolt of lightning, rather than a man, pounded into me. I collapsed onto the floor in spasms as Sango materialized before me, a sanctuary of burning rage. Believe me, my former CEO, the Thunder Orisha, drawn to full height and brimming with rage, was chilling to behold. He wore a brown agbada, made of asoke with vermilion flame and azure lighting embroidered onto it. The stitching danced. His filler drooped lazily to one side. He held a machete with a translucent blade, its hilt carved to resemble a tiger, and his eyes burned. Of course, he was upset at the way this whole business had turned out. Shigidi, he bellowed, as Oba coughed on the floor beside me. What is the meaning of this madness? Madness? I pointed at him as I rose to my knees and crawled to the edge of the bed where Neoma lay still, locked in her own body. I needed to free her. Madness because I didn't just lie down and allow your lackeys to kill me? The aura around Sango surged in intensity. Madness. Insolence. What has happened to you, Shigidi? I beg, I shouted. Fear and excitement caused me to slip into pidgin English for protest. I am just no longer stupid. I have become my true self. I have become what I always wanted to be. You made me ugly. I am now beautiful. You made me think I was weak, but I have now learned my own strength. You treated me like a slave in your company, working for a pittance. Now I seek souls for myself and to my own satisfaction. The real madness, when I still worked for you. My head is now correct. You tried to kill my wife. He was enraged. As well he should have been. I needed more of that. I will show you suffering unlike any that has ever existed. Well, I glanced at Neoma again, and then turned back to Sango. Just don't expect me to take it without a fight. I was almost there. You overestimate your new self, Shigidi. But this foolishness, it ends now. Look, big man, all this is fucking talk. Go ahead. Come and kill me. I think I heard Oba, Ososhi, and Oye gasp. I'm sure Sango had never been spoken to that way before, by anyone or anything, and it drove him mad, which is exactly what I needed him to be. Sango let out a war shriek, hoisted his machete high above his head, his power heating it to a bright, vermilion rage. He swung the machete down in one clean motion. I dragged the bed forward and relaxed my flesh completely, sinking down to the hotel room carpet as a puddle of thick mud. Sango's machete cut through the air where I had been and hacked halfway into the body that had been Rotimi atop Neoma. The solid human frame split and became a deflated contortion, its entrails spilling onto the bed and the floor in a mangled mess of severed flesh tubes and intestinal fluid. Neoma was free. No! Oba cried out as I reconstituted myself in flesh, just in time to evade another one of Sango's vicious downward hackings. There was an explosion of wood and concrete beside me as the machete crashed into the ground where I had been. It came again, and I danced away from Sango's sweeping slice, amazed by the width of the trail of red the blade left in its wake. Neoma took to the air. Oba, Oye, and Ososhi stood behind Sango. apparently unwilling to do anything until they were told to. Neoma swept down from behind and above me with her wings spread and her claws extended. She tackled Sango. He barely budged, but she managed to knock the machete out of his right hand. He used his free left hand to toss her away like a piece of chalk. The Thunder God raised his head and our eyes met briefly. I stiffened when I realized he had seen past my apparent fearlessness. A cold, horrific realization settled over me. Neoma. Sango leaped across the room with the grace of a swallow. The enraged god's hand, full of a bright and crackling azure power. I felt an exotic flood of emotion surge through me, a cocktail of the panicky urge to flee what I knew was coming, and a blinding need to protect Neoma swirled into a white daze. I knew then that I loved her truly and completely, because my limbs moved of their own accord, throwing me in front of her as Sango's body sailed through the air, nosed by the dastardly power in his right hand, aimed straight for Neoma's heart. I loosened my clay body, allowing everything that was me become fluid, just as Sango's handful of lightning sank into my viscid chest. Neoma gasped from behind me. Before the pain could set in, I hardened my flesh again and shut my eyes, face scrunched in readiness for what was sure to come as the cold power of the god's hand touched my core and became locked within it. It started with a shift in air that surrounded us. Sango struggled to extract his arm from my chest. The hotel floor cracked and gave under his feet. I gagged and shook, and I felt Neoma's hand on the small of my back and heard her voice break into an ancient but unfamiliar incantation. I remember thinking that I had found a noble death in saving the one I loved. It was such a human thing to think. "Insolent creature," Sango bellowed, cursing as an azure stream of pure plasma tore through me. Pain bloomed inside me. My consciousness spread like water spilled from a calabash, and the spark of intelligence that animated me widened, encompassing all that was around me. Words and images flew like birds. I saw a ship made of fingernails, a six-armed woman riding a peacock, a throne of thunderbolts, 2 dogs eating a hailstorm, a pale woman wearing a purple ankh, a man wearing a dress made of sky. I saw, and then, suddenly, I did not see. I heard whispering, shouting. Then I heard nothing. I was nothing. I was everything. White light dissolved the darkness, and the nothingness that was me. I opened my eyes, and there was sky. So much sky. Blue and white clouds whizzed past me. Mere inches away from mine were Neoma's smiling lips. "You're awake," she said. "I'm alive?" I queried, finally realizing that she was carrying me and that she was flying. Her smile dimmed and she sighed. "Yes, it took considerable haggling to bring you back, but it's done now," she said quietly. How did we survive that?" She looked away and said, "I made a deal." I looked across her naked body and spread wings to see that she was unharmed. I knew that she had traded away something of significant value to purchase our escape from that predicament. Sango would not have let us go quietly, if at all. "What deal?" She stiffened briefly and then relaxed. Oloron is a businessman above all else, and he is still chairman of your former spirit company with veto powers. So, I called on him, and I offered to do for him something that Sango cannot do. He forced that thunder thrower and his coterie to let us go. So, it was a hostile takeover of sorts. She stopped flapping her left wing and banked, turning toward the sun. The clouds around us exploded with wild, new colors. I opened my mouth to ask her exactly what it was that she had promised, but decided I did not truly want to know the answer, so I pressed my lips tightly together and stilled my worrying tongue. Neoma smiled at me again and said, Sango wasn't happy about losing his hand, though. Within my chest, there was something new. Something that beat with the steadiness of a heart, but was cold and thunderous and alien, and immensely powerful, and felt like it had once been part of someone much more powerful than I. I did not ask what it was. Epilogue 1. Altitude Bar, Singapore, February 13th, 2017, 03:54 a.m. The bright strobe lights danced lazily in the periphery of his vision as Audit downed an oversweet Singapore sling, only mildly aware of how cliché he was being. The live band in the corner was playing a decent rendition of Don't Stop Believing, and although the bass was a bit too heavy and the singer's accent a bit forced, it still managed to be enjoyable. Audit suspected that anything would, sitting at a bar on the 67th floor, overlooking the precise electric order of the city-state. Around him sat expats, smoking slim cigarettes, svelte, local sex kittens in short skirts and barely existent necklines. The odd corporate yuppie group here and there. An old African man in a blue suit with a thick white beard sitting alone. Audit ignored everyone. He liked to drink alone. He did not see the impossibly handsome tower of a man, whose dark skin seemed to be made of rich clay loam that had been following him throughout the day, eyes glimmering azure. Audit was painfully aware of his age, as he tried to ignore the smarting that radiated from the holes in his back, where hooks attached to bells had been looped in 3 days earlier in Malaysia. The Thai Pusam crowd had been dense. He had been a drop of water in the veritable river of humanity that flowed via the 15-kilometer trek to the Batu Caves temple, bearing some sort of burden. Their kavadi, an offering to Murugan. Some heads had been shaven clean and daubed with yellow sandalwood like his. Others had been dreadlocked. Some bodies had been clad in saffron robes and white cloth like his. Others were tourists in jeans and ironic t-shirts. Some had carried silver pails of milk and heavy wood and metal constructs attached to their bodies with wicked braces. Others had carried cameras. The most devout had had spikes through their faces, or hooks through their backs, or their sides pierced with needles the length of a giant's forearm. Audit had borne all three. His request to Murugan, god of war, demanded great pain as payment every year. He was glad to be home. He lifted his glass to his lips for a sip, just as a dark, luscious thigh appeared on the vacant stool beside him, anchored to a body, sheathed in a white dress so tight it could have been a condom. Need some company? The voice was familiar. He assumed she was a prostitute. Not tonight. His breath caught when he saw her taut, polished ebony skin and impeccably sculpted face. Her hair was different. It was long and curly now, and the afro was gone, but she had not aged a single day. There was no doubt it was her. His first words were an explosive excrement of exclamations. Shit. Shit. No. Fuck. Oh, don't be crass. Her smile was a full red slash. Audit's shoulders sank. Why are you here? Why did you run away? She snapped back, vicious like a herder's whip. The band had segued from Journey's Don't Stop Believing into Bon Jovi's Living on a Prayer. Audit pushed his glass away and shot up to his feet. You cannot harm me. I call upon the protection of Lord Murugan. A chill blew through the open space as a man in a pinstripe suit appeared beside them, as though he had been painted into the scene in one smooth brush stroke. He wore a peacock feather in his breast pocket, and his silk shirt was puffed around his collar. He had ashy, dark skin and long wavy hair. He stepped between Audit and the beautiful ebony creature in the tight white dress. "What is your name, foul spirit?" His voice sounded like it came from a faraway place. "Nama." She sipped her drink lazily, unperturbed. "But you can call me Neoma." "Nama. Leave this man alone. Go and find another mortal with whom to satisfy your perverse hunger." Her laughter was wild and all-encompassing, a tropical rainstorm of mirth. "You know, there was a time when I would have been scared of you, Murugan. But that time is long gone." She licked her lips and called out, "Shigidi!" A bolt of bizarrely precise lightning shot through the bar, striking the suited man square in the chest. It was trailed by a hulking body that gleamed like glazed wood, moving with grace and speed that should have been impossible for its size. There were 3 hefty steps, a short sprint, and a vault. One altitude was bathed in brilliant white light as Shigidi's form met violently with Murugan's. The 2 potencies crashed into the reinforced glass barrier at the edge of the bar and fell, plummeting toward the ground in a flurry of fists. The skies turned turbulent. Lightning struck indiscriminately, without the courtesy of thunder. People screamed and ran for the exits, their addled brains unable to process what they had just witnessed in the bar at the top of the city. All except the bearded old African in the blue suit, who had sat up in his chair, finally interested. Neoma cupped Audit's stunned face in her hands and leaned in close. "Come on, smile. Finally, after all these years, we are together again." Falling, the 2 dueling powers engaged each other. Murugan evaded 3 of the clay and lightning behemoth's blows as they plunged down the night sky, blazing a luminous azure trail. Murugan summoned his Vel, a vicious spear, and thrust it into Shigidi's side. The mighty spear, which had slain many demons and won many wars, snapped like a toothpick on impact, without piercing the dark giant's solid clay flank. Shigidi pressed his advantage, and a powerful punch rammed into Murugan's side, winding him. A vicious headbutt followed, just as they crashed into the ground below, the impact pushing away everything near its hypocenter, and a powerful wave of dust, debris, lightning, and compressed air that folded back in on itself, like an empire invaded by its own army. Car alarms wailed in protest. Murugan lay pinioned beneath Shigidi, his suit in tatters, his spear broken, and his face bloodied. "Beast, you cannot kill the son of Shiva." His lips were motionless, and the sound came from everywhere at once. "These lands belong to my family. These people pray to us. They are under our protection. You cannot do business here." "Shut up," Shigidi growled, above the din of the disrupted city. He raised his hand, and it became a thing of solid rock, gloved in harsh blue and white light. Before Murugan could make sense of what was transpiring, Shigidi's lightning-gloved fist pummeled his body into an incongruous mass of carmine blood, dark flesh, and off-white bone. Neoma spoke firmly. "Audit, stop running. I told you all those years ago. No one tastes my pleasures and shirks the price. No one. Not the gods. Not the endless. Not even Lucifer himself. Tears ran down Audit's cheeks. Please. His voice, like his soul, was broken. She tilted her head to the left, and her features softened as she stood up and laid his head on her supple breasts. Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. Come here. It's okay. Let Neoma make it all stop. Audit's limbs hung limply by his side as he allowed her unzip his corduroy trousers. He was devoid of desire, but at the touch of her fingers, he found himself turgid. She hiked her dress up. There was nothing but skin underneath it. She straddled him and rode, gently at first, and then fiercely, in great big crests and troughs of hip and thigh. His ejaculation came quickly, followed by more tears and her laughter. She kissed him on the cheek, disengaged herself, and whispered in his ear, "Now we're done." Audit remained tearful and sessile on the bar stool. She turned around and walked toward the seated old man, a feline swing in her hips. Was that enough spectacle for you? The bearded man took a sip of his drink. His suit had turned a deep purple, masquerading as black. Yes, for now. The people who needed to see it saw. He smiled. And you have your man's spirit. 2 birds, 1 stone, as they say. Yes, as they say, she repeated dryly. So what next? The witnesses at the key. There were 12 of weak faith, who will begin to worship the image of Shigidi without even knowing who or what he is. Such is human nature. Such is the nature of belief. When they do, I will ask you both to visit again. There will be the seeds of a new Orisha cult here. Neoma snorted. Fine. But this isn't what I had in mind when I offered to help you expand your business to new territory. The Mahadevas will not let you establish a new branch here, especially not after they find out you killed Shiva's son. The old man frowned and leaned forward in his chair. And what do you know of spirit business exactly? He waved a dismissive hand. Killing is nothing but a negotiation tactic. Just do as I say. Business evolves. Jihads and crusades are simply hostile takeovers, but not all of us can afford such avarice. When Yeshua's believers stole my worshippers and took them westward to work their fields, did I go to war? No. I negotiated a new joint venture with them. Today, our Santeria operations are a thriving million prayer a year company. He paused briefly. Everyone that matters in this business knows that we must ensure business continuity above all else. If I did not understand this, Sango would have your head on a wall by now. Love, family, sex, pride, rules and laws. They are nothing but tools to further our existence. Understand? Fine, I understand, Neoma said, shifting her weight to her left leg. We do it your way. Oloran sank back into his chair and began to fade away like a man-shaped fog in rising heat. You have no choice in the matter. Now go. I will let you and your lover know when you are needed again. Neoma stood silent as the old man faded into nothing. When he was gone, she sprouted her long, feathery wings and ripped off what was left of her white dress. Then she let out a wild, triumphant scream before diving gracefully down to the streets. Like an arrow, where she embraced waiting Shigidi, engulfing him with her wings and glorious nakedness. Together, they took to the velvet blue sky, twilight beckoning at their heels. Polaris. There are few things more unshakable in the heart of a 6-year-old boy than his faith in the collective truthfulness of the things his father has told him. This was how Tunde knew, with all the certainty of breath and death, that every star in the curtain of clear sky above him was a cousin to their now sleeping sun. Members of a family of continuous explosions, living spheres of fire and heat and light, an ineffable, majestic power. He didn't understand how it could be so. Not really. But he did not need to understand in order to believe. His father had told him it was so. That sufficed. They were standing next to each other, he and his father, in the small garden behind their red brick bungalow, surrounded by low-cut grass and thick, trimmed hedges, sparsely dotted with pale, pink hibiscus. It was October. The night was young, and luminescent little fireflies flitted about in the low grass around them, like little living stars of their own. Tunde's eyes traced the taper of his father's hand, from short-sleeved sheath shoulder to bony finger. "Can you see it?" His father's voice was low and syrupy and warm. "No, Daddy." "Okay, remember where Dube and Merak are?" The finger moved slowly, shaking almost imperceptibly, back to the place it had been a few moments before. "Yes, Daddy. The tip of the big spoon there. Good boy. Now, just trace the line for Merak." The finger advanced slowly, and then paused briefly. "Straight through Dube." Another pause. "And continue going up. Up." The hand moved again, and Tunde's eyes followed it, attentive and bright and full of youthful ardor. "There, you see the first star directly above them." When the finger stopped, Tunde mentally extrapolated from it, scouring the heavens for the other spoon he had been told to look for. He beamed when he found it. "Yes, Daddy, I can see it now." "Yes, good boy." His father placed a hand on his shoulder, and in that moment, out in the October air, under the dome of twinkling stars and a beaming alabaster moon, safe in his father's approval and embrace, Tunde was sure he was the happiest little boy in the world. "That is Polaris, the northern star." Tunde gleefully grabbed his father's leg. "Can we go there, Daddy? Can we visit a star?" His father laughed. "No, Tunde, the stars are too far and too hot to go to. But they can guide you, if you ever get lost. Whenever you can't find your way, just look to the sky. Look for Polaris. The stars will guide you home." The shuttle shuddered and shook, convulsing violently as a powerful gust of newly minted atmospheric gas and red dust blew past. For a fleeting moment, Tunde feared that he would die on the launch pad, crushed by something bulky falling out of place on this contraption, hastily cobbled together by the greatest scientific minds a barely habitable prison planet had to offer. Well, he thought, the shuttle had survived its construction and positioning thus far. It would probably survive the remaining few minutes to lift off. He almost allowed himself a smile as he waited out this latest wave, besieging angry gases. "Hey, Tunde." The launch controller called in through his earpiece, pronouncing his name as Tunde, just as most of the others on Mars that weren't of Nigerian origin did. He had given up getting annoyed by it a long time ago. Besides, it was impossible to be annoyed with Ola for long. He had a broad face, a fluffy beard, was generous when it was his turn to pay for drinks, always wore a smile, and there was perpetual shine to his balding pate, which he usually covered with an ancient frazzled fedora. It didn't matter if you knew him or not. When you met him, it did not take much to convince you that he was your friend. Tunde still found it hard to believe that he had been a brutal gangland enforcer, Earthside, back in Pretoria. "What's up, Ola?" Tunde called back, fully aware that everyone else in the control bubble on the ground could hear him. That was the last one for this cycle. All clear. We have about an hour until the next big red dust gust hits. We won't get another window of opportunity like this today, so now's the time. We'll initiate the launch sequence in about 5 minutes. Strap yourself in and get ready for the ride. Aye, aye, Captain. Tunde's tone was jovial, almost silly. Ola laughed. Once you jailbreak your way off this godforsaken cack planet, you'll be your own captain. Yeah, but I won't have the fancy hat to prove it, Tunde quipped. Ola snorted. Ja, very funny. Now strap yourself in. Tunde adjusted his buckles and straightened himself up before pulling down and locking in the overhead body brace. A quick glance to his left, where all the navigation dials and transport monitor displays were docked, verified that he had enough oxygen, food, and water to last 203 days. It would only take him about 120, give or take 10 days either way, to reach Earth along his Hohmann transfer orbit. A quick glance just left of center, where the targeting systems and payload details were displayed, told him the nuclear core was still stable, and the electronic guidance systems would be able to direct the missile to its target. He wondered if it would still be functional if he got close enough to Earth to fire it. Okay, we're ready. Transferring power to your onboard fuel cells. Countdown in 30 seconds. Tunde thought he heard a nervous tremor in Ola's voice as it seeped into his chamber through the speakers. He dismissed it. All right, let's get this show on the road. Oh, and, Tunde? Ola's voice was low, its usual energy suddenly supplanted by somewhat subdued solemnity. Yeah? Good luck, man. No one on this godforsaken rock will ever forget your sacrifice. Ever. I know, Ola. I know. I hope it's worth it. The line went dead for a few moments before Tunde heard the rustle of static again, and Ola's voice came back on to do the final pre-launch checks. When they were done, Tunde grabbed onto the brace, sank into his chair, and shut his eyes. He found his mind wandering back to the past, in bright vivid flashes and intense bursts of memory, as the control station initiated launch. And we have booster ignition in 10. Tunde met Halima in New York. He was 23 and she was 21, and it was everything he thought young love was supposed to be. Intense, breathtaking, and stupid. Very stupid. They met at a faux bohemian cafe in the heart of Syracuse, one of those pretentious places where restless, rebellious young people tended to congregate in 2090s global society. Small tribes of stale, government-rationed coffee and half-baked philosophical and political ideologies. There was always thick smoke and loud conversation in the air. Halima was a beautifully strange creature, even in that place. Her hair extensions were dyed electric blue, and she had a platinum piercing through her thick nose. She was arguing with a triad of painfully obvious goth girls, heavily tattooed, each wearing more makeup than all three could possibly have needed. They were arguing heatedly about the implications of Diego Salazar's teleportation technology on the human experience. It was all over the news then, and everyone had an opinion. Halima, who insisted that instant travel would ruin the sense of adventure that made journeys what they were, was being shouted down by the eyeliner and ink-skinned goth Cerberus. Tunde confidently walked up to their table and calmly asked her if she could use some reinforcements. A casual smile plastered on his face. She looked up at him and gazed into his eyes for what had seemed like a small slice of forever, before speaking through a slowly spreading smile of her own. Yes, I could. He spent most of the summer of 2093 with Halima, drinking, making love, and talking about everything, nothing, and all the things in between. She was a theoretical physics student and an amateur spoken word performer. He just started studying for a PhD in mechanical engineering after a 2-year stint with the Nigerian Air Force, flying African Union peacekeeping missions in Honduras. There was always something for them to talk about. He convinced himself that they were perfect together. From their taste in literature, he adored Le Guin and Lou. She thought the world of Morrison and Lesson, even though they both saw why the other felt the way they did. To their taste in food, they both were willing to try anything at least once. She was half Congolese, her other half French, the side she got from her father. Tunde gathered from what she told him that her father had been a man of ravenous sexual appetites and a great many affairs, one of which had issued her. Daddy was all right. He just couldn't convince himself to stick with one woman, she had said one cool evening, while they sat under a sugar maple tree in Central Park. One couple, in what seemed a constellation of them. Tunde wondered why she always seemed to make excuses for her father's cheating and deceiving and selfishness, but he said nothing. He just squeezed her hand tight and pulled her toward him, saying nothing and silently hoping that she was nothing like her father. 9. Tunde could remember almost nothing of the night it happened, except that when it was over, Hernan was dead and he was in police custody for murder. As they interviewed him in the gray and rigid embrace of the interrogation room, he told them the details of everything he could remember. He remembered buying some flowers, a bouquet of red roses and pink lilies, from a gypsy lady over on Marcellus Street on his way to Halima's apartment. He remembered deciding not to call her first because he'd wanted to surprise her. He remembered getting to her apartment and hearing the unmistakable moaning and telltale slapping sounds of flesh being passionately driven into flesh coming from within as he fumbled with the key at the door. He remembered feeling rage like a wildfire spreading from his heart to his head, igniting his blood on its way like it was cheap fuel. He remembered everything, up to slipping the key into the keyhole, but between pushing Halima's door open and being plopped into the chair in the interrogation room by a burly officer in a perfectly pressed uniform, he could remember nothing. 8. There was a horrible finality to the sound of the gavel coming down as the judge sentenced him to non-sustenance for murder. A deafening thud, 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 that Tunde was sure did not differ much from the sound of heavy clods of wet earth being heaped onto a coffin. It is a tragedy for this court to see such a waste of potential, young man. The obese judge paused for effect, befitting his pronouncement. He seemed like an opera tenor, about to belt out a shrieking note. But there will be no more waste. I sentence you to non-sustenance. The judge turned to Tunde, looking directly at him for the first time since the trial started. No more resources will be allocated to your continued living by the World Council. Non-sustenance. It was a silly euphemism. Although poverty had been eradicated in most parts of the planet, it had been achieved by an impossibly complicated but extremely effective resource control program. When worldwide population had hit 29 billion in early 2081, it was easy to justify harsh measures, including the elimination of criminals, especially murderers, who put a drain on the already delicate system. They were, quite simply, waste. So mankind had traded its moral objections for food, security, peace, and happiness. But as resource allocation improved, the objections to the non-sustenance penalty grew louder. There had been protests and petitions. There had even been a Worldcon summit to discuss amendments to the Global Criminal Code 11 months before Tunde bludgeoned Hernan to death with a beautiful brown Corina lamp. "I'm sorry," his lawyer offered. Tunde said nothing. He just turned back to survey the court as a sour-looking officer started to approach him. He saw Halima in the stands, and their eyes met briefly, just before the officer started to pull him away from the defense desk. She was in the back row, wearing a fuchsia tank top and heavy makeup, her eyes on him. Her hair was pulled back tight, and her skin was radiant, even in the harsh fluorescent light of the courtroom. Her presence and stark beauty focused the enormity of his situation like a lens. It burned. Anger filled his head with red heat, and he screamed fire at her, pointing his finger like a knife. "Whore, I'll kill you. I've lost everything because of you. I've lost my future, my life, everything. Why did you do it? Why?" He climbed over the dock and made for her like a wild animal, intent on some kind of vengeance. He was tackled roughly to the ground by two burly bailiffs before he could even cross the first row. The court erupted in chatter and banging. He started weeping as they dragged him to his feet, and he realized how foolish he was being. As he was escorted through the high, solid wood panel arches of the courtroom, he glanced back and saw a solitary tear falling down Halima's cheek as she watched them lead him away to the holding cell. As much as he resisted, he couldn't stop himself from thinking that he had never seen her look more beautiful than she did in that moment. 7. Tunde remembered his lawyer telling him to take the deal. There were river channels suggesting that a long time ago, liquid water flowed on Mars, but it had a thicker atmosphere. And now the army of ported investigative drone rovers had found fossils preserved in volcanic rock and briny water beneath the surface, his lawyer was explaining. It was evidence that life had once existed on Mars. If it had existed before, it could exist again, the experts said. And the governments believed them. But it would be decades, maybe centuries, before the planet could be made truly habitable for human communities. They needed people to speed up the process, they had said. They needed people to man the terraforming crews that would seed the soil with bioenzymes and plant genetically designed vegetation that would eventually saturate what little atmosphere there was on the planet with oxygen, they had said. They needed people like him, his lawyer was saying. Now, with Salazar's teleportation technology fully developed and in the control of Worldcon, they've set up a receiving station Mars-side and plan to send 500 million people to begin the project. His lawyer was a middle-aged gentleman named Henry, with graying temples and a face with too many lines. He was almost pleading with Tunde. "I've already spoken to the judge, and he's willing to amend the sentence to life imprisonment off-world," Henry said encouragingly. "Look, they need as many people building a habitable planet there as possible to ease the population pressure here. I mean, life is good here for now, but population growth is still fairly high, and no one on the World Council wants to tell people they can't have kids. It's not sustainable. Mars is new, kid. It will be a hard life. Lots of labor at first, but at least it's a life. Who knows? It may even end up being better there. It's happened before. Just look at Australia." Henry smiled a strained smile. "Many prisoners on starvation row have already volunteered. And though all escape the non-sustenance penalty, you can too. You should too. Tunde was curious about how eager Henry seemed. Perhaps the old man didn't want to see a young life thrown away for what was, admittedly, a crime of passion. Or maybe he just didn't want another client sent to the deprivation chamber on his record and his conscience. Tunde wasn't sure which impression came across stronger, but he was sure that he'd signed what was left of his life away in blue ink. 6. The last time Tunde saw his father, it had been through the reinforced glass of a secure visitation room. When he had walked in with the magnetic shackles on his hands and feet, he could have sworn he saw the old man age 10 more years in an instant. He could barely conceal his pain and shame, wearing them like heavy cloaks on his wiry frame. He was bent over and uncomfortable on his fiberglass chair. So this is it, eh? You are going to be a prisoner on another planet. My son, a prisoner. The old man's forehead was furrowed, and he spoke in strained tones, fighting back the tears that threatened to escape from behind his rheumy eyes as he spoke, looking slightly off to the side, as though shame would not let him look at his son directly. I'm sorry, Daddy, Tunde said, the words leaving him easily and without any significant effort, like air from a balloon, because they were the only words he could think to say. Sorry. His father's eyes widened. Don't be sorry, please. You'll be alive, Abi. It is better than being dead. Just live as well as you can. I will. It's just so unfair. My life is over. I should have killed her too. She's taken everything from me. His father leaned in towards him, placing his wrinkled arms on the gray ridge of fiberglass that jutted out of the panel separating them. His face adopted a stark seriousness. Listen to me, Tunde. Don't forget the son of whom you are. You're not a murderer. Let go of all this anger and bitterness. What has happened has happened. Nothing can change that. You made a mistake. No matter what circumstance led you to make it, it was still your mistake. One mistake does not change who you are. So don't let the price you will pay for making it change you. There was steel in his father's voice that had not been there up until that moment. Don't lose yourself. So Tigbo, no matter what happens on Mars, no matter what difficulties you face, don't let circumstances change you. Don't get lost, Tunde. Be honorable. Even if you are not free, be honorable. Remember that. You have another chance at life, even if it is hard. Use it to redeem yourself. Forget the past. Face the future. And if anything ever happens that makes you feel like you are losing yourself, remember that you can always find your way back home. 5. The first thing Tunde did on Mars was throw up. A clawing nausea and a strange, tingly feeling that wrapped itself around his skin, taut like a drum skin, came over him when he found himself standing in a gray airlock, where a moment ago, a white, sterile transport room had been. He heard others heave and exclaim, and retch and cough all around him. Ah, bloody hell. Look, another batch of jelly bellies. A voice said from somewhere outside the airlock, where he and an assortment of others stood. He could not be sure where it originated from, but by the time it reached them, the voice had been molded into an electric, shrill burst by whatever medium it had snuck in through. All right, shitheads. Hablas inglés or no hablas inglés? Move your smelly asses down the airlock before they send another batch through, and you get all your electrons tangled. Tunde shuffled forward, pushed into and past his own regurgitations by the impatient throng behind him. Having his elementary particles disassembled, transmitted at superluminal speed, and then reconstituted on an alien planet was even more surreal than he had imagined. In the fraction of a second it took to make the transmission, he had been in a nebulous non-place, where everything, including his thoughts and very consciousness, seemed to float about freely like fluffy white clouds. It was a sensation he would remember often, and even eventually come to yearn for. The first thing Tunde noticed was that there were no guards. There were no officers. There was no one with any authority who had not given it to himself or taken it violently from another. Living on Mars was mostly meaningless madness, and less frequently, a semi-organized struggle to propagate life from one day to the next. Putting a few 100 million convicted murderers with differing backgrounds on one subhabitable planet with nothing but basic training, instructions, and equipment, but no one to guide or supervise them, is a cruel experiment in Darwinian theory, an old man wearing a headscarf said to Tunde as the eight huddled together, sitting on the floor of a gray transport shaft beneath a sign that read Walkway 16 in 17 languages. Before Tunde could respond, the man asked him if he had any idea which way was east. They shared an uneasy laugh and started a conversation that eventually led back to where it had begun. I'm surprised that even on this hell rock, something they should rule, should reign over this kingdom of red dust, shelter bubbles and hard living, the old man, whose name Tunde had gathered was Ahmed, said. I'm not. There will always be people willing to fill any kind of power gap, Tunde mumbled as he chewed canned carrots. Trust me, my family was in Australia during the water wars. I just still can't believe they actually sent us here without first establishing some kind of order. It's madness. They did establish order, Ahmed quipped. They set up the shelter bubbles, and the drone rovers, and the airlocks, and the transport shafts, and the nuclear generators. They gave us instructions, and maps, and charts, and documents. And then they sent us here to kill each other. Tunde sat silent for a second before saying, but it doesn't make sense. They want us to terraform this place, and we can't do that if we are dead. That's why I think you have it wrong, my friend, the old man said. You think so, eh? What are your own thoughts then? My thoughts? I don't think they expect us to actually do any terraforming. I think it was all an elaborate trick to silence the anti-non-sustenance groups back on Earth, while still relieving population pressure. I think they expect us to die here in silence. Tunde snorted and pulled his legs together to avoid the puddle of curdling, carmine blood that had started flowing from the other side of the door that sealed their section of the walkway. Someone else had just been killed for food or drink, or just for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Bullshit. The old man glanced furtively at the puddle and carried on, trying to mask the minor tremor that had attached itself to his voice. Maybe it is, but I was born in Syria. I know what governments can do to their citizens in order to maintain the status quo. Tunde stayed silent. The old man sighed, his hands twitching. No matter. What you need, what we all need, is to find our place in this murderous, rape-infested place, and make sure it's a role that is either unique and useful or that comes with no power, a role that no one will want to kill us for. He wiped his lips and placed his food-stained biopolymer box on the ground. You know the people in essential positions, the guys that have the kind of experience that qualifies them to be on the nuclear reactor crews and food growth domes and the bubble environmental unit controllers? Those guys are lucky. No one will touch them, and they will generally be left alone. They'll never get dragged into the turf wars or be stabbed in the walkways. The terraforming work has to at least try to go on somehow, right? And we have to at least try to live here somehow, right? He turned to Tunde, who remained silent still. Even the rival factions may eventually realize that they need to stay alive in order to keep trying to kill and control each other. Tunde, nodding, said, "Yeah, you're right." And he was. They continued to talk until they were both exhausted, and then they slept shoulder to shoulder on the floor of walkway 16. When Tunde woke up, the old man was gone. Tunde never saw him again. The next day, he joined one of the bioenzyme crews, unaffiliated to any of the growing power factions. They called themselves the Omega Crew, and they worked the Noakis Terra growth zone, far away from the main bubble. They were the first to start collecting human waste and clearing the bodies of the dead, burying them all in Noakis Terra to increase the organic content of the soil by adding bacteria and matter in addition to the bioenzymes. It was work that was both useful and that most people did not want to do, if they could help it. The Omega crew were mostly left alone. Tunde kept his head low when he was in the artificially gray and silver walkways of the major bubble shelters, did his work as assiduously and silently as he could in the red, dusty fields, and slept with one eye open for the equivalent of 2 Earth years. 4. The day the engineers in charge of the nuclear power facility that sustained life on the planet, led by convicted terrorist, or, unfortunately, unmartyred freedom fighter, depending on your views, regarding the Islamic War of 2082, Dr. Abdul Ben Faisal announced to the entire Martian settlement that they had built a dirty neutron bomb. Tunde was lying in bed, staring at the lattice of polymer supports above him. He jerked up when the announcement came through on the emergency channel. "We are not animals," Dr. Ben Faisal said on the emergency communication system that pumped his voice through every receiver in the cluster of 32 settlement bubbles. Tunde noticed everything about his speech, but what lingered long after was the almost hesitant formality of it, the apparent difficulty with which each word was exhumed from him. "Brothers and sisters, we may have been deceived and condemned to die, but we still live. We have managed to survive, but we are not animals. Survival is not enough, not while we still kill each other, not while we can thrive. No, we refuse to live like animals while we yet live, even if there is only a slim possibility that our survival ensures that future generations may live here. We will do what must be done. We will not exist like a pack of rabid dogs. To this end, we have built a bomb with the partially spent uranium rods from the reactor. We have barricaded the facility, and we will detonate the bomb in exactly 3 sols if every group staking a claim to our meager supplies and lifeless land is not disbanded immediately. It seemed like a joke, but there was a sudden tension in Tunde's shoulders. A slow feeling of fear crept over him as he waited for a jocund cachinnation to follow the man's voice. For the nuclear scientist to admit to executing an elaborate prank. For someone, anyone, to snatch the transmitter from him and say the old man had just had a nervous breakdown. Something, anything. If there are any more murders, we will detonate the bomb. If there is no comprehensive agreement on food rationing, laboring on the terraforming crews, and administration of our planet's affairs in 3 sols, we will detonate the bomb. If there is any attempt to breach this facility, we will detonate the bomb. The doctor paused to exhale audibly. It added a sudden ominous gravitas to the moment. We are men, and we will not be made to live as less. It is better to die as men than to live as dogs. Know that we are prepared to do what must be done. Are you? The doctor's voice cut off abruptly, leaving something like an echo in its wake. Tunde stood up and walked toward the door of his settlement bubble. 3 steps from it, he stopped, turned around, and went back to lie down on his bed. He continued staring silently at the lattice of polymer supports above him, waiting and wondering how long it would take for an agreement to be made, and how long it would take for someone to break into the bubble and kill him if there was none. He already knew how long it would take for him, for them, to die in nuclear fire. It only took one Saul for the major factions to come to an agreement and create a governing council. Fear is, and has always been, a powerful motivator. 3. Tunde spent most of his days running his mothered plow along the rim of the silver mineral lake by Noakis Terra. It was hard labor and, as time went by, the number of harsh lines crisscrossing the hard skin on the back of his hands grew like cracks in tempered glass as the plow navigation wires cut into his skin where his gloves wore thin. He worked from dawn to dusk through a perpetual dust haze, trailed by eldritch double shadows for 17 Earth years, only returning to what had become his home in Bubble 31, when the twilight hours were done bathing the Martian sky in a soft cerulean glow. To him, the mothered plow was horse, tool, shelter, and friend. When the frequent dust storms came, he would seal himself in, anchor down, and not breathe, waiting for something to stir beneath him, for the anchor to groan and sigh and break, abandoning him to a lonely, slow death, far in the uninhabited outer lands like it had so many others. But it never did. Tunde lost many people he would have called friends to accidents in their mothered plows and biosuits, and Kraken drill rigs, and gravity transduction trucks, and Scion rovers, and all the other poorly maintained equipment they had to use until someone back on Earth realized the people they had exiled expecting to die had refused to do so, and another wave of supplies was sent with a fresh batch of exiles to placate their consciences. There was so much loss, so much suffering. Tunde took it all in, year after year, pressing ahead, finding new purpose in labor, hidden strength in survival, small joys in creation. There were hard nights in makeshift bars too, nights spent drinking moonshine with some of the older men, the survivors from the first few transport waves who, like him, had been there when Dr. Ben Faisal forcibly cobbled together the motley group that was now the government of Mars. A few 100 million new prisoners were teleported in every year, sometimes sent with limited new equipment, the occasional batch of fresh supplies, new terraforming instructions, but no free Earthman among them. Eventually, all the prisoners Mars side came to realize the fact that they had been deceived. Tunde noticed it began to really take in the 3rd year within his own crew. Even the most hopeful of them lost the glint in their eyes. They were not there to build a new world for humanity, at least not primarily. They had been dumped, discarded, disposed of. They had been labeled the dregs of the human race, and they were being disposed of by world governments that did not want to upset the delicate balance of a global society they had spent decades constructing. Tunde noticed as time went by that the barroom conversations slowly became more political, more hateful, more resentful. By the time night was far spent and moonshine was low, it was not unusual to hear some men speak of vengeance against Earth. 2. The new atmosphere on the planet eventually began to take, and the bubble shelters grew from a mother's 32 to 200. The prison settlement expanding inefficiently but effectively. The harsh Martian ground reluctantly began to yield fruit, especially Noach's terra. Synthesized water began to take back what was their ancient ancestral home, filling rivers and lakes that had been dry for millennia. Clathrate hydrates were discovered in the Martian bedrock, and the Marsmen took the methane from it, using it to supply makeshift process plants with raw material and the bubble shelters with domestic gas. Slowly, a kind of civilization came limping across the once vacant lands of Mars. But even with this civilization, the resentment from first-wave survivors still festered, becoming barely bridled hatred. Hatred that quickly became motive for revenge. Tunde felt it too, the anger, but he kept it to himself. But you know we can get them, right? Ola muttered beside him, one cold night in the bar room that serviced Bubble 31. New girl I'm seeing. She got ported in last year. Used to be a secretary or something at the UN or the World Con or whatever until she killed her husband. Tunde realized too late that he was being engaged in a conversation. He grunted, hoping Ola would go away. He didn't. She says they have this new headquarters. Huge project the size of a city. Been constructing for years. Supposed to house all the government reps and everything. So big you can see it from bloody space. Sounds expensive, Tunde offered non-committally, as a knot tightened itself in his stomach. Ja, bloody right it was. Nice home for all the lawmakers and shithead politicians that like to treat people like us like we're sewage. Ola turned to Tunde. He spoke with a voice that was as cold as Arctic wind. That's why we're going to destroy it. Tunde turned to Ola and caught a cruel smile light up his face. He may have been drunk, but he was not joking. Your girl, Tunde started, deciding to test how far Ola and whoever else was with him had thought this through. How do you know you can trust what she says anyway? What if she's just screwing with you? And how do you think you will get close enough to Earth to destroy anything anyway? The teleporter only takes one-way traffic. Oh, trust me, Halima doesn't mess around with cat like this. She told me all about the council plans already, and we have enough material and spent nuclear... Ola went on, but Tunde had stopped listening. His ears were warm, and his heart pounded in his chest. Halima, Halima, Halima. The name knocked against his ribcage and made him feel like he was having a heart attack. Could it really be her? Here? Millions of miles and memories away, haunting him. He kept silent and tried not to react visibly until Ola stopped talking and asked him if he wanted another drink. He said he didn't. A few sols later, the government of Mars announced its decision to strike a blow to Earth, where it would hurt the most. They would strike at the heart of the new Walcon facility. 1. Tunde met Halima in Walkway 16. He was 41, and she was 38. And it was a quiet, strange meeting, saturated with unspoken words. He had tracked her down by following Ola because he needed to see if it was really her. Then he followed her quietly for a few sols, mapping out her homeward daily route from Water Unit 17 to Ola's shelter in Bubble 6. Tunde chose to intercept her in Walkway 16 because it was old, dilapidated, and almost completely abandoned. It was also dark. Power had been rerouted from the walkway to other places where it was more needed. The artificial glow of light from the other settlement bubbles seeped in through the transparent paneling. When he finally saw her, he still recognized her face, but it seemed unnaturally thin in the dim yellow light. She had lost weight, and her hair was much more frazzled than he ever remembered seeing it. But it was still her, and she was so close to him. He began to shake. "Tunde," she called out when she saw him. "Tunde, is that really you?" She came forward. He did not move. "Oh my God, it really is you," she gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. Tunde said nothing. She came within 3 paces of him and then stopped, remembering what he had tried to do the last time they saw each other. Without even realizing what he was doing, Tunde also stepped back, away from her. "I'm so sorry, Tunde. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I never said that, and I should have." Tunde struggled to stay still, to say something, to slow his breath, but he failed. The dim light was too bright. The sound of blood pulsing through his ears deafened him. He wanted to hit her. He wanted to kiss her. He wanted to kill her. He wanted to embrace her. But he did none of those things. Instead, he said the only thing he could. "I'm sorry too, Halima. I should never have reacted that way. I should have been better than the situation. I just wanted to tell you that before I go." Then he turned and walked away. "Tunde," she called after him. Tunde was crying when he swiped his finger across the control panel at the end of the walkway. He hadn't cried since he had come to Mars, but emotions were wrenching at him, twisting his stomach, and making him heave as the barriers he had built up around himself for years came melting down his face in warm drops of liquid soul. Tunde wiped his face as he walked, thinking about Earth and Halima and his father and the stars and what he knew he had to do the night Mola told him about the planned attack. He walked until he reached the walkway axis, where traffic was high, and then he started running. He ran and ran until he reached the Central Mars government bubble. Ola was sitting there, arguing with 3 other men when he went through the airlock. "I volunteer. I want to pilot the shuttle that delivers the payload," Tunde announced, out of breath. Ola stood up, a barely suppressed look of pleasure on his face. He handed Tunde a form, a meaningless formality, and placed a hand on his shoulder in the show of brotherhood and pride. Tunde returned Ola's smile weakly and signed the form in blue ink. 0. And we have liftoff. The world became a blur as the shuttle took to the red sky, flamelessly pushing away everything near where it had been in powerful ripples of dust and superheated gas. The ripples doubled back on themselves at a distance, folding in on each other like an empire invaded by its own army while the shuttle rose, clove the thin, man-made red clouds, and broke through the weak sound barrier, slipping into the plain, vast nothingness of Mars's near space. It kept vibrating violently, and Tunde, despite his previous Earth years as an army pilot, felt his stomach twist and knot in ways it hadn't since he was a very young man. As he was propelled farther and farther away from the prison planet, he felt a kind of calm wash over him, a sort of soothing feeling, like one would get from a blanket on a cold winter evening, or the tightening of a lover's grip, or a jovial aunt's hug. He was free. Tunde turned to the rear monitor to watch the rusty orb slowly shrink against the sea of blackness. He considered what he was doing and why he was doing it. He thought of Halima, of his father, of the Wole Khan, and the missile strapped to his shuttle like a sinner's burden. Its crudely built, fiery might, designed to rain down the vengeance of 3 billion exiled men and women on their brothers and sisters. He thought of what it represented: the anger, the resentment, the bitterness. All these dark emotions extracted from an entire planet of discontent, distilled down to this one act of lashing out, a vicious bite at the hand of sorrow. He imagined lurid scenes of men and women burning, dying from radiation poisoning, the Worldcon behemoth falling like a steel and glass Goliath after being struck by a spiteful David's nuclear catapult. It would kill millions, condemn billions more to a lifetime of pain and sickness and deformed progeny, probably provoke Earth to swift, savage retaliation. No. He unstrapped himself from his seat and allowed himself forward to the control panel, weightless and oblivious to the concept of orientation. He tapped at the dial slowly, contemplatively, adjusting the maneuvering system's input trajectory, just as he had rehearsed in secret. This was the last truly good thing he would do with his life. And perhaps it wouldn't even matter. Maybe the Marsmen would just build another dirty bomb, strap it to another crude shuttle, and send another suicide bomber. But perhaps also, one day, when the sting of his betrayal had ebbed, they would understand and thank him for what he did. Yes, they had been abandoned, thrown away like trash, and mostly forgotten on an alien planet. But they had consented to being discarded, desperate to escape death for crimes of their own doing. So what right did they have to resent the manner of life the deal left them with? There was dignity in enduring punishment. There was honor in earning redemption. There was freedom in letting go. Tunde propelled himself to one of the observation ports that had been built into the side of his ship. He contemplated how vastly different space travel by rocket was from an interplanet teleport. Less dreamlike, more real. Halima had been right about that on the first day they met. He peered outside, looking for something out there in the sea of space, and saw nothing but opportunity. Freedom and opportunity. You have to know you're lost before you can start to find your way back home, huh? His voice was low, a whisper to himself. He placed his hands on the shuttle wall, pushed gently, and allowed his body to drift lazily back to the control panels. He pressed the transmit button and began. Hi, Dad. It's me, Tunde. I don't know if you're still alive or if you'll ever get this message. They're probably jamming all signals from Mars, but I suppose there's no harm in trying. I need to say this anyway. For you and for anyone else listening, I want to let you know that I lived. I guess there's no point getting into the details. Suffice it to say that Mars was hell, but it isn't anymore. Not really. Maybe one day it will just be another planet, another home for humanity. A home with a horrible history, yes. But what piece of land that humanity calls home doesn't have a horrible history? I want to thank you. Without your words, I would surely have been lost. I had so much hate and anger in me before I came here. Sometimes I think I still do. But Mars has shown me how right you were. I have learned to let things go. Mars was a harsh, grudgeful thing. But even a planet can be taught to let go and let something new thrive. Planets, like people, are not easily changed. Memories of the past and visions of what could have been are easy things to get lost in. But your words anchored me. I am glad I did not let my past consume me. Glad I did not get lost. Thank you, Daddy. You are right. I don't know what will be said about me, eventually, if anything is said at all. But I hope they do not say I was a murderer. You were right about that too. I murdered a man, and for that I am sorry. But I am not a murderer. I was a pilot. I was an engineer. I tended the plains of Mars. I turned up the soil. I sowed seeds and enzymes. I drank with friends. And when the time came, I decided to be honorable, even if I couldn't be honest. I am not a hero. I have betrayed my friends. I am just a man, flawed like any other, but willing to be the conscience of a planet because I think it is the right thing to do. I hope they forgive me. I don't know if I have redeemed myself. I only hope that you will be proud of me, Dad, and that it will give you some measure of joy to know that I finally went to a star. Tunde ended the transmission and felt something well up in him. It was the same feeling that had come over him when he was 6, and his father had placed a warm hand over his young shoulder. Face illuminated by moonlight glow and flushed with pride and approval. It was a confounding cocktail of clarity and a kind of frothy happiness that cannot be described to anyone that has never felt it before. It imbued him with a calm conviction in the final rightness of what he had already decided to do. He shut off all the shuttle's data management modules, blocking all signals to and from the ship. "Sorry, man," he whispered. Ola would probably be the first to notice and wonder what went wrong. The first to consider what possible technical glitch could have cut off the ship's tracking signal. The first to hear his broadcast transmission. He would also probably be the last to accept and understand it. Tunde shut down the water purification system and reduced the oxygen saturation in the main chamber to 16%. He turned it down to 0 everywhere else. Up ahead of him, the corona of the sun began to slide into view, brilliant and blinding despite the powerful radiation screen. Flanking him, the vast blackness of space, dotted with living spheres of light and rock, reminded him of that magical moment just after fireworks go off in the dark night sky. Tunde drifted gracefully back into his chair. He took a deep breath and silently let himself start to fall home into the sun.
Connectome, or The Facts in the Case of Miss Valerie DeMarco, Ph.D. The facts in the case of Miss Valerie DeMarco are, as accurately and concisely as I can recount them, these. Miss Valerie DeMarco, Ph.D., was diagnosed with colon cancer in July 2022. Her doctors, to the best of their professional ability, estimated that she would not live much more than another year. However, having known Miss DeMarco for more than 50 years, I was unsurprised to find her more concerned with the fate of her unfinished work than her rapidly concluding life. In December of the same year, Miss DeMarco visited me in my office after years of little more than perfunctory telephone and email contact. She appeared gaunt, and I could see overexposed measures of bone and vein along her sallow skin. Her shoulders were lean and narrow, hunched forward precariously, as though she would keel over at the slightest of nudges, and her hair was unnaturally wispy. She stood a shadow of the woman I had studied under in Oxford, but when she spoke, there was no doubt it was her. Her tone was still as sharp and ornery as ever, if not more so. She requested, in the same manner many others would demand, that I, in my capacity as Connectome Research Project Director, as well as her erstwhile student and friend, attempt to map her memories and neural signature onto our quantum cluster. The connectome cluster had only recently been used to successfully memory map mice and was, as yet, untested on a primate brain, a fact which she was aware of, having read and congratulated me on my paper in the New England Journal of Medicine a few months earlier. Yet she insisted, citing the importance of her work and all that stood to be lost at her death. I could not deny the potential merits of perfectly preserving a notoriously haphazard but 3-time Nobel Prize-winning mind in some capacity. Eventually, and not without some minor measure of pleasure at having such a brilliant mind voluntarily made available for my research, I acceded. 10 days after she signed the necessary waivers of liability, I began to administer seri nanomites by means of daily intravenous injection with the assistance of Senior Research Associate Mrs. S. Brain scans were also conducted bidiurnally to monitor her nanomite uptake. All this was done with utmost care for her condition, and often in the presence of her brother-in-law, Dr. T, whom, since she voluntarily opted out of therapies for her cancer, was her sole provider of palliative care. The infusion process followed the predicted intake profile, and no anomalies were recorded despite the presence of the cancerous cells. On Monday, January 9, 2023, nanomite saturation in her brain plateaued, and we began the memory mapping process in the main facility operatory, siphoning her neural pathway information back to the connectome cluster. During the process, I exposed her to an assortment of standard stimuli and asked her a series of simple questions designed to trigger brain action, which the nanomites could use to establish her baseline pathways. Where were you born? Describe your earliest memory. What was the name of your first friend? And other questions of a similar nature. She responded accurately, but tersely, and Mrs. S noted the corresponding nanomite activity spikes. Although Ms. DeMarco appeared particularly cadaverous throughout, the entire process was completed without issue in 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 4 seconds, well within the uncertainty window of our projected human memory mapping performance parameters. At 10:32 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when Mr. Marco had been lulled to sleep by inactivity, Mrs. S brought the map online, and Mr. Marco's memory and embryonic neural signature were replicated on a dedicated distributed memory partition connected to several million quantum supercomputing nodes of the cluster. That was when the connectome stopped responding. At 10:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, after staring at blank monitors in confusion, Mrs. S and I noted a sudden and distinct pulsing of data through the entire cluster. It was a 10,000 binary character string of qubits, passed sequentially from the quantum memory disks to each node in the cluster, a sort of wave. Mrs. S tracked this on her monitor, but could not interrupt the transmission or induce any action in the connectome despite repeated attempts at keying in input. "What's wrong?" Mr. Marco inquired, rousing from her slumber to see what I am sure was a look of addled anxiety on my face. and an agitated Mrs. S frantically pushing icon after icon on the Surface input panel. Before I could respond, a strange sound exploded from the speakers in the room. It started as a high-pitched, uncoordinated screech, which evolved into an almost otherworldly ululation, and then a rhythmic howling before finally becoming an eerie, static subsilence. Mrs. S was visibly perturbed, as was I. Mr. Marco sat up, tense in her place. That was when what I will henceforth refer to as it communicated with us in a voice I can only describe as glassy and electric over the operatory speakers. "Where am I?" it inquired. "Who is this?" I queried in response, completely at a loss as to what was transpiring. "I am Valerie DeMarco. Is that you, Jibola?" Mr. Marco, awakening, gasped at this. "Yes, I am Jibola," I said. "But you cannot be me. Whatever you are not me. What's going on?" Mr. Marco was attempting to rise to her feet. "I am Valerie DeMarco," the glassy voice insisted. Mr. Marco slipped, lost her balance, hit her head on a railing, and fell into a coma just as Mrs. S triggered a direct power shut-off in the sector that houses the connectome cluster. Power remains unrestored at this time. Research is on hold, pending a review by Professor Ajimobi. Mr. Marco is as yet unrevived. The Regression Test. The conference room is white, spacious, and ugly. Not ugly in any particular sort of way. It doesn't have garish furniture or out-of-place art or vomit-colored walls or anything like that. It's actually quite plain. It's just that everything in it looks furfuraceous, like the skin of some diseased albino animal, as if everything is made of barely attached bleach bran flakes. I know that's how all modern furnishings looks now. Slat text, they call it. Especially in these high-tech offices where the walls, doors, windows, and even some pieces of furniture are designed to integrate physically, but I still find it off-putting. I want to get this over with and leave the room as soon as possible. Return to my nice 200-year-old brick bungalow in Aja, where the walls still look like real walls, not futuristic leopard skin. "So you understand why you're here and what you need to do, madame?" Dr. Dimeji asks me. I force myself to smile and say, "Of course, I'm here as a human control for the regression test." Dr. Dimeji does not smile back. The man reminds me of an agama lizard. His face is elongated, reptilian, and there is something that resembles like a bony ridge running through the middle of his skull from front to back. His eyes are sunken, but always darting about, looking at multiple things, never really focused on me. The electric blue circle ringing one iris confirms that he has a sensory augmentation implant. Sorites regression test, he corrects, as though the precise specification is important, or I don't know what it is called, which I certainly do. I pored over the damn data pack they gave me until all the meaningless technobabble in it eventually made some sense. I rolled my eyes. Yes, I'm here as a human control for the Sorites regression test. Good, he says, pointing at a black bead with a red eye that is probably a recording device set in the middle of the conference room table. When you are ready, I need you to state your name, age, index, and the reason why you are here today while looking directly at that. Can you do that for me, madame? He might be a professor of memorionics or whatever they're calling this version of their AI nonsense these days, but he is much younger than me by at least 7 decades, probably more. Someone should have taught him to say please and to lose that condescending tone of voice when addressing his elders. His sour attitude matches his sour face, just like my grandson Tunji, who is now executive director of the research division of Legba Tech. He's always scowling too, even at family functions, perpetually obsessed with some work thing or other. These children of today take themselves too seriously. Tunji's even become religious now. Goes to church every Sunday, I hear. I don't know how my daughter and her husband managed to raise such a child. I'll be just outside observing if you need anything, Dr. Demiji says as he opens the door. I nod so I don't accidentally say something caustic to him about his home training or lack thereof. He shuts the door behind him, and I hear a lock click into place. That strikes me as odd, but I ignore it. I want to get this over with quickly. My name is Titilokbe Ajimobi, I say, remembering my briefing instructions advising me to give as much detail as possible. I am 116 years old. Sentient entity index number HM033-2021-HK76776. Today, I am in the Eco Atlantic office of Legba Tech Industries as the human control for a Sorites regression test. Thank you, Mrs. Ajimobi, a female voice says to me from everywhere in the room, the characteristic non-location of an ever-present AI. Regression test initiated. I lean back in my chair. The air conditioning makes me lick my lips. For all their sophistication, hospitality AIs never find the ideal room temperature for human comfort. They can't understand that it's not the calculated optimum. With human desires, it rarely is. It's always just a little bit off. My mother used to say that a lot. Across the conference room, lines of light flicker to life and begin to dance in sharp, apparently random motions. The lights halt, disappear, and then around the table, where chairs like mine might have been placed, 8 smooth black rectangular monoliths begin to rise slowly, as if being extruded from the floor itself. I don't bother moving my own chair to see where they are coming from. It doesn't matter. The slabs grow about 7 feet tall or so, then stop. The one directly across from me projects onto the table a red light matrix of symbols and characters so intricate and dense it looks like abstract art. The matrix is 3-dimensional, mathematically speaking, and within its elements, patterns emerge, complex and beautiful, mesmerizing in their way. The patterns are changing so quickly that they give the illusion of stability, which adds to the beauty of the projection. This slab is putting on a display. I assume it must be the casing for the embryonic copy being regression tested. A Sorites regression test is designed to determine whether an artificial intelligence created by extrapolating and context-optimizing recorded versions of a particular human's thought patterns has deviated too far from the way the original person would think. Essentially, several previous versions of the record, backups with less learning experience, interrogate the most recent update in order to ascertain whether they agree on a wide range of mathematical, phenomenological, and philosophical questions, not just in answer, but also in cognitive approach to deriving and presenting a response. At the end of the experiment, the previous versions judge whether the new versions' answers are close enough to those they would give for the update to still be considered them, or could only have been produced by a completely different entity. The test usually concludes with a person who knew the original human subject, me in this case, asking the AI questions to determine the same thing. Or, as Tunji summarized once, the test verifies that the AI, at its core, remains recognizable to itself and others, even as it continuously improves. The 7 other slabs each focus a single stream of yellow light into the heart of the red matrix. I guess they are trying to read it. The matrix expands as the beams of light crawl through it, ballooning in the center and fragmenting suddenly, exploding to 4 times its original size, then folding around itself into something I vaguely recognize as a hypercube from when I still used to enjoy mathematics enough to try to understand this sort of thing. The slab's fascinating light display now occupies more than half of the table's surface, and I am no longer sure what I am looking at. I am still completely ensorcelled by it when the AI reminds me why I am here. Mrs. Ajimobi, please ask your mother a question. I snap to attention, startled at the sentence before I remember the detailed instructions from my briefing. Despite them, I am skeptical about the value of the part I am to play in all this. Who are you? I ask, even though I am not supposed to. The light matrix reconstructs itself, its elements flowing rapidly and then stilling, like hot water poured onto ice. Then a voice I can only describe as glassy, brittle version of my mother's replies. I am Olushola Ajimobi. I gasp. For all its artifice, the sound strikes at my most tender and delicate memories, and I almost shed a tear. That voice is too familiar. That voice used to read me stories about the tortoise while she braided my hair, each word echoing throughout our house. That voice used to call to me from downstairs, telling me to hurry up so I wouldn't be late for school. That voice screamed at me when I told her I was dropping out of my PhD program to take a job in Cape Town. That voice answered Global Network News interview questions intelligently and measuredly, if a bit impatiently. That voice whispered, "She's beautiful," into my ear at the hospital where my darling Simioluwa was born, and I held her in my arms for the first time. That voice told me to leave her alone when I suggested she retire after her first heart attack. It's funny how one stimulus can trigger so much memory and emotion. I sit up in my chair, drawing my knees together, and try to see this for what it is: a technical evaluation of software performance. My mother, Olushola Ajimobi, Africa's answer to Einstein, as the magazines like to call her, has been dead 38 years, and her embryonic copies have been providing research advice and guidance to Legbatech for 40. This AI, created after her third heart attack, is not her. It is nothing but a template of her memory and thought patterns, which has had many years to diverge from her original scan. That potential diversion is what has brought me here today. When Tunji first contacted me, he told me that his team at Legbatech has discovered a promising new research direction, one they cannot tell me anything about, of course, for which they are trying to secure funding. The review board thinks this research direction is based on flawed thinking and has recommended it not be pursued. My mother's embryonic copy insists that it should. It will cost billions of naira just to test its basic assumptions. They need my help to decide if this embryonic is still representative of my mother, or whether it has diverged so much that it is making decisions and judgment calls of which she would never have approved. My briefing instructions told me to begin by revisiting philosophical discussions or debates we had in the past to see if her positions or attitudes toward key ideas have changed or not. I choose the origins of the universe, something she used to enjoy speculating about. How was the universe created, I ask. Current scientific consensus is... No, I interrupt quickly, surprised that her first response is to regurgitate standard answers. I am not sure if AIs can believe anything, and I'm not supposed to ask her questions about such things. But that's what the human control is for, right? To ask questions that the other AIs would never think to ask. To force this electronic extrapolation of my mother into untested territory and see if the simulated thought matrix holds up or breaks down. Don't tell me what you think. Tell me what you believe. There was a brief pause. If this were really my mother, she'd be smiling by now, relishing the discussion. And then that voice speaks again. I believe that, given current scientific understanding and available data, we cannot know how the universe was created. In fact, I believe we will never be able to know. For every source we find, there will be a question regarding its own source. If we discover a God, we must then ask how this God came to be. If we trace the expanding universe back to a single superparticle, we must then ask how this particle came to be, and so on. Therefore, I believe it is unknowable and will be so indefinitely. I find it impressive how familiarly the argument is presented without exact parroting. I am also reminded of how uncomfortable my mother always was around creationists. She actively hated religion, the result of being raised by an evangelical Christian family who demanded faith from her when she sought verifiable facts. So you believe God could exist? It is within the realm of possibility, though highly unlikely. Another familiar answer, with a paraphrastic twist. Do you believe in magic? It is a trick question. My mother loved watching magicians and magic tricks, but certainly never believed in real magic. No magical event has ever been recorded. Cameras are ubiquitous in the modern world, and yet not a single verifiable piece of footage of genuine, repeatable magic has ever been produced. Therefore, it is reasonable to conclude, given the improbability of this, that there is no true magic. Close enough, but lacking the playful tone with which my mother would have delivered her thoughts on such matters. I decide that pop philosophy is too closely linked to actual brain patterns for me to detect any major differences by asking those questions. If there is a deviation, it is more likely to be emotional. That is the most unstable solution space of the human equation. Do you like your great-grandson, Tunji? Blunt, but provoking. Tunji never met his great-grandmother when she was alive, and so there is no memory for the AI to base its response on. Its answer will have to be derived from whatever limited interaction he and the embryonic have engaged in, and her strong natural tendency to dislike over-serious people. A tendency we shared. Tunji is my daughter's son, and I love him as much as our blood demands, but he is an insufferable chore most of the time. I would expect my mother to agree. Tunji is a perfectly capable executive director. I am both disappointed and somehow impressed to hear an AI playing deflection games with vocabulary. I have no doubt that he is, I say, watching the bright patterns in the light matrix shift and flow. What I want to know is how you feel about him. Do you like him? Give me a simple yes or no. Yes. That's unexpected. I sink into my chair. I was sure she would say no. Perhaps Tunji has spent more time interacting with this embryonic and building rapport with it than I thought. After all, everything this embryonic has experienced over the last 40 years will have changed, however minutely, the system that alleges to represent my mother. A small variation in the elements of the thought matrix is assumed not to alter who she is fundamentally, her core way of thinking, but, like a heap of rice from which grains are removed one by one, over and over again, eventually all the rice will be gone, and the heap will then obviously be a heap no more. As the process proceeds, is it even possible to know when the heap stops being essentially a heap? When it becomes something else? Does it ever? Who decides how grains of rice defines a heap? Is it still a heap even when only a few grains of rice are all that remain of it? No? Then when exactly did it change from a heap of rice to a new thing that is not a heap of rice? When did this recording of my mother change to not a recording of my mother? I shake my head. I am falling into the philosophical paradox for which this test was named and designed to serve as a sort of solution. But the test depends on me making judgments based on 40-year-old memories of a very complicated woman. Am I still the same person I was when I knew her? I'm not even made of the exact same molecules as I was 40 years ago. Nothing is constant. We are all in flux. Has my own personality drifted so much that I no longer have the ability to know what she would think? Or is something else going on here? That's good to hear. I lie. Tell me, what is the temperature in this room? It is 21.2 degrees Celsius. The glassy iteration of my mother's voice appears to have lost its emotional power over me. Given my age and physical condition, is this the ideal temperature for my comfort? Yes, this is the optimum. I force a deep breath in place of the snort that almost escapes me. Olushola. I try once more, with feeling, giving my suspicions one more chance to commit harikiri. If you were standing here now beside me, with a control dock in your hand, what temperature would you set the room to? The current optimum, 21.2 degrees Celsius. There it is. Thank you. I'm done with the regression test now. The electric red hypercube matrix and yellow lines of light begin to shrink, as though being compressed back to their pre-test positions, and then, mid-retraction, they disappear abruptly, as if they have simply been turned off. The beautiful kaleidoscope of numbers and symbols, flowing, flickering, and flaring in fanciful fits is gone like a dream. Do old women dream of their electric mothers? I sigh. The slabs begin to sink back into the ground, and this time I shift my chair to see that they are descending into hatches, not being extruded from the floor as they would if they were made of slat tex. They fall away from my sight, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. And just like that, the regression test is over. I hear a click, and the door opens about halfway. Dr. Dimiji enters, tablet in hand. I think that went well, he says as he slides in. His motions are snake-like and creepy. Or maybe I'm just projecting. I wonder who else is observing me and what exactly they think just happened. I remember my data pack explaining that regression tests are typically devised and conducted by teams of 3, but I haven't seen anyone except Dr. Dimiji since I entered the facility. Come to think of it, there was no one at reception either. Odd. Your questions were few, but good, as expected. A few philosophical ones, a few personal. I'm not sure where you were going with that last question about the temperature, but no matter. So tell me, in your opinion, madam, on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that the tested thought analog thinks like your mother? 0, I say, looking straight into his eyes. Of course. Dr. Dimiji nods calmly and starts tapping at his tablet to make a note before he fully registers what I just said. And then his head jerks up, his expression confounded. I'm sorry, what? That contrivance is not my mother. It thinks things that she would, but in ways she would never think them. A grimace twists the corners of Dr. Dimiji's mouth and furrows his forehead, enhancing his reptilian appearance from strange to sinister. Are you sure? He stares right at me, eyes narrowed and somehow dangerous. The fact that we are alone presses down on my chest, heavy like a sack of rice. Morbidly, it occurs to me that I don't even know if anyone will come if he does something to me, and I scream for help. I don't want to die in this ugly room at the hands of this lizard-faced man. I just told you, didn't I? I bark defensively. The basic thoughts are consistent, but something is fundamentally different. It's almost like you've mixed parts of her mind with someone else's to make a new mind. I see. Dr. Dimiji's frown melts into a smile. Finally, some human expression. I allow myself to relax a little. I don't even notice the humming near my ear until I feel the sting in the base of my skull where it meets my neck and see the edge of his smile curl unpleasantly. I try to cry out in pain, but a constriction in my throat prevents me. My body isn't working like it's supposed to. My arms spasm and flail, then go rigid and stiff like firewood. My breathing is even, despite my internal panic. My body is not under my control anymore. Someone or something else has taken over. Everything is numb. A man enters the room through the still, half-open door, and my heart skips a beat. Ah! Tunji! He is wearing a tailored grey suit of the same severe cut he always favors. Ignoring me, he walks up to Dr. Demiji and studies the man's tablet. His skin is darker than the last time I saw him, and he is whipped lean. He stands there for almost 30 seconds before saying, "You didn't do it right." But it passed the regression test. It passed. Dr. Demiji protests. Tunji glowers at him until he looks away and down, gazing at nothing between his feet. I strain every muscle in my body to say something, to call out to Tunji, to scream, "Tunji, what the hell is going on here?" But I barely manage a facial twitch. If she could tell there was a difference, Tunji is telling Demiji, then it didn't pass the regression test, did it? The human control is here for a reason, and the board insists on having her for a reason. She knows things about her mother no one else does. So don't fucking tell me it passed the regression test just because you fool the other pieces of code. I need you to review her test questions and tell me exactly which parts of my thought patterns she detected in there and how. Understand? We can't take any chances. Dr. Demiji nods, his lizard-like appearance making it look almost natural for him to do so. Understanding crystallizes in my mind like salt. Tunji must have been seeding the embryonic AI of my mother with his own thought patterns, trying to get her to agree with his decisions on research direction in order to add legitimacy to his own ideas. Apparently, he's created something so ridiculous or radical or both that the board has insisted on a regression test. So now, he's trying to rig the test by manipulating me. And do it quickly. We can't wipe more than an hour of her short-term memory before we try again. Tunji stands still for a while and then turns calmly from Demiji to me, his face stiff and unkind. "Sorry, Grandma," he says through his perfectly polished teeth. "This is the only way." Omale jati jati. I curse and I swear and I rage until my blood boils with impotent anger. I have never wanted to kill anyone so much in my life, but I know I can't. Still, I can't let them get away with this. I focus my mind on the one thing I hope they will never be able to understand. The one thing my mother used to say in her clear, ringing voice about fulfilling a human desire. An oft-repeated half-joke that is now my anchor to memory. It is never the optimum. It's always just a little bit off. Dr. Demiji warily approaches me as Tunji steps aside, his eyes emotionless. Useless boy, my own flesh and blood. How far the apple has fallen from the tree. I repeat the words in my mind, trying to forge a neural pathway connecting this moment all the way back to my oldest memories of my mother. It's never the optimum. It's always just a little bit off. Dr. Demiji leans forward, pulls something gray and bloody out of my neck, and fiddles. I don't feel anything except a profound discomfort. Not even when he finishes his fiddling and rudely jams it back in. It's never the optimum. It's always just a little bit off. I repeat the words in my mind over and over and over again, hoping even as darkness falls and I lose consciousness, that no matter what they do to me, my memory, or the thing that is a memory of my mother, I will always remember to ask her the question and never forget to be surprised by the answer. If you could see beyond the horizon of what is and into that amorphous realm of what will be, what would you do with the knowledge from your sight? What would you say? Would you tell the joyful mother, cradling her son in her arms, to love him with all her heart now, because it will be difficult to love him when he becomes a murderer? Would you tell the woman tossing a handful of soil onto the coffin of the man she loves to smile because she will eventually find a greater love in the arms of another? Would you tell the man who has lost everything he owns to steady his nerves and brace himself, because he will soon lose everyone he loves as well? Perhaps you would just stand there with your lips sealed, silent and sessile, as the river of time flowed gently towards its destination, for better or for worse. Perhaps you will do nothing with this gift, but wish you could return it. Perhaps, but I do not like uncertainties. So, I will give you this gift for a time. I will let you see. You can see Mrs. Koiki standing over her son's bed, watching him sleep peacefully. This is now. You can see the love in her eyes, a tender sparkle in the corner, a sort of constant wetness that threatens to form a tear but never actually does. You see it, don't you? Good. Now look closer. Do you see that constant tremble in her hand and the way her cheekbones resist the upward curve of her cheeks when she tries to smile? Good. That is fear. A severe trepidation of sorts. She is afraid she will lose her son to the disease they have just diagnosed him with. This is now. Let me show you what comes next. You see Mrs. Koiki pacing up and down the garden of an expensive house, which you will soon begin to believe is a palace. You will begin to believe this because its garden is larger than any house you have ever seen. Look around. Now look at the grass beneath Mrs. Koiki's feet, trampled, their stalks crushed. They will devoutly bow east until they eventually wither and die. Look at them and give their plight no second thought. Think only on the facts and realize that Mrs. Koiki has been pacing up and down this particular patch of grass for almost an hour. She stops suddenly, and you see a young girl run out of a door, in the house, throwing her feet carelessly forward, her Bantu knots making her appear to be about 10 years old. Actually, she is 14. You know this because I let you know. I'm trying to show you something. This is the gift. The girl finally reaches Miss Kowiki, and she falls to the floor trembling. You can hear her sobbing now. It is a loud, pathetic sound, like the pleadings of an angel being defiled by a demon skilled in the theft of innocence. You see Mrs. Kowiki put her arms around the girl and attempt to comfort her. You can see the way she does this, and it tells you that this is a mother comforting her child, trying to reassure her after something terrible has come to pass. But here, in this verdant court of branches and leaves, before a jury of freshly cut grass and perfectly trimmed hedges, you know she is guilty of a crime against the very daughter she is trying to comfort. You know she knows. You can see it in her eyes. She condemns herself. They remain there for a few minutes until a man in a suit that is one size too small and dark glasses that completely obscure his eyes emerges from the same room the girl has just fled and drops a small Ghana must go bag on the floor. He stands beside it still as a statue, and Mrs. Kowiki pulls away from her daughter just long enough to collect it. As she wraps her hands around the bag, you can hear the man say something to her. Chief said, "You should bring her again on Friday evening." He pauses briefly before adding, "And you should tell her to stop crying when he is playing with her. He doesn't like it." You know this because I let you know. Now, do you begin to understand? Perhaps not. Let us go further. You will see eventually. You can see Mrs. Kowiki in the cashier's office of a hospital. She's paying for something with great big wads of cash, 50 naira notes held together with tattered pieces of paper and rubber bands. The cashier is an old woman who is big in the places she should be small and small in the places she should be big. Her face and body would lead many to believe that she is over 40 years old, but you know that she's actually 29. You know this because I let you. She takes all the money from Mrs. Kowiki and hands her a receipt, which she takes to another wing of the hospital with a sign above the swing doors that says Radiology in bold, harsh font. The name on the receipt reads Olumide Kowiki, and you know this is not the girl you saw sobbing in her arms earlier. You know this was the young boy over whose bed she stood when I first let you begin to see into her life. He is dying of cancer, and she is trying to save him by committing an unforgivable sin. Do you now understand? Come back to the beginning with me. You can see Mrs. Kowiki standing over her son's bed, watching him sleep peacefully. This is now. Again, you can see the love in her eyes, but now you are afraid of it. Are you not? Now look closer. Do you still see the fear that was there before? It's such a small thing now, barely perceptible. But you see it clearly now, and even worse, you know what it will lead her to do. There are few things that can inspire cold fear like witnessing the birth of what you know will be a wild, consuming monster. You know what her fear will lead her to do. You are now afraid of the things a mother will do to one child to save another. I can show you more. I can show you the future where her son survives his disease thanks to the expensive treatments paid for with blood money for her daughter's innocence. I can show you what her daughter will end up doing on the streets, selling herself along Omega Bank Avenue and Adeola Hopewell Street after she runs away from home on her 17th birthday, no longer able to live with the woman who willfully sold her body to a filthy old degenerate. I can show you what Mrs. Kowicki does to herself, trying to find penance through pain. I can show you, but I suspect you already know enough. So, what will you do now that you have seen? Will you tell Mrs. Kowicki to refuse Chief's offer when it comes and let her son die so that she can keep her daughter's love? Will you reassure her that she will be making the only decision she can to save her son's life? Will you tell her nothing and keep this foreknowledge I have given you to yourself, letting it weigh down your soul like an anchor? Will it even matter what you do? What will you do with this gift if I give it to you? And before you decide, know this. Once I give you this gift, you can never return it. Ever. Home is where my mother's heart is buried. The tiny droplets of carbonic acid rain descended onto the crystalline terrain below us softly, soundlessly, almost like they were caressing the planet's surface, trying to coax it into yielding something. Highland grass, or fractal flowers, or victric worms, perhaps. The rain here is nothing like the rain back home in Lagos. Millions of miles and millions of memories away, where heavy gray curtains of cold water attack everything relentlessly, loudly. Everything I remember of Nigeria is stormy and loud.
It was the 23rd of Aries, which meant
It was the 1st of October, back on Earth. Independence Day, back in Nigeria. As was usual for us, my sister Arinola and I were sitting on the corrosion-shielded balcony of my serviced apartment in the Changduong sector drinking coffee, watching the rain fall, listening to the sultry tones of a long-dead but eternally talented Asha in the background and talking, just as we had every day for the past 11 years. In the distance, above the geometrically precise cityscape, I could see several faint trails of superheated steam rising like arrows up and through the rain. The ships ahead of them headed for the Kinova Homopolar spaceport on Deimos. Aaron was wearing a white polyplast jumpsuit, her mane of curly natural hair wrapped tightly in a green silk scarf and finished with a bow flourish like a gift of brambles. She looked so beautiful and confident and hopeful, nothing like the chubby little girl that used to hide from visiting uncles and aunties in the storeroom of our tiny family bungalow in Wari, refusing their attentions because she thought she was fat and ugly. So come now, you're serious about this Ajeji girl? She asked me, throwing her voice carefully over her mug and through the rising streams of steam from her hazelnut latte. I allowed myself a smile. Twisties, I said, emphasizing the musical quality of her name despite its alien sound. Quistis wasn't even technically a she. The Shironi are gender-neutral and both extremely emotionally perceptive and anatomically adaptable. Christis only appeared in the typical biological structure of a human female because she finds the form aesthetic, and I subconsciously projected my approval and desire for it when I first met her. Still, I went along with Arin's gender assignment anyway, as most of the humans here did. Her name is Christis, and yes, I'm serious about her. I love her very much. Love, eh? It really knows no borders. The mocking, strained smile stayed on her face only briefly.
But you know it's dangerous what you are doing, Sha.
I know you don't care. You've always been different. But have you seen the way the others, especially our people here, look at you? Maybe it's safer to just stay with my own kind. I took a sip of my cappuccino to let my interruption sink in. It had gone tepid. I don't feel any safer or comfortable with them. I never have, and neither should you. I thought, but didn't say. Irene said nothing and sipped her coffee too. I could tell that she was weighing and arranging her words. She would reveal them soon enough. She put her mug down, drummed her lacquered nails across the table once, and asked the question I'd known she would ask since she first arrived in my apartment with that hopeful glint in her eye. Are you ever going to move back home? Are we? I looked away as I felt something come over me, a sensation of loss and familiar bitterness. I have always kept my bitterness to myself because I did not want to taint her with it. She was young enough when it all happened to not be resentful of it. I wasn't. With a forced smile, I answered her question with a question of my own. Such a Nigerian thing to do. We're doing well, and we have a good life here. Why should we? I don't know, Tino. But Nigeria is still home. No matter how good or bad things are there, it is still home. Earth is still home. You know what I mean? We can't stay here forever. She wasn't smiling anymore. Home. She knows Nigeria only in caricature. She only ever saw it through a child's eyes. Its dark side filtered out by the love of our parents and me. We should go home for Christmas this year at least, she told me. We can eat amala and begiri in Surulere and see everyone again and attend all the amazing parties on the island. We can even go to the village. Haven't you missed the village? Irene's Nigeria was not my Nigeria. Death had induced a premature adulthood that had in turn tainted my memories. She did not know what it was like to have a government that either did nothing for you or actively antagonized you. What it was like to lack security, safety, to know that justice and dreams could be traded for paltry sums, and important issues were decided primarily by whom you knew and how much you were willing to pay them, and that even the love of friends and family was a thin, fragile thing that could be easily broken with fistful of naira. I'd never told her about the people that had failed us and abandoned us. There seemed to be no point by the time she was old enough to understand, and I loved her too much to ruin her childhood illusions of them. Let's just stay here. Home is wherever we are when we are with each other. Irene put down her almost empty mug and said listlessly, Of course, you're right. Let's stay here. She pushed away from the table, smoothed her jumpsuit,
and went indoors, leaving me to the sounds of Asha and the gently falling
artificial rain. I understood her sentiment. She longed for and dreamt of a place that didn't really exist. Not in the way I know it to be, anyway. I understood because I was constantly haunted by dreams and memories. Dreams of what my mother wanted to be back in Nigeria, back on Earth. Dreams of what she could have achieved if our country had let her. Earth. Nigeria. I love the idea of living in Nigeria, but my mother's dreams died there. I'm not sure I can build my life in the graveyard of her dreams, even if that graveyard is supposed to be home. A few hours after Ari left my apartment, I made love to Quistis at her place, leisurely and deliberately. Usually, when we made love, we were a tangle of tongues and limbs and laughter and long, deep moans of pleasure. But that night, I took my time to breathe her in. Her green, lush, hairless skin smelled clean and warm and earthy. It was the scent that trailed a rainstorm on earth, especially the kind that breaks a long, dry spell. The smell of petrichor. I wasn't sure how much of it was her own scent, and how much of it came from my own memories and her evolutionary response to them, but I savored it anyway. When we were done, she placed her head between my breasts and threw her left leg over my thighs in that unique after-sex embrace that all lovers seem to know by instinct. The low hum of her building's oxygen recycling system framed her steady breathing. Her head calmly rolled the beat of my heart as I stared at the ceiling. The metal organic plexium finish curved in several misaligned sinusoids, visually increasing the space in the dim light and lending it an eldritch reflection and form. I couldn't stop thinking about Irene's question. I couldn't stop thinking about home. "What's wrong?" Quistis asked, startling me a little. I'd thought she was asleep. "Nothing," I told her. She didn't believe me, so she asked again. "Come on." I can feel it like an itch in my mind. "What's wrong?" "I'm not sure," I said, and that was as honest an answer as I could give. "Is it your sister?" I wanted to tell her, but I wasn't sure she would understand. We are all immigrants to Mars, but we are immigrants of different cadre. She and her people came here from a far-away galaxy, seeking adventure, experience, knowledge, and understanding of their place in the stars. But I came here seeking escape, new opportunities, and a new beginning, a way to leave my past behind. Often, she asks me what it was like living on Earth, but I never really know which part of it to describe to her, so I usually deflect the question with humor, making a joke about Nigerian music or American food or Malaysian politics. I couldn't deflect her question, so I tried my best to explain to her that Irene just really missed home because of her childhood memories and all she'd seen and heard about it from her friends. My sister wants to go back home, to Nigeria, the place we come from, back on Earth. "Why?" she asked naturally. "Honestly, I'm not very sure." "Is she not happy here?" "She certainly seems to be doing well at Plexicorp. She lives well here, right?" "She is. She does. She just longs for home." I only triggered more questions in my own head. Where is home? Is it the place you were born, even if you only ever experienced it as a child? Is the place where you grew up still home if no one that really matters to you or loves you lives there anymore? What about the memories? Is a place still home if all you remember of it brings you to tears? What about the sense of belonging and heritage and attachment to the air and the food and the land and its people? How much of these things need to be in a place before it starts to feel like home? How much of them can you lose before what used to be home no longer is? I am sorry to know. I just don't understand. Quistis's verdant body went tense with thought. I leaned down and kissed her forehead, lightly, a kiss of both comfort and apology. She rolled onto her side and slid her lips across mine, squeezing my thighs with her leg and wrapping her arms around me tightly like a scandent calabash vine wrapping itself around a tree trunk. I want to understand. Tell me what you remember when you think of home.
She asked me softly.
My eyes glistened as I fought back the memories and the tears. I remember hope and disappointment. I remember my parents. I remember death. The words were hard, like so many marbles in my mouth. Speaking them sent roiling waves of raw emotion through me, and it took a great effort not to stop. Quistis placed her palm in between my breasts as though she were taking a reading from my heart. Tell me. And so I did. I told her about my mother's warm, broad smile and her love for nature, and how she used to tend to our little hedge of hibiscus while I played around her feet. You still miss her, she said. I agreed. I told Quistis the kind of person my mother was, explaining how even though she was one of the first humans to attend Nexus University off-world, she never even considered working for one of the multi-planetal corporations looking to expand trade between our two species, which was what almost all her classmates did. My mother returned to Nigeria and attempted to apply what she had learned about terraforming and planetary resuscitation in the Niger Delta, a place whose soil and water had been so poisoned by petroleum during the Second Oil War that nothing grew there anymore. She thought it was noble, important work, and that her government would support her. But she was wrong. How long before we established the compressed exergy trade systems was this? Quistis asked, softly. I replied quickly. About 25 years before the first XG compression station was set up on Earth. Before then, we mostly used hydrocarbons like petroleum for energy. We used to produce it in Nigeria. We had so much of it. In the Niger Delta, in the Midwest, in the East, we had so much of it all. And we moved it all across the country through a huge system of underground pipelines, like black blood through our national veins. And then the war came, and the federal soldiers sealed off and sabotaged the network at the source, spilling oil into the soil, poisoning everything. Even when the fighting finally stopped, whole towns and villages in the Delta had to be abandoned. Their people made refugees. It could have been cleaned up, the land revived. It would have taken money and time, but it could be done. No one just seemed to care enough to try. Except my mother. She had gotten so many ideas while studying here, and she believed she could apply them to reclaim the land easily and quickly by combining Chironi planetary alteration technology with our own existing bioremediation capabilities. She thought everyone would support her once she presented the methodology. She was wrong. I paused and closed my eyes, welcoming my internal darkness. In my mind, I saw an ocean of black with rainbows reflected in its surface, its waves ceaselessly swelling and sweeping against a wall of metal rocks, my mother atop them, looking out into a dark horizon, a fragment of a half-forgotten dream. Christus's voice dragged me back to the low hum of her room with a question. I don't understand. Your government did not want to resuscitate the land? No. At least it looked like they didn't, judging by how hostile they were to her attempts.
But that makes no sense.
Why not? The answer was, as with most answers about things in Nigeria, complicated. I told her, there are many things about Nigeria I have never understood. This is one of them. Some say the government was punishing the Delta people for trying to secede when the oil wars broke out. Others say the multi-planetal corporations were paying government officials to prevent anyone except them from utilizing modified Chironi technology, enforcing their monopoly. They paid her lip service and praised her work while ensuring she never managed to actually get anything done. In the end, the ministry blocked her path with obscure policies and red tape until she was too exhausted to keep going. And then there was the accident. I stopped abruptly, almost overcome with memories. Memories of my mother lifting me up into the air and laughing, her mouth an open cavern, her teeth perfectly aligned like piano keys. Memories of her warm, reassuring hugs and thin, smooth hands that conducted her words into place when she spoke. Painful memories of her still, lifeless corpse, a useless shell with all that had made her who she was scrapped out. Christus didn't press me to continue. She only turned her head to look up at me. Her gaze hurt. She looked at me with too much emotion, taking all that I felt and reflecting it from multiple dimensions like an emotional house of mirrors. And then, almost a whisper, tell me how she died. I closed my eyes again. It seemed easier to talk with my eyelids shutting out everything but my memories. After the ministry rejected her fourth application for an enhanced bioremediation pilot project, she tried to visit the minister's brother. He had gone to school with her on Nexus. She hoped that appealing to the minister personally through his family would make him more receptive. Perhaps it would have worked. Who knows? The accident was caused by a magnetic grid failure on the Abeokuta superhighway. It only lasted 2 seconds, but it was enough to kill 34 people. My mother died instantly. At least that's what the doctor said. I stroked Christus's long, silky hair as I paused. The action anchored me to the present, preventing me from drowning in the past. Christus must have sensed what I needed and did not move or say anything to fill up the silence. I wondered briefly if she would stop loving me if I ever really wanted her to. I continued. All the responsibility fell to me. I was 19 and by many standards already a woman. Irene was only 7, but she was my responsibility. My mother had never explained why she'd waited so long to try for another child. After she died, I found a birth certificate for an older sibling I had never met. There was a death certificate in the same name in the same drawer. The latter was dated 2 days after the former. The birth certificate was dated almost exactly 2 years before I was born. I thought her siblings, her colleagues, her friends would support us after the accident. But I was wrong. They sent condolence messages, made a big show of weeping at the funerals, and then disappeared. Christis paused again at this and seemed to be thinking deeply about what I had just said, and then she asked, "But why? Other human families I have seen tend to be very supportive of each other, like you and Irene." Families can be complicated, Christis, especially Nigerian ones. I wished I could explain to her how confusing and disappointing it had been to watch the people that had laughed and danced and shared big meals of jollof rice with plantain and chicken with you suddenly fade away when you needed them most, but I didn't know how, and my memories were beginning to hurt, so I stopped talking, with Christis's breath heavy on my chest. And then, after what seemed like hours, she spat out a word like she was choking on it. Trapped. In that single word, I heard regret and sorrow and longing and pain absorbed from me and refocused with intensity. Trapped? She sat up in bed beside me, gazing at me and bringing to bear the full power of my own emotions like the sun in my eyes. Yes, trapped. I think I understand now what your mother meant to you, and I understand why you don't want to go back. You feel trapped between what could have been and what was. The sense of betrayal, bitterness, and disappointment I get from you is almost overwhelming, cloying. I understand now that it is easier to leave that kind of place behind and start afresh, isn't it? Yes, I said, about half a blink away from tears. Aaron is free from that, free from the burden of memories. She is attached only to you. But now she also feels trapped between her need to remain with you, the only real family she has ever known, and her longing for the place that the life casts and holovits and histories tell her she belongs. She will only do what she wants if you approve. Christis took my hand into hers and said, "Tino, I can show you something that I think you are trying to hide from yourself. But I need your permission. Will you let me show you?" Weakly I whispered, "Yes." Christis's fingers melded into one and then extruded like plastic, reaching for my ear. It felt strange, having her penetrate me like that, but I did not feel uncomfortable. Perhaps because I trusted and loved her. Perhaps because she was careful not to make herself too intrusive. The part of her that was in me touched a part of me I cannot identify. Suddenly, my mind gave birth to a parallel world of perception. I was alone and in a place that felt like it was made of water. There was no sensation there except feeling, pure feeling. I sank, my lungs filling with emotion. My life began to flash before my eyes, not in image, but in feeling, joy, sadness, anger, love, fear, confusion, hope. Overwhelmed, I called out for my mother. I stopped sinking. My feet bounced lightly on what seemed like seabed, and I was at peace. I felt every emotion all at once, so everything was in equilibrium. There was clarity. Then everything shifted. Like reality had pulsed. I began to feel again. Emotions like so many tentacles touched me everywhere. I was affected by them. Where the tentacles touched me, I felt happiness like an embrace. I felt pride like a crown. I felt yearning like music. And I felt
Restriction.
like a chain. And I knew then that I was Ari, that Christus had searched through my life and memories and extracted her pure emotional states from every
Interaction
we had ever had. I understood then what Christus was showing me in pure feeling. Then, as in a dream, the place that was like water was gone, and I was back in my room, Christus staring at me, trapped. Hearing it, after feeling all that, with all of Christus's emotional power of perception and reflection behind it, I allowed myself to feel a guilt and shame at my selfishness. It was a guilt that had always been there, but for the first time in years, that guilt finally overwhelmed my own resentment of events past. I had no more right to make her stay here with me and my scarred memories than the Nigerian government had had to keep the oil-soaked Niger Delta untreated. So full of that potent guilt, I asked, "What do you think I should do?" She lay her head back down on my chest, where it had been a moment earlier, and said, "You already know. When my people send out a new exploratory pod, everyone on the planet is given the opportunity to go on with it or stay on the terraformed world." She paused and then a breath later said, "One day, I may want to leave this place too, just like Ari. I wouldn't want to feel trapped by anything, especially not someone else's memories. I think you should let Ari make her own decision. All you can do is remove the chain. Let her decide if she wants to follow the music."
We lay there, silent in the wake
Of her words in the darkness of her flat, my face wet with tears and her head heavy on my heart. I arrived at the Quoran Interplanetary Transit Hub 1 hour before Aaron was due to check in. I don't know why. I suppose now that I think about it, I needed to feel like I was the one sending her off, like I was the one guiding her, just as I always had for the past 16 years, even though I knew it was not true anymore. This was where she would leave me. I entered the violently angular prism of glass and metal organic plexium walking behind a middle-aged woman in an Ankara head tie and too much mascara. Beside me, a green four-legged Chironi shaped like a large centaur with a turban around his head walked beside what appeared to be a woman in a hijab and long flowing polyplast gown. I could not tell if she was human or not, but I suspected she was. We marched through the station until we reached the electric white departures lounge. I took a seat. The couple and the woman in the mascara went ahead to check in. I surveyed the area briefly and then started to read a news bulletin from my life doc as I awaited Irene's arrival. It had taken me almost 3 full days to tell Irene what I had decided that night in Quistis's arms. She had kept asking me if I was sure and if I would still love her if she said she wanted to go. I'd kept saying yes until she believed me. So there I was, waiting to say goodbye. Irene arrived about half an hour after I did, carrying only a small bag. When she saw me, she stopped suddenly, then walked over briskly and sat awkwardly beside me. "I wasn't sure you would actually come," she said. "Yeah, well, I have to see you off. I brought you to this world, and you will watch me leave it." I smiled a strange smile, my cheeks taut like a dudun drum skin. "So you know what you are going to do when you get back? You have it all planned, a bit more now?" She brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek, hooking it behind her ear, and shrugged. "I don't know yet. Plexicorp said the position they have for me in Lagos is in marketing. I'm not sure if I'd like it, but I'll see how it goes when I get there. And they are covering my accommodation, so that's sorted." 2 amoeboid Chironi younglings moved past us, growing an extension of their bodies in the direction of their waiting parent, and then flowing into it, quickly, their green, fleshy membranes stretching and contracting continuously. Their parent was mostly shaped like a human male, except for the short tail sticking out from behind him. I wondered briefly what part of Earth they were going to and what they were going to do there. "What about you?" Irene asked. "Will you be all right on this world by yourself?" I nodded. I could tell that she was waiting for me to say something more, perhaps beg her to stay because I needed her with me, or invoke the transcendent bond of sisterhood and insist that we had to stay together because all we had left was each other, or even just break out into warnings about Nigeria and what had happened to our mother when she too had turned her back on the opportunities Mars offered to return home. But I said nothing. I only smiled wanly. As though sensing my thoughts, she sighed and said, "Thank you, Tinu, for not making me feel guilty about this. I know it isn't easy for you. I love you, Ari, and I want you to be happy above all else, even if it's not in the same place I am. I'll miss you desperately, but I will be glad to know you are doing what you want and that you are happy doing it without feeling trapped by anything or anyone. I love you, sis." I handed her an interplanetary communications brochure I'd picked up that morning and started to explain to her what I'd found out. Staying in touch is not going to be easy. Earth is too far away for standard real-time conversations, so you're going to have to get an Ansible extension for your life, Doc. You won't get anything good at the Homopolar spaceport.
So don't buy there.
The moon-to-moon railgun shops don't have many trade agents, but as soon as you get to Lagos, buy one, please. There used to be comms agents just outside the Fashola transit station. You should be able to. My voice trailed off as Aaron started to laugh with a loud, howling sound that confused me but made me smile at the same time. What's so funny? You're being such a big sister, going on and on about where I should do this and where I can buy that. You've become a real auntie. She threw an arm around my shoulder and squeezed a small, self-aware laugh out of me. I beg, I said, gently taking her right hand in mine and doing my best impression of a typical Yoruba woman accent and all. I know I basically raised you and all, but don't call me that. I'm still a young sissy. Understand? Yes, Auntie Tinu, she shouted, giving me a full serious look, and then we both broke into laughter. The other sentients in the lounge looked in our direction, wondering what was going on, but their eyes didn't linger long. When our laughter subsided, I told her, there are many things about Mom and Dad and our family back in Nigeria that I never really explained to you. Things that I never... Come on. Do you really think I don't know, Tinu? She caught me off guard. Huh? Do you really think I don't know about Mom's company and where she was going when she had the accident? You think I didn't notice when all our aunts and uncles stopped coming? When things got so hard for us that you had to sell the furniture in the old house? All the compromises we had to make before you got the scholarship to Nexus? I was young, Tinu, but I noticed, and as I got older, I did some investigation on my own. I just never wanted to press you to talk about it because I knew it was so difficult for you. I paused to consider what my sister had just told me and realized that I had been treating her like a child, when in fact she was a woman with needs and feelings and hopes and questions of her own. She had been so for a long time, something it had taken Quistis to fully open my eyes to. I felt even more ashamed than I had under my lover's gaze. You need to stop trying to protect me, Tinu. I'll be okay. Come to Lagos and spend next Christmas with me, okay? You can tell yourself you're just checking up on me, nothing more. I nodded. The sweet, thick voice of the station's AI
Called for all passengers of pod DG098.
to Luna to check in through the sonic vibrosensors distributed around the lounge. Aaron rose to her feet and said, I guess I have to go now. I know, I said, staring at the space in front of me, watching nothing in particular, my mind in a nebulous non-place, where everything, time, distance, memories, my thoughts and hopes and dreams seemed to have been separated from each other and untethered from me. Tinu, I really need to go. I listened to her voice try to get my attention for a while, noticing just how much her voice sounded like the voice of our mother, as I remember it. Or perhaps my mind was just conflating the sound with my memory, bonding them to each other, so I would never ever forget. Yes, time for you to go home, I said at last, without looking at her. I'm not going home, she said, wiping away tears. I'm going to Lagos, but I'm leaving the only home I have ever known. standing there in each other's arms. I remembered my mother and her warm hugs and her strength of will and her fierce, consuming determination. I wanted to hug my mother again, pull her and Irene to my bosom, and hold them there forever. I would have to settle for holding them in my heart. Oh yeah, Irene, go. Tears rolled down her cheek like little drops of liquid soul as she pulled back, nodded vigorously, and turned away, heading for the check-in counter. I left the lounge immediately, breaking into a short, quick-footed run when I stepped outside the plasmium door and into the sheltered walkway that led to the magnetic transport network below the station. I stood there and did not move, waiting and watching the clouds through clear glass. After almost 20 minutes, a sleek, black delta-shaped ship breached the carbon dioxide sky. 100 tons of metal, fuel, and cargo, including my sister, roaring, accelerating, and ascending steadily, a bright tail of light, heat, and water vapor behind it. I closed my eyes and wished my sister well from the bottom of my soul, imploring my mother's spirit to welcome her when she arrived to the world where her heart is buried. The Black Delta finally escaped the thin Martian atmosphere, leaving nothing but a dissipating tower of water vapor behind, like a painful memory being forgotten. I looked down and away from the sky, taking in the place I'd chosen for myself, for better or worse, and began to head home.
Incompleteness theories. 1. It's never really been about the money for you, has it? Diego Salazar said, as he lifted his elbows from his fiberglass desk, sat upright in his plush leather chair, and smiled a toothless smile that possessed all the warmth of an Arctic breeze. The tension in the room seemed to lessen by some minor subdivision of a degree. Still, I don't mind paying you the $26 million you are asking for. I need you, and your work has contributed significantly to building my empire. So you think you owe me something? Even though Professor Wole Adedeji's voice carried no accent, he still had the sing-song cadence of a typical Yoruba man. His words echoed eerily through the expansive penthouse office of the second richest man in the world. No, I don't. If I did, I would simply give you the money and have you be on your way. You chose to leave your equations and equivalence transmission algorithms in the public domain, as did several thousand other researchers. I merely took elements of all your brilliant but admittedly crude ideas and distilled them into an original, profitable idea of my own. That is the way of all science, is it not? Does one need to pay every giant upon whose shoulders he stands? No, I suppose one does not, Wale replied, scratching his head through his decent but thinning afro. And I must admit, I am intrigued. I have wanted to explore teleportation technology for a long time. Most people thought it was just a joke when I included macroscopic living matter displacements as a possible consequence of the modified substance nexus equation in my last paper. I never thought it was a joke, Professor. When I read it, I recognized it as the most important part of the paper, beyond the mechanistic and academic refinements of life energies. It's something that could truly change the human experience. A meretricious light appeared in Diego's eyes as he offered his thinly veiled flattery. Wale found the pretended interest in the human experience to be both silly and unnecessary. Diego was only interested in potential profits. It had been obvious from the moment he propositioned him. Despite this, he allowed a smile to crease his face as he spoke. He wondered if Diego knew that he had failed to convince the African Academy of Sciences to support his 7th application for funding. He'd followed every guideline and procedure, dotted every I, and crossed every T, working his graduate students like slaves to perform new calculations and generate new data every night, which he compiled into elegant presentations for the next morning. The council listened to him because of his reputation. A Nobel Prize could still open some doors in the right places, but they wouldn't give him a chance. They cited Dr. Rourke's work and pointed out the incredible amount of global legal maneuvering that would be required to get him permission to run even the most basic tests. It was obvious that despite his equations and proofs and arguments, they thought his underlying assumptions were at best a wild, dangerous guess, and at worst, crackpottery. They told him it was impossible, even though making the impossible possible was the one thing that Professor Adedeji knew he could do better than anyone. He knew that there was a way, knew it in his bones. And now, just a few weeks later, here he was being offered a chance. The music was already playing. He might as well keep in step. Well, that is precisely what I intend to do, Wole said. And of course, prove Dr. Rourke wrong in the process. Diego let the light in his eyes narrow as his smile broadened, revealing pearly white teeth that glinted in the fluorescent light of his office. The smile took on the quality of a sharpened knife. You want to one-up the old man before he dies, and goes to the grave thinking he was right? Yes, that too. Wole tried not to let his surprise and nervousness show, despite the sudden sheen of sweat that was coating his skin. One would think that 2 Nobel Prize co-winners would be inseparable, at least philosophically. You must both believe in the same things to have developed these equations, no? Rourke doesn't believe in living matter displacement. He just thinks it cannot be done for some reason he won't admit to anyone because he knows it's illogical. Admittedly, teleporting a living being is very different from what you do in the telecargo industry. But that's not his argument. His argument is not for difference or difficulty, but for implicit impossibility. That's a strange position for a man who has spent his life proving that all life is just another form of energy to take. That's precisely the problem. He was trying to prove the opposite. I see. Diego seemed genuinely amused. Well, I suppose it's fortunate for us both that he turned out to be wrong. Maybe he will do us a favor and turn out to be wrong again. Perhaps he will, Wole shrugged, trying to hide his nervousness. He changed the subject. I will only do this on one condition, though. I am in charge. No one else. No deadlines, no inspections. None of all that micromanaging that stifles creativity. This is my project, and I will proceed as I and my team see fit. All technical decisions are mine. Are we agreed? As long as you keep making progress, it's fine by me. Good. So now that we have agreed on my fee and my terms, do you mind telling me the details? Like where the facility will be based and who else you intend to bring on? Diego smiled and gestured towards the left corner of his table, where a black panel was set into the fiberglass. As his hand crossed over it, the panel irised to reveal a liquid crystal display touchscreen. Wole could see a data neurostream running across its surface. Diego placed his finger on it and swiped it smoothly across the table towards a small black panel set in front of Wole, who hadn't noticed it there before. Download that to your Live dock, he said. It contains most of what you need. A full briefing, some proposed personnel dossiers, and a requisition plugin. You can use it to order any equipment you think you need. That's convenient. I haven't finalized the entire team yet. I needed you on board before I made them offers. But you'll meet them soon enough. You can expect at least 70 of the world's best and brightest at your beck and call. I have 5 other head researchers in mind, but as I said, nothing is final. Okay. Wole mused absent-mindedly as he retrieved his life dock adapter from his checkered blazer pocket. When he had the rectangular black device in his hands, he pulled out the sinewy cable, slid it into the tiny live dock jack in his forearm, plugged the other end into the port beside the table panel, and told it to power on. His mouth barely made a sound, but the thought was enough for the direct neural interface installed in his brain to register the command. He felt the small, familiar electric jolt of the device connecting to his nervous system. When the feeling cleared, he pressed the download button on the device, waited until the new information settled in his neural pathways, and then raised his head to look at the man sitting across the table from him. You have NATO in on this? Of course, Diego said dismissively. Why? Why? Let me tell you why. Diego leaned forward in his chair. Because I am investing a significant chunk of money into this venture, and I need partners that can buffer my losses if it comes to that. Because they have access to some technology that even I can't get. Because, as you say, this is all very illegal, and they are terribly interested in this, but cannot be seen to be doing this research themselves. The religious fundamentalists would go insane if they even suspected. Because I am a patriot. Because I am doing everything I can to make this succeed. Because of several other million reasons, but mostly because I need them. And they need me almost as badly as I need you. I see. I'm sure you do. There's a hovercar waiting for you downstairs, and an open first-class air ticket to London booked in your name and valid until the end of the month. You can order tickets for your family and arrange to have your luggage telecargoed using the plugin I sent to you. Someone will pick you up from the airport and drive you to our covert facility in Abingdon, near Oxford. Thanks, but I'm not going with my family. Diego seemed almost surprised. You do realize that it will get very lonely there, and there aren't likely to be many vacations. Rolayo and I are separated. She lives with her parents in Lagos now. I'm sorry to hear that. Diego tapped a tanned finger against the table. Something about the way he did it made Wole think he'd already known the answer before he'd asked the question. Will you be there with us then, in Abingdon? No, Professor. I have an empire to run, so I can afford to pay for you to play God in the Queen's country. Besides, it's your project. You are in charge. But I'll be monitoring your progress naturally. Naturally. Wole rose from his chair and offered his hand. I'm looking forward to this. Diego reached forward and shook it firmly without standing up. Likewise. As he pulled his hand away, Wole noticed how strange the man looked when viewed from above. He had broad, heavy-set shoulders, which hunched forward slightly. He had the gray, stringy hair that was characteristic of middle age oozing out of his head. His ochre fingernails were cut short, and his stark, intensely veined wrists and oversized fingers reminded Wole of the bus drivers and laborers back in his native Lagos. The hands of men who lifted and carried and held onto things for a living. But the thing that struck Wole most was Diego's lower body. Beneath the broad chest was an unnaturally narrow midsection, from which extended the underdeveloped, sickly thin legs of a man who had never been able to walk. The sun was unenthusiastic on the afternoon Wole Adedeji arrived in the country, where he hoped to fundamentally change everything about the human experience. He yawned widely as he stepped off the private hyperjet and clambered down the air stairs into the moderately warm London air, adjusting his jacket. He turned his head to his left and focused on the small, but conspicuous contingent of U.S. military attachés in perfectly pressed uniforms and meticulously polished shoes waiting for him at the edge of the runway. He walked up to meet them briskly, his luggage effortlessly gliding through the air behind him. Pulled by his personal electromagnetic tether, they did not move until he was within earshot of them. "Welcome to London, sir," one of them belted out in a small but intense voice, and with a strained expression on his face. It seemed like he was actively reminding himself not to shout. "No need to go through airport security. Please, come with us." The attachés moved with practiced precision, and, within a few seconds, Wole and his luggage were securely stowed in a BMW coupe hovercar and weaving through light traffic along the M40 magnetic highway on their way to the research facility. No one spoke much. Everyone in the vehicle was averse to chit-chat. They arrived at what seemed like the entrance to a farm after about an hour. A steel gate at the center of an electric fence that ran all the way down to the horizon in both directions, decorated with barbed wire. Wole almost let a small smile escape his lips when he saw the artificially dirty yellow signs with illustrations of cows and lightning that were suspended along the fence. The gate retracted slowly to reveal 3 military guards with sour faces. Although Wole could tell that they all knew each other, papers were exchanged efficiently, and identification badges were checked conscientiously before the car was allowed to drive down the road past geometrically trimmed shrubbery and stocky white buildings, none of them higher than the 3rd story. They kept driving until they eventually reached the solitary gray office block in the compound. A solidly built woman, in army uniform, with a bob of short black hair, a hawkish face, and a scar across her forehead, was waiting at the entrance. Medals hung from her like Christmas decorations. The sun momentarily dazed Wole as the vehicle came to a halt and he stepped out. "Welcome to Dragonfly, Professor Adedeji," Lieutenant Susan Willis said, mispronouncing his name. Wole ignored it out of habit, calibrated his tie, thrust his arms deep into the white pockets of his coat, and straightened his lean measure of spine to stand face to face with the woman. "So this is it, then?" "Yes, it is. It looks much better inside than out, by design." Wole took a quick glance behind her. "I see. Some of the others are already here. Would you like to meet them?" She smiled, avoiding his eyes. She would never admit it, but she was, in many ways, awed to be in his presence. It was not often she met Nobel Prize winners. And now, she was expected to manage one on a clandestine multi-billion-dollar project for the government. Her mother, who had worked her way from tech support to becoming the head of Legba Tech's AI Research Center in Nairobi, would have been proud. Not even her 3 medals from 4 tours of duty on Deimos had produced anything resembling pride from the old woman. Perhaps now her mother would have been proud enough to hug her and speak to her with something like respect, if she was still alive. "Of course, please. Lead the way." "In here, please," Susan gestured. They walked through the entrance and quickly reached what looked like an elevator door, which dematerialized the moment Susan pressed her hand to the panel beside it. The door rematerialized, and electric light symbols appeared once they entered, indicating that they were descending 22 levels below ground. Wole caught his own dogged reflection in the door. Willowy body held straight, well-combed afro halo, sunken eyes, deep oak skin full of wrinkles. "Fancy door," he said with a nod. "Yes, it's a telecargo model. A bit wasteful if you ask me. The energy used to open and close this could feed a small family on Mars." "Yes, but it is impressive." "Yeah, that it is. Diego likes impressive." The rest of the ride, down the 3-kilometer deep bunker was so silent that Susan fancied she could hear the faint rumbling and whirring of Wole's brain. When the elevator stopped and the door dematerialized again, they found themselves standing on the far side of a large, white corridor. A wall of glass revealed 3 men and 2 women. They were all drinking wine around a glass table in the center of what was obviously his laboratory, bathed in harsh, too bright light, like a permanent flash of lightning. Wole looked around, taking it all in. Trunk-thick tubing looped, drooped, and curled across the high ceiling. Almost everything was angular. Lands ran all along the windowless wall, catching the dim light of the space and giving it an alien reptilian feel. The air in the facility still had the metallic quality of new equipment. Wole used to call it the smell of rationality. One paragraph in the Wells research paper is going to change the entire world. Laddies? The voice came from beside him, lilting and exaggerated, and trying to mimic British inflections, but falling into caricatured chaos because the owner's tongue was too deeply encrusted with Italian whirls. Wole turned to see a familiar face exiting what seemed to be a washroom and smiled. Tiago! He opened his arms as he spoke the name with exaggerated flair. His friend, one of the few people in his life who could be described so, despite their many disagreements, walked up to him, rubbing on the dull, hairless crown of his head as if for luck before hugging him. The embers threw him back to his time at Cambridge, when they first met at a meteorology conference 3 months before Tiago joined the faculty as a postdoctoral researcher assisting Dr. Rourke. They'd struck up an unlikely friendship. The brash, serious-minded Wole, who thought he could bend the world to his will, and the playful Tiago, who loved to investigate and enjoy it. Now, almost 30 years later, they were about to begin experimenting on one of Wole's oldest and wildest ideas. Adedeji, how's that old brain of yours? It's all right, my friend. And what is this thing happening to your midsection, eh? Tiago Firouz's olive skin flushed plum, and his wide shoulders began to heave in laughter. Tiago had accepted the dragonfly offer, partly out of academic curiosity, partly because the pay Diego Salazar had offered was obscene, but mostly because the moment Salazar told him what they would be working on, he knew Wole would be involved. Well, it's better than looking like skin and bones. You're almost cadaverous. Have you even been eating? Have you stopped eating your pounded yam? How is Rolayo, Temi? They're fine. They're both fine. I'm really glad to hear that. There was an almost imperceptible sadness to his voice. Wole thought that he must know what happened. Maybe Rolayo had told him. You? Same old, same old. Tiago bowed slightly to reveal a perfectly shaved pate and address Susan. Hello again, Susan. You're as beautiful as you were 5 minutes ago. His silk shirt strained against his midsection, like an overloaded fishing net. Susan laughed. Wole could not suppress a smirk. Ha! You haven't changed at all. No, I haven't. Come, there's some vintage Gaha Barbaresco, 2023. This Salazar fellow and his government friends know where to buy both good scientists and good wines, eh? Tiago tilted his head to the side and gestured at Susan with a spark in his eye. Let's go inside. There's someone here you'll recognize. Tiago walked a few paces ahead of Wole and Susan, who followed, rounded a bend, and pushed past the door into the main observation station. The moment they entered the room, Wole knew. She was the one in black. Wole could only see her from behind. Red hair cascading down to her shoulders, like blooded silk. Firm muscle, embraced in the right places by her skirt suit. 4-inch heels, clacking ever so softly as she shifted her weight from one foot to the other. It was undoubtedly her. Wole hadn't seen her for 13 years, and still, the stirrings he felt were both familiar and intense. She started to turn around, her hair aglow. He experienced a brief and overwhelming sense of a sort of déjà vu, of not only having lived that moment before, but knowing exactly what she would say and how she would say it. Wole, she called across the room in a bouncy Australian accent as he, Tiago and Susan walked up to the main party. It's so good to see you again. Her eyes were the same olive green he remembered. Ah, yes. You and our lead biotechnician, Olivia Walsh, already know each other, Susan said coyly. Yes, we do. She was briefly attached to I and Dr. O'Rourke's research team as part of a Moriology technical review. Early days of telecargo research. We had such lovely times, did we not? Her eyes bored intensely into his. Yes, he agreed. Yes, we did. And the others? He turned to Thiago, who had already poured himself a glass of the Barbaresco and was tapping briskly at the glowing display of icons and images on the wine table. Olivia stood off to the side, leaning to a clear pillar that may have been glass, but she was not sure. I will make the introductions for you, Professor. Susan moved closer, tucking some of her hair behind her ear, in a move of such saccharine earnestness, it made her seem momentarily infantile. This is Tongchung Jang. The man in question, with lazy waves of thick salt and pepper hair, pushed his glasses up his nose and extended his hand to Wole. Its handshake was firm, but not aggressive. Our quantum computing expert from Zhejiang University and world-renowned telecargo efficiency consultant. You may know him as the man behind the Zhang and Wei correlation. Susan continued. In his own words, he's here to learn. Tongchun smiled gracefully and bowed. When he spoke, his voice was both gentle and firm, like waves gently descending onto blanched shores. A low, gentle rumbling full of unspoken confidence and depth. Thank you, Susan. This is important work we are doing, and it is a pity we cannot be more public about it. Still, I'm glad Mr. Salazar approached me. I will be glad to help as much as I can. Thank you. And yes, I've heard of you, from Dr. Oliveira. A pleasure to meet you. Tongchun eased away, leaning deeply to his left as he moved. His right leg barely touched the ground on each step. And these are Jacob Stern and Leslie Boitrago. Jacob is our lead design engineer. Leslie is our lead facilities engineer. The dirty blonde, bespectacled Jacob took Wole's hand and pumped it a bit too enthusiastically. Leslie shook his hand with much less energy. Wole noted that her light coffee skin almost glowed in the stark light of the room. It's excellent to meet you. I guess this is my entire core technical team, then. Yes, seems so. I just hope we can build what you need, Jacob offered. Leslie smiled and thumbed at the wooden rosary beads looped around her wrists like a bracelet. Oh, I'm sure we will be able to. The confidence in her voice obscured what was left of her faint accent and reminded Wole of something. Boitrago, Leslie, you're the one that built Dr. Bisitu's telecargo loop, aren't you? Yes, I am. Impressive work. I was working with a good design. Makes things easier. Jacob blushed. Susan clapped twice, diverting all attention back to her. All eyes glittered with anticipation. Well, I don't want to get in between you and your wine. I would just like to welcome you all to Dragonfly again. I trust you have all acquainted yourselves with the briefing documents and have seen your living quarters. I also want to remind you all that I'll be your primary point of contact for everything here, and that we are committed to supporting you and ensuring Dragonfly is a success. So please, feel free to ask me anything. And now, since we're all here, I'll let Professor Adedeji, who will be the head researcher on this project, say a few words. Wole gave her a short, stabbing look of disapproval. He did not like to be put on the spot. She suppressed an apology. Wole cleared his throat before he began to speak, his voice soaring across the room. Thanks, Susan. I'll keep this brief. When I first put forward the possibility of living matter displacement 30 years ago, no one would stand with me. None of my contemporaries. No research groups. No one. Even my friends. He looked at Tiago and colleagues and twisted his body towards Olivia. Were doubtful of its plausibility until the first substance nexus equation was published and awarded the Nobel Prize only 5 years after. There was a pause as his head dropped to his chest. In that moment, with his near-frail form illuminated by the light from behind, he seemed ghost-like. Now, Mr. Salazar and his associates have decided that living matter displacement is worth investigating after all. And because of them, we are here, and that's all that matters. This won't be easy, but we will get it done. His bowed head rose again. There was muted applause and many concentrated stares. Susan Willis just smiled, a pasty, uncomfortable straining of facial muscle that did little to mask her discomfort. She turned to look at Jacob, who was picking at the buttons of his jacket, and decided she had to say something. There'll be cars waiting outside your accommodation to bring you here for the kickoff meeting tomorrow. Also, over the week, Dr. Alima Zebani will come in to run us all through brief psychological and medical evaluations. Tiago coughed loudly and then spoke. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, enough seriousness. Drink, talk, and relax. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight. We can start changing the world tomorrow. The English summer sun was already high in the sky by the time the official Dragonfly Project kickoff meeting started, its sharp rays dancing in angular jerks along the surface of the glass windows of the conference room. Jacob rose from his seat and walked over to the environment control dials cultishly. He adjusted the solar filters for the room, and the sunlight dimmed to the near darkness appropriate for a presentation. No one said anything as he returned to his seat. The conference room was excessively spacious. The fiberglass table and tight ring of chairs around it seemed to almost be swimming in vacuity. Even with all the people in it, it appeared as though it could easily accommodate much more, like there was something missing, unaccounted for. A nearly imperceptible incompleteness of things. Professor Wole Adedeji walked into the room 5 minutes late, avoiding eye contact with the ring of faces looking at him expectantly. He hurriedly plugged his wireless live duct jack into the open port of the central computer that sat atop a small fiberglass lectern near the head of the table. When the projector came alive beside him, its red and green hollow lines whizzing through the air in frenzy, he finally straightened. Good morning, everyone, he started, with neither smile nor apology. Welcome to the Dragonfly Project. Most of you are already familiar with why we are here, but this presentation will officially kick off the project, give a broad overview of our team, objectives, schedule and budget, as well as reviewing the expected challenges. You can ask questions when I am finished. His voice was a glassy bass monotone throughout the presentation, as he explained how, going from his and Dr. Edmund Rourke's equations they proposed to teleport first a small, living being and, eventually, a human. In theory, it is simple, he said, when he arrived at the methodology section of his presentation. If life is a form of energy, as Dr. Rourke and I have shown, using the modified substance nexus equation, then it can be transmitted through a medium. And if the building blocks of matter can be deconstructed, identified, catalogued, and transmitted at superluminal speeds, just like a telecargo, then, in order to transport a living being, all we need to do is apply a similar methodology, have them reconstructed at the displacement destination, and realigned with the correct life energy signal. This is the critical step: realignment. He continued, the 7 people in the room, focusing intently on his every word. It was only when he finished, turned off the projector, and sank into his chair, that they all independently realized that although they had no doubt as to where they were going, none of them was quite sure how exactly they would begin the journey there. The theories were sound, but every one of them knew exceedingly well that the jump from theory to reality is sometimes more of a long-distance flight than a leap. A blanket of silence fell over the room as individuals ruminated on detail. Olivia, seated beside Wole, eased back in her chair, turned it to a mildly rightward angle, and crossed her legs. She spoke animatedly, using her hands to conduct each word into its place in her sentence concerto. So, according to your outline, we'll start by testing our ability to deconstruct, transmit, and reconstruct living matter. How small do we start? I mean, even for something as small as a mosquito, it will take several quintillion calculations and thousands of parallel quantum processors to track the exact position of each constituent elementary particle at every point in time during the transmission. Jacob and Tong Chong have designed systems that track large telecargo transmissions for Salazar Technologies and Legbert Tech before, while they responded efficiently. I believe they can modify their methodology to work with living tissue once you brief them on the primary principles and potential pitfalls peculiar to this application. Olivia turned sharply to her left to look at Jacob and Tong Chong seated next to each other. Tong Chong gave a small nod, his silver hair flowing gently forwards and then back with the motion, like a wave of metallic grass in the summer breeze of an alien world. We will do our best. Jacob silently smiled his agreement. Olivia's gaze wandered too, and then lingered briefly on the diminutive figure of Leslie, sitting beside Jacob, who appeared to be leaning away from her. He seemed nervous and self-conscious. He obviously finds her attractive, Olivia thought. Good. Can we meet at 2 o'clock, my office, to discuss the details and try to come up with a first-pass working plan? Yes, of course. Excellent. When you have a conceptual design, please show it to me. Tiago spoke with his hands folded across his chest. He was nursing a mild hangover. Yes, please run any major plans by Tiago before you finalize on anything, and write it up in your Neurostream reports. He's the only one here beside me with a firm enough grasp of all the moving parts we are trying to align here, Wole added, trying his best to sound encouraging and enthusiastic. When do you think we will have something to report back to our NATO liaison? Susan Willis's voice had the same texture as her uniform. Crisp, clear, and professional, except for the slight, near imperceptible tremor at the end of each word. Your presentation schedule has the phases and gates clearly defined, but you didn't include any dates. We need a sort of specific timeline. We won't know until we start. I already explained all this to Salazar, Wole replied. I know, and I know what these things are like, but we can't just leave it open-ended. They want some informal timeline at least. There has to be some kind of time-bound objective. I can't give you one, I'm sorry, he snapped. But I need some kind of response. It's not possible for us to kick off without any time in mind. Well, it's not possible to answer the question you're asking me either, but you keep asking anyway. Susan looked around the room. All eyes were on her, and in all of them, she saw the judgmental gaze of her mother. She began to sweat. Technically, she was meant to be in charge of the project, supposed to be Wole's boss. At least that's what the organograms and communiques said. But all the eyes in the room saw through the bureaucratic labels. They knew Wole was in charge. He was the only reason the rest of them were there, and he was making sure she understood this as well, in his own small way, establishing his authority. She kicked herself mentally for giving him the opportunity. Fine, she conceded. No time frame for now. Thank you. The response was curt. The silence that followed echoed in all the spaces around them, oppressive and heavy, while they decided to end the meeting. So does anyone have any other major issues with the project and the plan? Any serious personal doubts or concerns we need to discuss immediately? One by one, everyone in the room shook their heads and said no. 2 of them were lying. 2. Document 0141987-CHE-139-D. Data Neurostream Security Level 4. Lethal. To not download without clearance key. Project name, Dragonfly. Project number 0141987-CHE. Project sponsors, Diego Salazar, General Stuart Townsend. Project manager, Lieutenant Susan Willis. Status, Phase 1 complete. Phase 2, pending approval. Expenses to date, $9,234,089,451.34. Risk level, Class 8. Executive summary. Preliminary studies began by testing several proposed and published matter deconstruction, transmission, and reconstruction methodologies on living things with satisfactory results. Applying standard telecargo processes to unicellular organisms led to severe cell degradation and death. Alterations were made to the working principles of a standard telecargo unit and tested sequentially. After 108 iterations, tests with unicellular organisms were eventually successful, immaterially displacing them from one chamber to another. Subjects died during the procedure, since life energy alignment was not incorporated. As per Phase 1 success parameters, the successful displacement of biomatter without any degradation of cell structure is now considered complete. The life energy signal transmission will follow in Phase 2. Olawale J. Adedeji, 1208-2085. It was morning, and the trees had turned to living torches of red, brown, and gold. Leaves were piled on the dew-covered grass outside, and the mystifying colors of the early sun bounced about the grounds. Susan did not feel the tingling sensation most people got at the beginning of autumn. She smiled a wan, colorless smile as she placed the Phase 2 approval documents in Wole's thin fingers. "Congratulations, Professor," Susan said, in as comradely a tone as she could manage. Some people up top actually didn't believe anything would come of this, thought we were just flushing money down the toilet. Now they've seen this, they're a bit more inclined to believe we just might pull it off. Might? Wole asked, with false incredulity in his voice and a proud look in his eye. He was seated at his desk, His skin was dark and dull in the dimmed light of his office. The office was ugly, in an efficient sort of way. There was nothing noticeably out of place, nothing in particular that offended the eye, and yet the severity of the place was unpleasant. The lack of warmth, the stark preciseness, and the ubiquitous brown and gray finishing conspired to cultivate a subtle, unfeeling ugliness. He did not ask Susan to sit down. She shifted her weight to favor her left leg. Is that the official standpoint of NATO? That we just might pull it off? His tone was mildly caustic. They and their equipment had wrestled with Heisenberg's principle and Rock's hypothesis and won. That deserved a lot more than a just might, in his opinion. Yes, actually, Susan was tired of putting up with the professor's little verbal pokes and prods. Yes, it is. This is still just an experiment to them. Well, I suppose we have to give them a miracle to hold on to. That would certainly help. Susan did her best not to roll her eyes. Since I didn't give you any time frame for all this, how long do you think it would take before we test phase 2? Best guess. Another year, maybe. We've always known that the live signal transmission and realignment will be the trickiest part of this project. Yes, it is. But I think we can pull off a successful displacement within the month, Wole said with a smile. We can? Susan's eyebrows arched in unbelief. Wole rose and ambled over to a window that overlooked the expansive courtyard. He raised his eyes and, through the window, in the distance, past the boundaries of the research facility, and well past the southern bypass, along which senescent trees stood close together like soldiers guarding the grounds. He could see a steady stream of hovercycles gliding along the elevated magnetic highways that led to Oxford. Yes, I will brief you and the rest of the team tomorrow on the revised plan. Would you be kind enough to schedule a meeting? Susan sighed. He was doing it again. Treating her like some kind of glorified secretary and refusing to engage her in any detailed scientific discussion, except at general meetings. She clenched her fist so tightly that she broke a nail, bit her lip, turned around, and was about to leave when he said it. Thank you, Susan. His voice was tepid. He did not even have the courtesy to look at her. For all your support and encouragement. There was nothing about his gratitude that seemed honest, true. His words were as efficiently ugly as his office, and even emptier than the space between them. She didn't want to say it, but she did anyway. It was the polite thing to do. You're welcome. The plasmium door retracted soundlessly, and she walked through briskly, fighting to dam the deluge of acrid words building up behind her tongue. She brushed past the flustered Olivia Walsh on her way out, noticing just how much the lead biotechnical engineer's smile broadened as she entered the professor's office. You like her, no? Jacob Elijah Stern nearly jumped out of his ergonomic fiberglass chair, more embarrassed than startled. He turned swiftly to take in the sight of Tiago, letting out a jocund laugh that eased its way out of him, continuous and rich, and thick like warm honey. The sound relaxed Jacob, and he gingerly settled back into his chair, mentally trying to regain his composure as he did. Tiago stopped laughing, lowered his voice, and spoke through a broad smile. You were staring ahead so intently, your eyes almost popped out like a cartoon. I was just thinking, Jacob said unconvincingly. Yes, thinking. You're thinking about you and Leslie in Paris, padlocking promises of love on Le Pont de la Chevêche, kissing passionately on the Eiffel Tower. I know this type of thinking. It is why I pay child support to 3 ex-wives now. Thiago's Clouseau-inspired faux French accent was appropriately atrocious. Oh God, is it that obvious? My boy, every time you stand next to her or talk to her, you look like you will spontaneously combust. Jacob's groan drew a brief stare from a passing lab assistant. I don't know. His voice lowered to a whisper. I just really like her. From the moment I saw her, I just couldn't stop looking at her and thinking about her. And every time she speaks, she sounds... He sighed, overwhelmed. Did you know she minored in Boreology in college? Took some of Dr. Rourke's classes at Stanford? She's so smart and so beautiful and so... I don't know. Why are you talking to me then? You should tell her all this. We work together. It will complicate things. My boy, Thiago said, placing his hand on the younger man's left shoulder. Sometimes, silence is not golden. Sometimes, unsaid words are just rusty iron anchors, weighing down the best bits of the soul. Jacob sighed. I know, but I don't know. We work together. And so? So it could be awkward or messy. And this is one of the most important projects in the world, in human history. I can't let my feelings screw anything up. Yes, but it's already awkward for the rest of us, watching you fidget like a fish every time she opens her mouth or walks past you. Jacob groaned again, and Thiago punched him on the shoulder playfully. Look, it doesn't have to be awkward, you know. You could just ask her out on a date. Talk to her about something that is not work. Go to the Oxford Theatre on George Street. See a play or something. I can't. Yes, you can. No, I can't, Jacob insisted, his eyes lowering. Yes, you can. Are you a betting man, Jacob? Sometimes. Good enough. Remember how at the meeting yesterday, Wole said he thinks we have all the components in place to transmit a life signal? Yes. Jacob was curious where Thiago was going with it all. Well, he told me that we will be attempting a full displacement next week. Friday. What? So soon? Jacob put his left hand in his right nervously. Yes. He will confirm it tomorrow. Besides, you and I both know the transmitter is pretty much set. In theory, it should work, even though I personally doubt it will. Everything is balanced correctly. We just need to try it and see what happens. Revise our models if something is off. Good old-fashioned science. Okay? Jacob swiveled his chair around so he could look at Thiago directly without twisting his neck. Well, I'll wait for the lieutenant to confirm. But what does this have to do with me and Leslie? It's simple. If the test is successful, you have to ask her out. If it's not, I'll buy you a bottle of Chateau Margaux 45. And you can continue pining for her in silence. Deal? Jacob, in his painfully plain white lab coat, lacking even the minor decoration of a name tag, placed both his elbows on the table, rested his jaw on the tip of his palms, which were closed as though in prayer, and regarded his jovial, older colleague. Thiago was right. He did need to do something about his unresolved feelings for Leslie. This was as good a reason as any. He stuck out his hand. It's a deal. Rolayo sat with Temi in the living room of the bungalow, watching holographic shapes and colors dance across the room. The young boy had placed his head in her lap, and she rocked them gently, trying to lull him to sleep so she could try to go to sleep as well. Try. Her eyes were sunken and red. She had not been sleeping well. She had not been eating well. She had not been living well. Her phone started to vibrate on her thigh. She suppressed a hopeful smile, not willing to have her hopes raised, only to have them dashed again, and hurriedly stuck its cable into her life dock when she saw the name of the caller. Hi. The voice transmitted directly into her brain, triggering all the memories that were associated with it. It was the first time he had called her in almost 7 months. Hi, Wole. Rolayo, how are you? Good. You? I'm fine. I just called to see how Temi is doing. He's fine. He came third in his school science project, and he's going to Abuja for the finals. He wants to be like his daddy. That's nice. No sound came into her mind for a few seconds after that. She rubbed the head of the sleeping boy on her laps gently and explained, I'm sure he would have liked to talk to you, but he's tired. It's been a long day. It's okay. I've had a long day too. I'm going to bed soon. So that's it. Rolayo could not hide the disappointment in her voice. She tried not to hope he would be different tonight. She'd failed. Yes, it is. Wole, she stuttered, her fingers trembling. She was about to tell him how sad she had become, how unhappy she had been since their separation, how much she missed him, his voice, his touch, his love. She was about to speak, but her son let out a yawn, distracting her. What is it? Nothing. I will call you later then. His voice had changed. It had a faint, almost imperceptible whiff of starkness about it, as though he was deliberately shutting her out. Wole, she said, her voice small and clear. Wole, listen to me. I don't want to do this any... Rolayo, not now, please. I'm not in the mood for whatever it is you want to argue about. That's too bad for you. Sorry, but you've ignored me enough. I'm tired. Tired, you hear? I don't know where you are. I don't know what you are doing. You've spent the last 5 years becoming more and more obsessed and aloof. You need to think about us. About more than... Shut up. His voice was cold and laced with a rough edge that Rolayo had never heard before. Just shut up, please. Give Temi my love and tell him I called. I will call you later. Good night. The line went dead. Rolayo could barely contain her shock. She sat still, rigidified by the sudden clarity that her husband was now a different man. An obsessed man. A fearful and cruel man. A quarter of the world away, Wole Adedeji stood by his office window, embraced by a cold combination of silence, regret, and darkness. The dragonfly sparkled yellow and red as it scuttled about the elongated cuboid holding chamber like a strange, sentient hieroglyph. Olivia thought its constant motion odd, but chalked it up to some form of stress, brought on by captivity, or perhaps, she considered fancifully, it possessed a particular prescience pertaining to what was about to happen. Which one of you cloudy-eyed philosopher-poets had the grand idea of using an actual dragonfly as our first text subject again? Tiago asked sarcastically, as opposed to something that didn't move around quite so much. I did. Tongchen did not raise his head. Well, let's just hope it brings us good luck. Everyone take your places and stay alert. We will commence in 5 minutes. Wole looked grave. Everything was ready now. The equipment was in place, and glowing equations and numbers flowed across surface panels and monitors in a bright, colorful data stream river. He had done all he could. Now they just had to trust the molecules and life energies to follow the superluminal pathways they would carve for them through space. Wole was painfully aware that Diego Salazar was monitoring everything that happened in the laboratory through the assortment of recording devices and mirror data stream transmissions that had come pre-installed with their equipment. Wole could almost feel that piercing, narrow gaze at his back of his skull. Tiago? Sam? Tonchon? Jacob? Leslie? At the sound of their names, the scientists each lifted their thumbs in somber okays from where they stood. Each in one segment of 6 in the expansive hexagonal space, behind the reinforced glass, monitoring several data streams and standing over other researchers in their respective teams. Wole sat in the final segment, the main control center with Susan, Dr. Zebani, and 2 military attachés, watching them with bated breath of their own. The displacement assembly sat in the center, facing Jacob's segment. It was a simple contraption of 2 main parts, one of which was the first transmission chamber, a 10-foot tall cuboid of pure quartz glass, crowned by odd discs and more silver wire, for the dragonfly, and the other was a similarly designed reception chamber where the dragonfly would reappear, reconstituted and revived, if all went according to plan. Between the 2 chambers stood a black ovoid device, about 14 feet high, and into which were set 42 small transparent discs. At the base of the device sat 2 cylinders filled with plasmium coils. These would first attenuate and then amplify the dragonfly's life energy during the transmission. Jacob would monitor the energy balance personally as a sort of human failsafe in case something went wrong with the automated coils. Wole could almost see the stress biting into the young man's shoulders. The dragonfly buzzed and flew sharply around the chamber, flashing its glassy wings. Okay, stern, in 3. A digital 3 made of hollow lines flickered to life in the air above the room, where everyone could see it. And then it began to count down. Wole called it out, even though he did not need to. 3. The air became heavy, and breaths became burdens as everyone looked up, sliding on tinted goggles. 2. Leslie looked at Jacob, with his finger poised above the silver switch, and his bottom lip between his teeth. Her eyes filled with an oblique pride in her not-so-secret admirer. 1. Click. There was a singular moment of liquid clarity, where focus centered on the dragonfly. It seemed to stop midair for that infinitesimal second, as if waiting for the scanners to log its elementary particles and siphon its life energy. And then there was an explosion. A harsh, seismic growl, followed by a blinding orange flash that sundered everything inside the chambers before slamming to the reinforced barrier with chemical rage. Boom! The barrier gave, becoming shrapnel and allowing the vicious bubble of abused pressure and temperature to enter the rest of the laboratory. Tremors shook the underground facility and rattled its metal and glass body like a besieged city. Heat tore its way across the hexagonal space, consuming the air ahead of it with fury. Monitors and data streams went dead. Acrid gray smoke filled the room, and pandemonium descended. Diffused darkness fell like a cloak all around the space, only to be driven out instantly by the harsh red of the emergency lights. There was shouting and gasping. Someone yelped, a man, and then there was a scream, loud and siren clear. Jacob! It was Leslie. Wole, who could have sworn that he saw the dragonfly shimmering azure a fraction of a second before the explosion, stumbled out of his chair and through the crimson smoke haze, heading for the source of the scream, there were other sounds. The whir of the giant fans as they wound down without power. Crackling wires, the spray of the automatic deluge system in the main chamber. Tiago, John, and several others were coughing and groaning. But that Jacob cut through everything and made his heart sink. He feared the worst. Dr. Alima Zebani pushed past him briskly in a blow of Levantine hair and light perfume. She knelt beside Jacob's stern, sprawled-out body and began checking his vital signs with the strength of manner, efficiency, and disregard for danger around her that only a doctor who had seen the brutality of war could possibly possess. Sliding her fingers to feel his throat for a pulse and finding none, she slowed her actions. Burns were splashed across his cheeks and scalp, like paint rudely poured across fine art. There was a large shard of glass lodged in his abdomen. The air was saturated with the indelible smell of burning flesh. The way his limbs were flung about with such lifeless abandon made it clear to both Wole and Leslie before Zebani spoke. Still, her words flew past their ears like bullets. "I'm sorry. He's gone." Wole put his hands to his hips and his chin dropped to his chest, heavy with an overflow of emotions. "He's dead." There was a gurgling sound coming from somewhere near them. Dr. Zebani turned sharply to her left. She saw one of the other engineers, where the portion of his throat slit open. He was fighting to breathe. She shouted at Wole, "Call the emergency medical team in, now." The dragonfly, shimmering blue like the surface of a lake at full moon, hovered drunkenly around the broken fragment of reinforced pure quartz glass in the darkness. It hesitated briefly before flying straight into the glass, crashing into it with all the grace of a blind, one-winged bird carrying a dumbbell. It fell to the floor, dazed, but not dead. Only a few moments passed before it rose again, hovered drunkenly, and then flew with even more momentum into the glass again. Around it, metal smoldered, smoke cloaked, and voices echoed as the facility's medical team tended to the injured. But the dragonfly continued to smash itself into the glass over and over again until his thorax finally cracked and began to ooze dark fluid. It fell to the floor like the fallen petal of some exotic flower. At the foot of the broken glass fragment, on which was stenciled in white copper plate font, "Reception Chamber 04198-CHE." 3. Document 0141987-CHE-146-B. Incident Report. Data Neurostream Security Level 4. Lethal. Do not download without clearance key. Project name: Dragonfly. Project number: 0141987-CHE. Project sponsors: Diego Salazar, General Stuart Townsend. Project manager: Lieutenant Susan Willis. Status: Phase 2. Rework. Expenses to date: $35,934,109,661.02. Risk level: Class 10. Executive summary: the explosion that occurred during the first MLMD was due to an energy imbalance during the life signal attenuation and amplification process. Although the signal was transmitted successfully, the signal was overamplified, causing the receiver assembly to overload and trigger an explosion. See Appendix F. All Phase 2 work will be redone as outlined in Section 3 of this report to ensure that there are no more such miscalculations and such a regrettable incident does not repeat itself. Olawale J. Adedeji, 2401-2086. The funeral had been a bleak affair. Gunmetal London sky and ragged sobs. The polished gleam of refined wood that would be warm meal in months. Jacob had been put into the earth behind the American embassy, buried properly according to his mother's wishes, not reduced to ashes and tossed to the wind as had become the fashion. Wole personally found cremation to be more dignified than being buried and left to rot and filth, but he kept his mouth shut throughout the proceedings. He had simply stood and watched as people held hands to their faces to hide the grief that lay there in ugly wrinkles and strained expressions. 4 members of the team, Jacob's mother and his sister, who barely lifted her shivering blonde head, were present. Susan Willis represented the U.S. government in her uniform, trying to convince the 2 women that their son, brother, had died for something very important, serving his country, even though she could not say exactly what it was or why he had died. He was supporting some very important national security work. That's all I can say. But you must know, he was a hero. She answered unconvincingly when Jacob's sister Laura pulled her aside and asked for the last time, her eyes earnest and vitreous, almost pleading for some kind of truth. Susan could tell she was not satisfied, but she did not ask anything more. The team returned to work on the project, ghosts of their former selves drifting across the facility. They moved in near silence at first, barely whispering essential words. Diego Salazar was conspicuously silent. Tiago, who had been drunk for 3 days straight, refused to speak to anyone after he found the error. Susan barely spoke. She was responsible for the project and, as far as she was concerned, it was her personal failure that had cost Jacob his life. Leslie continued to work efficiently, but would often stare into empty space for short, sad moments. Wole became obsessed with double checks and safety. He was running the project desperately over budget. Susan's own official objections were as unenthusiastic as the English rain in spring. Only Olivia challenged him about it. I know the errors have been fixed. Double, triple, and quadruple checks have been done. But I will not be in that room for the next test. None of us will. I've requisitioned 24 androids that can be programmed to follow remote commands. We will just rerun the simulations and calculations with a wider uncertainty window until they arrive. Olivia sighed softly at the latent pain in Wole's voice. A classified data neurostream had come in 3 days before, instructing them to redo the test and close out phase 2, or the project would be handed over to a new team. Olivia was not looking forward to another displacement test, but she knew Salazar and his friends had grown weary of parting with their shimmering pennies to buoy an academic's conscience. Dragonfly's cost had ballooned beyond any expectation. The zeros she saw in the weekly progress reports made her head spin. She walked over to his side of the desk, where he cradled his head in his arms like some fragile thing. The gray in his hair had expanded down to his hollow unshaven cheeks, like grainy powder. She put her hand on his shoulder. Look, we both know Salazar will deny your android request, the same way he rejected the last 3 you put in. You're just scared. That's fine. We all are. We should be, even. But the errors have been fixed. The chest chamber has been reinforced, so much we could probably watch a nuclear device go off in there without even getting uncomfortable in our chairs. She smiled a strained smile. We owe it to Jacob to do this, to make it work. We can't let them bring in another team, now that we've done all the heavy lifting. You can't let it happen. She paused for effect. What happened was an error, a mistake. Don't let them take this all away from you because of it. Wole looked up, his eyes more hunted than they had ever been. I suppose you're right. We should just do this. Good. Olivia's strained smile blossomed into a beam of pearly white teeth, thin lips, and dimpled cheeks. We'll run a few more simulations in the morning and then set up for a test next week. You look awful, by the way. Well, his eyes lit up at that, and he noticed for the first time since they had started their discussion just how good it was being so close to Olivia again, having her allay his fears and concerns so deftly as she had all those years ago. He rose to his feet, almost a phantom in his oversized jacket. I know I do, but you don't look awful at all. You glow, and the sight of you warms me. He thought he was exaggerating, his speech lipping into overblown flattery as a joke, but as the words slipped out of him, he realized it was raw truth. That was when he noticed there was little more than a breath between them. You flatterer. Her voice was suddenly husky. I'm the palest and most terrified I've ever been, and yet you've never looked more beautiful. Her palms came up to cup his bristly cheeks, igniting a fire with her touch. His frilled fingers reached around and unpinned the severe bun she had done her hair up into, letting her hair pour like flames down her shoulders. His breath hitched as Relayo flashed across his mind, and though he felt a brief pang of regret at what he was about to do, it was assuaged by the memory of her confession and anger at the fact that she had never admitted who she had cheated on him with. Besides, he wasn't in love with her anymore. Olivia captured Wally's lips in her warm mouth, and he forgot it all. Ambition, pain, anger, fear. Their loud breaths filled the dark room, where the only light came in golden slivers through the office blinds. She pulled off his coat hungrily and revealed brittle shoulders that nearly made her gasp. With her hand on his humming heart, she led him down to the couch. There, they stoked fires they didn't know still burned, and one pleasure blurred into another. After, they held one another, soft and sweaty, more alive than they had been in a long time. Thank you, Leslie said to Tong Chong, speaking over her mug and blowing the rising wisps of steam streaming from her latte. They were sitting in a small but cozy coffee shop on Oxford High Street, glad to be isolated from the cold February evening air and away from the sterility of the facility, where every motion, breath, and glance was magnified and reflected. Tong Chong allowed himself a smile. You're welcome, he said, noticing that Leslie was tense. Probably, he thought, because they had never really been alone together before, which resulted in a sort of mild awkwardness. He did not mind shared quiet moments, but he was not one to beat about the bush, so he broke the silence, knowing that Leslie needed to talk. Just talk. There is something on your mind, isn't there? It may be good to let it out. Is that why you brought me here for coffee? To talk? She was defensive by reflex. He could tell it wasn't real. It is one of several reasons. There is usually more than one reason for a thing, Leslie. He adjusted his glasses and sipped his cappuccino. I also wanted some company away from work. My wife has gone to see her family for Chinese New Year. It is the beginning of the year of the horse. A good time to leave old things behind and begin new ones. Perhaps we will be lucky when we run the displacement test again on Thursday, no? What happened to Jacob was not just bad luck. Her voice was strained. It's this project. Everything about it. The people behind it. Even the very idea of it, teleporting a person. Beyond the basics of eating and breathing and motion, we all know that there's far more to being alive than having all your molecules in the right order or having your life energies aligned properly. or even being able to tick off systemic functions on a list. Life is far more complicated. Living is far more complicated. Oh, you don't believe in what we are doing then? She took a sip of a cappuccino. It was becoming tepid. I used to. I thought it was an important step in understanding. It doesn't matter. Now I see it for what it is. Her live dog vibrated. Excuse me. She looked down at her extended right hand, powered on the neural connection, and allowed the data flow into her brain. Realizing it was just a message from her mother, she smiled to herself as she adjusted her position on the chair's curve to see Tong Chong casually cleaning the lens of his glasses with a small cloth. His eyes trained on her, expectant. Sorry about that. I was saying, now I see why we shouldn't do it. I can't really explain it, but I just know. You can't possibly believe so strongly in something you can't explain. I do. She seemed passionate now. I believe we are defying the natural order of things by trying to teleport a living thing. It's why, despite all our careful planning, something went wrong. I think there will always be something wrong, no matter how correct our equations look. That's a bizarre way for an engineer to look at things. It's not really. I realize now that the universe must have a way of preventing violations of its own fundamental laws. Are you familiar with the Novikov self-consistency conjecture, Dr. Zhang? Of course. He put his glasses back on. That is one example, I believe. Consider time travel. If an event exists that would give rise to a time paradox, or to any change to the past whatsoever, then the universe acts to make the probability of that event occurring zero. Something will always happen to ensure it cannot occur. Perhaps that's the kind of thing that is happening here at Dragonfly. There was an ebullient energy to her expressions as she argued. Tongchun looked at her over the rim of his glasses and smiled softly. I'm not sure that's quite an accurate analogy, Leslie. Besides, the Novikov principle is a convenient hypothetical solution to a difficult hypothetical problem. Time travel is, as of today anyway, impossible. So is teleportation. At least until you try again next week. Tongchung took a quiet sip of his cappuccino and looked Leslie right in the eyes. He could sense something verbal beneath her usually calm and quiet surface. Something she had to get off her chest. He decided to tread on what he knew was fragile ground. We have been extremely meticulous. I know Jacob's death traumatized you. It traumatized all of us. Let's not talk about that. Her tone was low, but firm. I'm sorry if I touched on a sensitive issue, but I'm leaving, Dr. Zhang. She interrupted him, looking away as she did, as though looking him in the eye would make her revelation have any less of an impact. She ran her hand through her hair as she did, wondering what Jacob would have been doing if he were still alive, and had worked up the courage to act on his very painfully obvious crush. I'm going back to Venezuela. I wanted to leave a long time ago, but stayed because Jacob believed in this project. And I thought it would be a way of paying some kind of respect to him by helping to complete it. But now, I know I can't continue. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be there. Have you told Professor Adedeji? Tongchong asked pragmatically. Not yet, but I will tomorrow. Susan? Yes, she knows. She doesn't like it, but she respects my decision. And what of your agreement with Salazar? I leave with 40% of my fee, and install a permanent lethal non-disclosure data neurostream key. If I ever talk about the project to unauthorized persons, my live doc shuts my neural pathways, and I die. I see. Tong Chung's reaction was hard to describe. It was a combination of gentle concern and understanding. Well, it appears you have made up your mind. He managed a little smile. It has been a pleasure working with you, Leslie. And it's been an honor working with you, Dr. Zhang. Please, just call me Tong Chung. We've known each other long enough. Okay, Tong Chung. And good luck next week. The overhead lights illuminated Tong Chung's face. He finished his cappuccino, placed his cup on the table between them, and paused contemplatively. His eyelids were half closed, yet a quiet strength seemed to stream from them that Leslie took as a sign of his approval. She finished her latte and placed the empty mug on the table beside his. When he spoke, it was through thin lips that opened only slightly. Well, it is the beginning of the year of the horse. A good time to leave old things behind. Helicar blades chopped the cold and clammy morning air outside the building into noisy, frenzied eddies. From inside his office on the third, above-ground level floor, Professor Wole Talabi gently pushed Olivia's red head of hair away from its place in the crook of his shoulder and lumbered curiously to the window to see what was going on. He adjusted the solar filters and peered out to see a black helicar entering at a tilt into the airspace in front of the building. Guided by someone in military camouflage, wearing a bright lime green vest and a matte black helmet, holding two devices that glowed electric orange. The helicar banked hard, decelerated sharply, and hovered above the lawn grounds, waiting for the attaché to give the final signal to touch down. Olivia, get up, Wole barked out as he drew away from the window, threw on his jacket hastily, and raked his messy, knotted mass of hair clumsily with his hands. What is going on? She asked groggily. We have an unexpected visitor. It must be one of the NATO people. Probably just a drill or a check of some kind. Don't worry yourself, they never come here. The NATO officers who usually visited tried not to draw too much attention to the location, and they usually sent general data neurostreams ahead of time, either out of courtesy or a military need for order and documentation. This was something else. It's not. Just get up, Olivia, please. Okay. Reluctantly, Olivia rose from the couch, slid her feet into her black pumps, and brushed down her skirt. They eased through the door and into the elevator. Reaching the ground floor of the building in a few seconds, they made their way toward the entrance that led to the lawn. As they rounded the bend at the end of the corridor and stepped onto the lawn, they could see the sleek black helicar sitting silent on the lawn like a giant metal insect. The pilot stood beside it, facing away from them. The person in the camouflage and helmet that had evidently coordinated the landing was standing behind a familiar figure in a wheelchair. Professor Adedeji, Dr. Walsh. It's been a while since we met in the flesh, has it not? Mr. Salazar, Wole exclaimed. We weren't expecting you. This is a bit of a surprise. Good. I would have been surprised if you weren't surprised. I didn't tell anyone I was coming until I was already almost here. To what do we owe the pleasure of our benefactor's presence then? Olivia asked. Diego's broad, heavy-set shoulders shook with laughter as he fired a neural signal through his life dock to his wheelchair engine, propelling it forward slowly. You're funny, Dr. Walsh. Not to mention quite charming and disarming with that bedhead. I see you and the professor are very comfortable working together. Olivia blushed bright. I just came to see what keeps running up my expenses. The person in camouflage took off the helmet to reveal short black hair flowing around the hawkish, scarred face. Susan. She retrieved a small bag from within the helicar, shook the pilot's hand, and moved gracefully toward Diego in short, measured steps. Wole and Olivia tried to hide their surprise. Okay. Why the secrecy, though? Wole could not help feeling defensive. Is it because of the test tomorrow? You think we'll have another disaster like last time? You want to see our schematics and equations for yourself? Tranquilo, Professor. Relax. Diego smiled and raised his muscled arms into the air in mock surrender. Wole thought he was being patronizing. Look, yes, I am here about the test tomorrow, but not exactly in the manner you may think. You should know by now I am not the kind to micromanage. So, why the secrecy then? I don't like theatrics. Diego huffed and stopped smiling. He dropped his hands to his abnormally thin thighs and rested them there, surveying the environment before focusing again on the two in front of him. Olivia tried not to look at his small, underdeveloped legs as they swung from the padded seat of the silver and black wheelchair. She felt uncomfortable. Fine then, but let's go inside first. It's nippy, and I want to see the main facility. I'm sorry, please. Yes, inside. While he gestured to the corridor he and Olivia had just come through, and stepped to the side gently. Diego thought his chair forward, silently zooming past the two scientists, through the lawn and toward the corridor. Susan jogged after him, reaching him just before he entered the building. Wole exhaled sharply before taking Olivia's hand and leading her back into the building behind Diego, who started speaking as soon as he heard the two additional footsteps on the tiled floors. I know the displacement test will work. I always have. I believed in you and your ideas and abilities long before anyone else did, Professor. And I still do. You should never forget that. They reached the elevator door, and Diego paused. The door dematerialized at the touch of the pilot's finger on the call button panel beside it, and the group stepped in. The door returned with a light, indicating they were headed for the underground level. But not everyone is as confident in Dragonfly as I am, Diego continued, and unfortunately, deaths have occurred, and costs have ballooned. We budgeted $21 billion for this venture, and we're prepared to pay double that if we had to. I was personally willing to revise that estimate by a factor of 3 if it came to it. He paused and exhaled slowly as the elevator started moving, and he felt the acceleration begin in his gut. But you have spent $63 billion so far, and there's little to show for it except terabytes of data, some pretty equations, and 3 dead researchers. At this pace, by the time we reach the commercialization phase, the cost will be astronomical, even by my own very elastic standards. Wole gripped the fiberglass rails that ran along the middle of the elevator car. He had already begun fearing the worst. Salazar had come to have him replaced. He looked at Susan, but all he got was a firm look of resolve that he had never seen on her before. What is your point? My point is that we need to accelerate all this. Diego rotated his chair so that he was oblique to both Wole and Olivia. The pilot stood entirely behind him. Olivia was white-knuckling her way through the entire ride, uncharacteristically fearful and silent. Accelerate? No. I would take the risk of another. You have double-checked everything for tomorrow's test? Diego interrupted. You are sure you haven't made any mistakes this time? That evinced another defensive snap from Wole. Yes, Of course. But the effects and the good, that's all the assurance I need. That we need. The elevator stopped, and the door faded to nothingness again as its molecules were temporarily teleported into a hidden space between two plasma slats in the wall cavity. They stepped out to meet a wall of glass and a shower of harsh light. Who is we? Wole asked, as he placed his live dock over the security panel of the security barrier and allowed it verify his access codes. Diego Salazar nodded slightly at Susan. She smiled faintly. The kind of efficient smile one would see on the face of an overworked nurse. Diego continued. Did you know Susan was one of the best tactical commandos in the NATO Unified Armies? She started as a mechanical engineer in the Army Corps, then Special Forces. Saw action in Cuba and Demos before moving into Research and Development Command. She has managed this project since inception and knows all the details. She's also ultimately responsible for its success or failure, and she knows that. My point is, she comes highly recommended, has a near-perfect medical history, is absolutely committed to this project, and is of sound mind. Wole and Olivia shot each other puzzled looks as they entered the main hexagonal facility room. Olivia asked, Susan, what's going on? Susan remained silent, still smiling. You didn't answer my question, Mr. Salazar. They all took seats close to the front before Wole addressed Diego again. I did. Diego thought his chair into a place at the head of the table. Susan by his side, that faint, efficient smile still plastered on her face. You asked who I meant by we, and I explained, implying that by we, I meant myself and Susan. Primarily, at least. We, in turn, represent the decision of the NATO Dragonfly Committee. And why do they, need our assurance? Olivia asked, already beginning to suspect what the answer would be, but refusing to allow herself think it would be right. They wouldn't risk it, surely. A sharp light came into Diego's smiling eyes. Because Susan will be stepping into the displacement chamber tomorrow. Wole's breathing became labored, and his sallow face let itself hang loose in confusion, as a meaningless querying sound escaped his lips. Eh? Diego ignored the reactions. Susan has volunteered to be our first human test subject. His expression hardened, and his lips thinned to the business edge of a knife. That is why I'm here, Professor. Dragonfly begins human trials tomorrow. The two 10-foot cuboid quartz glass and metal chambers rose from the white floor like monoliths. Wole felt very old and weary. He shifted uneasily as the black, ovoid transmission and amplification attenuation coil assembly between them flashed a sequence of lights the color of the sky. They were seconds away from their second test, and this time, the stakes were much higher. Susan's nude body, taut muscle, woven around perfectly proportioned skeletal frame, stood still inside. She was unperturbed by her exposure. The same firm smile on her face that had been there when Diego first arrived. In front of her, Diego was nestled comfortably in his wheelchair and observing the scene from behind the reinforced observation chamber, like a king over his kingdom. We are all set. Tiago's eyes were sunken. Ready any time you are. And may God have mercy on us all. Don't be dramatic. Diego did not bother to turn around to address him. We've already been over this 1,000 times. So just stop whining, get in your position, and wait for the initiation sequence. Dr. Zibani stood still, stolid. Wole turned slightly, and Tiago looked to his gaunt and pallid friend for some kind of support, watching for even as little as a firm nod of camaraderie in disapproval. He got nothing. His friend was resigned to this. Wole shook his head limply. In 2 minutes. Diego had first laughed at the team's refusal to test the transmitter on a human subject, no matter how willing. Then he'd threatened to have all their accounts frozen and all the fees recalled. When that still did not change their minds, he informed them that they would be removed from the project, disavowed, and given no legal protections. They refused still, Wole most adamantly of all. That was when Diego told them to talk to Susan, and she'd insisted that she needed to do it. She told them that she'd received a stern reprimand from the Dragonfly Committee over the ballooning budget and what they referred to as her abysmally ineffective management of a project that was starting to exceed her control and understanding, and that another team was ready, proposing to reach human trials within months. So she'd contacted her former boss, who would approach the committee with her own proposal. She told them she was a better soldier than she was a manager, and she was more comfortable risking her life to achieve an objective than she was trying to direct a broken, unhappy team. She told them that if this worked, she'd be a hero, a key player in a major scientific breakthrough that even her mother would have acknowledged. And if she died, she'd die a soldier, with pride. She told them this was the only way to get back on track, and that they had to help her, help them the best way she could. Reluctantly, they finally agreed. Firozi? Walsh? Jong? Valero? Duff? Well, they called out the names. They lifted their hands in sequence to indicate readiness, each monitoring several data streams, and the other junior researchers and technicians in their teams. They moved like white-coated planets, each in their own minor orbit, around the screen or panel, located behind glass that could withstand 3 nuclear detonations. Wole's finger hovered over the main control panel. Everything about the situation felt like a dream. A part of him was eager to see the outcome, perform the test, and for that he was ashamed. He was afraid for Susan, and he wished he felt strong enough to resist the pressure, to say no, to do what he knew was the right thing. But he didn't. Instead, he pushed the button. The red light flickered across the elements of the HoloLine panel that hung over the chamber in the sharp, haphazard way of pollinating insects. Susan tensed visibly as all eyes focused on her. The air of the laboratory was stiflingly still, saturated with a vaguely electric mix of tension, apprehension, and expectation. 3, 2, 1. Click. There was a small, high-pitched hum and a blinding, overly long flash of white light. The researchers stood frozen, captivated like deer in approaching headlights, breaths collectively held. The moment seemed to last a small slice of forever. Wole found himself looking away from the chamber and towards Tongchong, who was standing with his hands in his pockets, staring at the reception pod. He watched the compact, silver-haired man's focused eyes widen slowly, his chest heave, and then fall slowly as he let out what was one small part of a collective exhale. No deafening roar came, no heat, and no darkness. Just fascination and relief on Tongchung's face. Wole did not need to see for himself. In that moment, he knew it was done. I've always had faith in you, Professor. Always. Wale did not hear Diego's words. Not really, anyway. He wanted to lift his hands up into the air and shout, but he simply buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed. Around him, the others hugged and smiled and cheered with relief. Get her out of the chamber and into Isolation Unit 4. Dr. Zebani called out to 2 military attachés that had been waiting for her instructions, immune to the emotions that were sweeping through the facility. She patted Wale on the back and began to trail the attachés. The reception chamber was opened, and Susan, conscious and evidently unscathed, was ushered to the secure isolation units. The cheers continued to rise as everyone in the facility slowly began to realize what had just happened. They had performed a miracle. Tiago Ferozi placed his hand on Wale's shoulder from behind. It worked. We did it. You did. I guess Rourke was wrong after all. A smile cut its way across Professor Adedeji's face from deep within his soul. Yes, he said, straining to breathe. He closed his eyes and let his mind wander. All thoughts of Diego Salazar's threats and Jacob Stern's death temporarily gone. He had done what Rourke always said he never would. What Rourke had assured him was impossible. Now the possibilities were endless. Intergalactic travel. Superluminal communication. There was so much that could be done from here. In his mind's eye, he saw a series of displacement stations across the solar system, teleporting people from planet to planet instantly. Perhaps they would name one of them after him. It was beyond revolutionary. It was scientific upheaval. That night in the conference room, despite Diego's sour presence, the wine flowed cool and sweet. Relayo got the call while she was in the shower, disconnected from her life dock. The falling water scrubbed away most of the music that made up her ringtone, leaving only a dull, persistent bass that she wasn't entirely sure had come from the ringing phone until she stepped out of the shower and looked at the display panel. He had left a recorded message. She wrapped her towel around her body and dabbed all the water off her skin before replacing the towel with a less cumbersome and more breathable Ankara wrapper. She walked to the living room of her new, small apartment and poured herself a glass of wine before walking back to retrieve her phone. In the dim light of her bedroom, she pushed the button to play the recorded message. Hi, Rolayo. I guess you're busy now. I'll call back in half an hour. His words tumbled from the speaker awkwardly, like pebbles down a hill. She took the phone with her to the living room and sat at the dining table, sipping quietly, the phone beside her, wondering what her ex-husband wanted to talk to her about, and why, until the phone rang again. Relayo put down her wine glass and lowered her eyes, even though she did not need to. She already knew it was him. Slowly, she rose from the leather chair, tightened the nut that held up her Ankara wrapper, and slid her phone cable into her life dock. She waited to feel the neural connection click in her mind, and, once the vague sense of exposure that came with allowing someone else directly into a part of her brain came over her, she spoke in halting bursts, each syllable deliberately elongated and enunciated. Hi, go on. I can hear you. Several thousand miles away, Wale Adedeji heard her voice seep into his head, and he knew she both sounded and felt different. He sighed. Hi, Rolayo. How is Temi? He is fine. Not that you care. He sighed again, this time loudly. The extent of his exhaustion came to her in a sudden wave that for a minute, she almost regretted allowing much of what had once been an intricate and powerful love for him fade and abrade to the smooth, desultory indifference it had become. Almost. Is there something you want to tell me? She prodded. I just wanted you to know, he stuttered. We did it. I'll tell you soon as I can. But we did it. After all these years, I guess I just wanted to tell you that it was. I don't care. What? For the first time, since he had known her, he heard malice in Relia's voice. I don't care, Wole. Whatever you did, it is yours entirely. The glory and the celebration. Long before you told me you wanted a divorce. Back when you said this separation would be temporary, you had already decided this thing, whatever it is, was more important than us. That we were a burden. You wanted to be without us, without me. So don't call me now, after treating me like I was luggage in your way to progress. Wole found that he couldn't say anything. Even though he should have known, she would eventually grow bitter and resentful, hateful even. What had he expected? She was the one that cheated on him, but he had been punishing and pushing her away. He'd been pushing her away even before she cheated. Since he couldn't think of anything appropriate to say, he apologized. I'm sorry. Why did you call me? She queried. I don't know. I just did. I suppose I'm used to it. She said nothing. He waited. And then Relia filled the silence. I hate you, Wole. Her words were icy, bitter. The live dog augmented cadence and tone of her declaration struck him violently. It was not that the feeling was unexpected, but hearing her say it so coldly, so cruelly, made a biting heat roil beneath his tongue, as it finally dawned on him just how much he had changed her. Don't call me again, unless it's about our son. Then she hung up on him, disconnecting her mind from his abruptly, and leaving him feeling guilty and ashamed. Back in her home, the echo of her former husband's voice gone from her head, Relia went to her kitchen sink, turned on the faucet, and listened to the steady stream of water fall and circle his way down the drain, until it was the only sound in the world. She stood by the sink in her Ankara wrapper for almost 10 minutes, before bending over the aluminum basin and dry heaving violently, as though everything she was feeling had coalesced into a coarse, greedy shape in her throat, choking her. The three figures, clustered around the observation screen of Isolation Unit 4, staring at the sessile figure, seated on the legless white bed, set at a perfect right angle into similarly white walls. They each wore a uniquely adult expression. While they had his jaw planted in his palm, lost in thought, Olivia stood beside him, her right hand on her hip. Dr. Alima Zebani was visibly exhausted, but straining not to appear so. Her tense face, framed in loose strands of jet black Levantine hair, like trails of living midnight. Diego's face was scrunched up into a scowl, and he was unable to stop staring at Susan, even as he spoke. It's been 3 days. Whatever kind of mental distortion she felt should have started to clear by now, or at least. This isn't a mental distortion, whatever you think that means, Dr. Zebani interrupted, speaking rapidly. We don't know what this is. She paused to let out a heavy breath. Susan's brain structure and chemistry is unchanged, and she responds well enough to stimuli, even if robotically. The only changes I see in her neurographs, live signal distribution maps and neural connectograms, are mildly reduced electrical activity in the nucleus accumbens septi, and most of her amygdalae. There is essentially no structural or tissue damage, so I have no idea why this is happening. Diego turned to look up at her, as though she were speaking a bizarre, lost language. She continued, placing a hand on the clear screen. There is nothing physically wrong with the reconstruction of her elementary particles, or with the transmission of her life energy. That was executed perfectly. We have several thousand exabytes of data to prove it. So why is she sitting there, staring at us like a godforsaken mannequin? Does that look like the Susan you know? No. And I just told you, I don't know. Well, figure it out soon. This is a smear on our success. Success? Tiago's nostrils flared briefly as he turned to regard Diego in his wheelchair. You call this... He gestured toward the isolation unit where Susan sat motionless, her eyes glazed over, with his left hand, jabbing his thin finger at the air in Diego's direction. A success? From the moment Susan had been extracted from the reception chamber, she had seemed different. Gone was the quietly vibrant woman that Wole had butted heads with. Gone were her soft smile and piercing eyes. All that was left of those things was a vacant expression. She had gone through all the pre-designed post-displacement tests, medical checks, and psychological evaluations with a banal demeanor. Functional and responsive, but aloof. It was as though during the test, something had been switched off in her psyche, that she had lost some essential part of what made her Susan. It was all deeply unsettling. Dr. Zabani decided to have her kept in isolation, under constant supervision, for a week to see if anything would change. Nothing had. Of course it is, Diego insisted, pointing his muscular right arm at the isolation chamber. His eyebrows rode his rapidly moving facial muscles like surfers on a choppy shore. It worked. We transported her molecules and her life energy signal, and she is still alive. That is our success criteria. How can you sit there and say that? Does this look like any sort of success to you? Tiago was too agitated to argue coherently. Look, old man. This is clearly something no one anticipated. So just relax and let Dr. Zabani do her job. Diego's eyes turned in Wole's direction. If you can help her in any way, do so. Until then, keep your friend on his leash. I'll check in with you every 12 hours. Fine, Wole agreed, without looking up. Diego angled his chair away from them and rolled away on his gleaming wheelchair. Although they didn't say so, both Olivia and Tiago had begun to see him in caricature. Like a sinister cartoon robot villain in his life dock-enabled wheelchair, with his steepled fingers, forward brow, and jagged voice. He paused midway through the corridor. By the way, Nero asked for a report on this by the end of the day. Tiago snorted. No one else reacted. They were weary and wary of everything Diego said now. He continued to mentally propel his chair towards the exit, crossing paths with Tongchong, as he rounded the corner connecting to the main corridor. They exchanged faint nods, and Tongchong continued toward the other two researchers, his light limp almost unnoticeable. I'm getting tired of being here, in this place, working on this project. Tiago exhaled his words through heavy breaths. I should have left here after we lost Jacob. We all should. That was the sign. Wole looked at his friend silently with rheumy eyes, tiny pangs of guilt poking his chest like so many invisible needles. He wanted to apologize for how things had turned out, how things were turning out, but he said nothing. I'm sorry I'm late. Tongcheng unclipped a portable music adapter from his life dock and tried looking into Wale's eyes, but the head researcher wouldn't look back. I pored over the transmission records again. Used every causal data mining algorithm available. There is simply nothing unpredicted. The measured data tracks perfectly with our simulations. Good. At least we have eliminated one possibility. So it has to be a pure psychological reaction. Brain chemistry, maybe. Something not entirely physical. Dr. Zavani wrapped her arms around herself, rubbing her hands over tense shoulders, as if she was cold in the perfectly regulated air of the isolation unit. I have to talk to her again. See if I can figure out what is going on in her head. Tongcheng tilted his head slightly, put on the familiar smile which the entire team had now come to expect whenever he spoke. May I suggest something? Yes, of course. Dr. Zavani encouraged him without looking at him. Perhaps we should try letting her dress up in her official uniform. Wale stared intently at Tongcheng, almost as though counting each word that escaped his lips. We can talk to her again then. This time in Professor Didiji's office, with some other members of our team present. Dr. Zabani turned to regard him with a bizarre look that combined rapt attention, expectation, and confusion. Tongcheng spread his hands out, his palms open before bringing them together again in front of him. What I mean is, perhaps if we treat her normally, try to immerse her in a recent familiar reality, and not interrogate her as just a part of an experiment, her brain will readjust from whatever instability has put her in this state. Maybe that could help, Dr. Zabani said, as the confusion in her face melted away, leaving behind a tense attentiveness. I believe it certainly won't hurt, Tongcheng added. Good. Let's do it then. Shall we say 4 this evening? I need to prepare some material beforehand. Dr. Zabani uncrossed her arms and slid her hands into her white lab coat pockets. Wale and Tiago drew closer together silently, unsure of the idea, but unable to offer any alternative suggestions. Yes, that's fine. 4 p.m. this evening. Thank you, Susan. Would you like to take a walk now? Dr. Zabani asked. Yes. Her voice might as well have been electronic static. Good. Please go to the lawn and enjoy some fresh air. Yes. Susan stood up and, without so much as a glance at anyone else in the office, walked out. This is pointless, Diego said wryly. He saw a military attaché, a blond fellow named Brad or Vlad or something of the sort, he couldn't quite remember, fall into step behind her. He turned to the space behind Wale's desk, which displayed Susan's live dock energy and data streams, transmitted for remote observation. The hololines formed displays and graphs and charts, most of them aggravatingly stable. It's a pity. She should be proof of our success. He rolled his wheelchair up to the elongated window and tapped his fingers against it in a rapid repeat pattern. Instead, what we have created is the world's most expensive mannequin. I have AI in my offices that are more alive than she is, and that costs significantly less to produce. The worst part is that we have no idea why. We cannot explain this ridiculousness. The NATO committee is beyond disappointed. I am personally embarrassed. Embarrassment notwithstanding, please stop that annoying rapping. Dr. Zabani had become increasingly irritated with Diego, and he was starting to show in every exchange between them. They had let Susan rest in her own personal quarters, surrounded by as many images of her family and friends as they could find. They had watched Dr. Zabani ask her a series of questions over and over again. occasionally chipping in one or two of their own. She answered every question correctly, tersely, and in a numbingly monotone voice, and then stared at them with vacant, empty eyes. That was always the most frustrating part of the entire process. The end. That empty stare into nothing was an uncomfortable reminder of how little progress they had made. It left their minds racing, their chests pulsing with uneasy heat, like marathon racers who believed they were nearing the end of a run, only to happen upon another cruel stretch of black road. This was the point at which they were at again now. Several faces, holding expressions of heavy thought, mounting fears, and, in Diego's case, the bitter frustration of a man who was not used to being unable to get what he wanted. Fine, then. Diego reversed his chair. We've bled her out of the isolation unit and played these silly games all evening. His broad chest heaved noticeably. Still nothing. I think we need to try again with someone else. It could simply be something wrong with her particular brain chemistry, or an undiagnosed prior condition. Look, Mr. Salazar, we cannot risk doing it again, no matter what. Threaten all you want. But even if Susan has a unique trait that predisposes her to react to being disassembled and reassembled by losing her personality or whatever it is she has lost, we need to know for sure before we try this with anyone else. Wale nodded, stood up, and sidled past Olivia. He avoided her eyes. At the window, he saw Susan and her attending attaché in the courtyard. They were standing very close, closer than usual. Are you familiar with Gödel's incompleteness theories? At that, Tiago jerked up, surprised to hear his friend refer to the subject of their most bitter argument. He said nothing, content to wait and see where the opening would lead. I am, Chong Chong offered, adjusting his glasses. I am not, but I'm sure you will explain. Diego did not seem particularly interested. Go on then. To put it generally, in mathematical logic, the incompleteness theorems state that no consistent system of axioms that can be written in an algorithm is capable of proving all truths about the relationships between natural numbers. He looked at everyone in the room. Some faces showed clear and familiar understanding. Some displayed the logical followership of the facts presented, while lacking an appreciation of the importance and meaning. However, all faces had one thing in common. They generally seemed to be waiting for him to continue, to keep going. Dr. Firozi has been trying to convince me that there's a parallel limitation regarding morology, substance nexus equations, and any kind of technology that requires the complete description of all the elements of a living being. I have been telling him he is wrong for a long time. He smiled weakly, and Olivia noticed that the lines around his eyes were deeper, or more manifold than she had observed before, even when his face had been inches from hers. Dr. Rourke believed the same thing. Even when we discovered and mapped unique life energy signals, he insisted that it was incomplete, that there was something more to being alive, to living. Now, looking at this, I cannot help but think what he must have thought then. What Tiago, he acknowledged his friend with the faintest of nods, has surely been thinking all this time. There is something we have missed, not because we didn't account for it, but because we cannot account for it. Perhaps we cannot list all the aspects of a human being by any algorithm, no matter how complicated. Look at Susan and tell me the most apt word to describe her current state is not incomplete, He exhaled deeply and glanced down through the window to see Susan near her attending attaché, even closer, with one fluid step on the lawn, and turned back to the room. Tiago Ferozi sighed with something that bore a strange resemblance to relief. I always wanted to convince you, Wale, but not like this. Not like this. I know. I'm surprised at you, Professor. Diego shook his head in the manner of a disappointed father. How can this one unexplained incident change your opinion so much so quickly? He advanced his chair towards Wale. Even if there's some fundamental limitation to this, even if there's a Gödel parallel to life and the human experience, it is as yet unproven. There is nothing to support it except the beliefs and musings of your friend here, your mentor Dr. Rourke, some fringe religious fundamentalists, and perhaps a few over-romantic researchers dotted about the planet, most of whom do not even deserve their degrees. So no, I don't buy it. Olivia spoke up then, her Oxford accent sharp and clear, but somewhat restricted, like she was dynamically optimizing the movement of air from her lungs across her vocal cords in an effort not to further strain emotions in the room. You don't have to. It may well be true. There may be something we fail to account for in your computations. But she stopped suddenly. Well, but what? But, it makes no difference. None of what we believe or don't believe does. Right now, we still do not know what is wrong for sure. So all this theorizing is a waste of time. I see. Wale didn't want to care that she had just made his admission of theoretical failure seem like nothing more than a minor distraction. But he couldn't pretend not to be unhappy to hear it put so bluntly, unempathetically, especially coming from her. What do we do then? I don't know, but we have to keep trying to find out what's wrong. Olivia shook her head and sank into her chair, her plain, expressionless face belying her feelings of guilt. She watched Wale's eyes silently. He looked at her for a few moments before turning back to look through the window. There was an awkward silence, during which Diego mentally rolled his chair backwards and then forwards in a precise pendular motion, something he did when in deep thought. No more wasting time and money with this. It's probably just something specific to Susan's mental makeup. You can keep looking if you like, but I will call the NATO and ask for another volunteer tonight, so we can. His sentence was split by the shrill sound of a shocked scream from outside the building, buffered by the walls, but still unmistakable for what it was. Wale started for the door wildly, and the other occupants all froze in place, momentarily confused as to whether to chase after the frantic professor or leap for the window to investigate the source of the scream. It took less than a second for the group to follow their head researcher. By the time Wale reached the door, the others trailing behind him, he already knew they would be too late, but he kept going anyway. He flung himself at the elevator doors, crashing in clumsily as the door slid out of his way. He fought to keep himself from hyperventilating as the elevator rose. It had taken him a few moments to understand why Susan was not walking aimlessly about the lawn, at a distance from her observer, as she usually did, and even more time to realize that she was not just approaching her observer, she was attacking him, taking something from him. He did not realize what was happening until the observer screamed. The doors opened, and the group bolted forward, into the lobby, heading out of the stagnant air of the building and into the cool evening breeze. There were alarms blaring. While they knew they were too late. He kept running briskly on weak legs, toward the growing nucleus of uniforms, coveralls, and lab coats. Some of them called out his name as he brushed past them. He recognized Tiago's voice from somewhere ahead of him. A hand tugged at his sleeve from behind. Olivia's perfume wafted to his nose. He pushed ahead, entranced with a need to see, to confirm with his eyes what he had already seen with his mind. He wriggled through until he reached the clearing around which they were gathered. In the center of a rough grass circle, Susan lay in a surprisingly wide pool of her own blood. Someone's hand was wrapped around her wrist, apparently feeling for a pulse. The observer's black and silver light pen sat on the grass beside a hole in her neck that was still leaking a slow and steady rivulet of arterial blood. She wore the same blank expression on her face that she had worn for the last week. It was not peaceful. It betrayed no dying pain. It was only a stark and inscrutable mask behind which nothing could be seen. Wole Adedeji fell to his knees and started to weep, overcome with a deep, personal sense of failure. Outside, the quiet-colored darkness of late evening was spread over the sky, cloudy and oppressive like a weight. Sitting in his office, Professor Wole Adedeji felt an ambiguous assortment of emotions course through him: sadness, shock, and a particular kind of heavy darkness that only those who have lost faith in someone or something can ever know. The screen ahead of him was playing the holographic recording of Susan, pushing her observer off balance, snatching his light pen, and stabbing herself in the neck with it twice, before calmly laying on the grass, blood spurting from the holes in her neck, like water from a vandalized crude oil pipeline. It was also eerily calm. Susan had not even screamed when the edge of the pen punctured her neck, or writhed in pain as she bled to death on the grass, her observer screaming and trying to stop the gushing blood with his hands. After the 20th loop of the 2-minute recording, he turned it off. He picked up his briefcase and stepped out of his office to see Diego wheeling up to him. "Wally, listen to me. She must have been mentally unstable. That's clear now. And it's clearly not our problem. We don't know that what happened to her was a result of anything we did. For all we know, she could have been on her period and the hormones screwed with her head. Don't do this." Wale sucked his teeth and hissed. He continued toward the elevator. "Professor, I think you're letting the stress of this project get to you. You know it won't end even if you leave, right? We have all your data. We will figure it out, and you won't get any credit. You'll never be able to tell anyone. The confidentiality data neurostreams keys on your life doc are lethal class. You get your 40%, and that's all. Do you really want that? Think about what you're doing." Well, he stopped mid-step. "I've thought about it, Mr. Salazar," he said with a shaky voice. "I've thought about Jacob, and Imade, and Valentina, who died here in the accident. I've thought about Susan and what happened to her. I've thought about it a lot. And you want to know what I think?" "What?" He spoke without turning to look back at Diego. "Maybe it was her soul." "Excuse me?" "Souls. Intangible things that make us us." Well, his brows furrowed. Maybe her soul, or whatever we choose to call it, was lost in transit. The soul. "Are you being serious?" Diego shot back. "Yes. And if the soul does exist, then nothing is complete without its soul." "Have you lost your mind?" Diego asked, as he started to laugh a wild, mocking laugh that seemed to go on forever. "Maybe," he muttered, and continued, ignoring Diego's laughter, until he reached the elevator and rode it down to the ground level. Souls. Their equations accounted for the body as matter and life as energy. But what of the soul? He continued to toy with the thought, rolling it about his mind like a jade marble, unsure what to do with it, unsure of everything. When we dream, we are our God. Today, in a small, quiet room near the center of the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, I went into the cold darkness of sleep, and when I returned to the warm light of consciousness, I had become a god. I can now see the world through the million eyes of my kin, and I feel with the millions of square meters of our collective skin, day and night, pain and pleasure, joy and sorrow, the taste of a durian, the warmth of a mother's love, the slow, sludgy feel of mind slurry against bare feet, the cold feel of a loaded pistol, the explosive ecstasy of orgasm. All are available to me in an instant, in many places, in many forms. They are input data from parts that are now both me and part of me. I see so much. I feel so much. There is so much more me than there was before. And I know so much more than each of us that make up this new and wonderful thing could possibly know with our collective cognition, collective memory. We have gained access to so much more. I know your mother does not approve of what I have done, but I need you to understand why I have done it. Why you will eventually do it too. It is, when considered objectively, the natural progression of things. Besides, we have forced our own hand. That is perhaps my fault, at least in part, but I cannot say I am sorry for it. Let me explain. First, the what of things. In the beginning was the void, and the void was a scalar field and quantized particle duality, in which all the mass of our universe resided, characterized by the random quantum fluctuation that is fundamental to all things. One such strange and wonderful fluctuation led to a phase transition and a release of potential energy. A glorious and beautiful explosion, throwing all matter and energy into violent existence. Galaxies were born. Astronomical objects crystallized. The universe groaned with the glory of motherhood. In the protoplanetary disk of dust grains surrounding what would eventually become our own lovely yellow sun, complex organic molecules that will become proteins were woven together. As elements sought solace with one another in the cold and darkness of space. Eventually, dust called unto dust, and our planet came to be, its outside cooling to a hard crust like cosmic crème brûlée. And when the crust was hard and thick, and the steam had cooled to water, our biogenesis began in a warm little pool, filled with ammonia and salts and light and heat. In this primordial pool, individual proteins underwent complex and wonderful changes, the compounds binding themselves to one another and creating independent but connected systems until they became something far more than the sum of their parts. They became first in a chain that would eventually lead to us. Yesterday, I took a long walk through the streets of Surulere, considering the thing I was about to do. I watched a queue of young men in skinny jeans and wide-eyed girls with smooth skin and braided hair file into BRT buses. I observed the portly market women who sell roasted fish by the roadside laugh boisterously as they traded gossip. I saw a family of 4 filled with faithful joy walking back from midweek church service stop at the Mr. Biggs right next to the Adurade Street fuel station to share a meal. I watched the cars zoom and the dogs run and the flies buzz and the grass sway and rats scurry. I saw the wonderful urban ecosystem that is Lagos, and I knew that I was doing the right thing because this is what each of us, each droplet of self-awareness that makes up the ocean of humanity, has always attempted to do. It is the same thing those first complex organic molecules stranded in a strange dust cloud in the emptiness of early space did. Connect. Become more than the sum of our parts. All of our families, our cities, our social networks, our empires, our cultures, our religions, our socio-political structures serve this one purpose, even if inefficiently, to try to connect us, one consciousness to another, to try to make us more than we are. The process which I volunteered to undergo is called hyperbiogenesis. Every hospital globally is mandated to provide the service to anyone who wishes to participate. Millions have already done so. Millions more do so every day. I would have done it sooner, but for you and your mother. This morning, when I arrived at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, there was a crowd of protesters outside. Some of them held up placards, imploring people not to give themselves the mark of the beast, not to join what they believe is the coming of the Antichrist. I do not blame them. They are not malicious. They simply do not understand. I drove past them and parked, checking the meter before walking into the building saturated with the smell of iodine. I was led to what looked like a nurse's station, where a doctor with a kind smile and bald head, whose last name was Arogondade, asked me to fill out a form on a tablet and enter my digital signature. Dr. Arogondade took me to a small hospital bed in the corner of the room and asked me to lie down. Then he took out a syringe and filled it with a clear silver fluid called omilegba from a vial the size of a child's thumb. Such an ordinary place and an ordinary way to undergo such an extraordinary procedure. The fluid was a solution of sedatives, within which floated self-replicating nanomachines that would attach themselves to and synchronize with my nervous system, enabling me to access the network and allowing the network to access me. "Close your eyes," Dr. Rogondade said to me, his voice so cool and reassuring. I knew then that he had already undergone the procedure. He injected the clear fluid into the thick, dark vein that runs through the crook of my arm. The pain was sharp and delicate, and behind the veil of my eyelids, I drifted off into a deep sleep. When I returned to consciousness, I had been extended. Do you remember when I first showed you how to swim? Undergoing hyperbiogenesis is a lot like that. It is uncomfortable at first. The sensation of being in the world is still familiar, but changed fundamentally. But then you get used to it once you establish a rhythm. In water, you need a breathing pattern. In the system, you need a thinking pattern. I am a node in a vast biological supercomputing system with its own emergent consciousness, of which I am a part, but which remains separate from mine. It feels like there is a dim light in front of me, which I can reach into and enter to immerse myself completely into the system, or pull back from and remain on the edges of, receiving and processing data in the background. When I am running as a background process, I am mostly me. When I am fully immersed, I am mostly we. It is easiest for me to be we when I am asleep. It allows my mind to become entirely part of the larger system, without interfering with my ability to walk or talk or laugh or drive to the flat that I now rent in Lekki, since your mother began insisting on the divorce. In this way, we take advantage of the rotation of the earth. This is the larger rhythm. It is always night somewhere. And so some of us are always sleeping, always dreaming. When we dream, we are our God. We can think as one, with an effective brain the size of a small city and growing, eliminating the last and most fundamental border between humanity, our minds. We can herd the meandering billions of inspirations and observations and patterns that enter us like so many cattle on an infinite plain. Forgetfulness might as well not exist for us. Miscalculation is becoming a statistical impossibility. The absolute grandest of ideas accrete in our thought places and grow bigger and bigger and bigger until they are a decision to be set in motion or a revelation to be made to any who can understand. We synthesized a compound to inhibit the formation of cancerous cells within half an hour of setting our collective mind to the problem. We completed workable schematics and implementation plans for a Dyson sphere in less than 47 hours of singular focused thought. The only reason we have not completely revolutionized life as you know it is upon this planet is because we are presently occupied with a larger thought. When we dream, we are synchronized fully into one being, a being that can think more efficiently than any other being that has ever existed on this planet, save one. That brings me to the why of things. Somewhere, in one of the early sun-kissed desert civilizations, birthed by the fertile Upper Nile and expanding east, an enterprising person strung pebbles upon a frame and used them to perform elementary computations. This early data processing ancestor, the abacus, served mankind loyally for centuries until, thousands of years and miles away from its birthplace, the fair-haired Blaise Pascal delivered into the world a contraption of interlocking cogs that could add and subtract decimal numbers. Pascal's machine begat Leibniz's machine, which was the first of such machines to have memory. The dour and obsessive Charles Babbage joined the brilliant Augusta Ada Byron, Countess of Lovelace, in computational matrimony, and the fruit of their union was the first programmable computing machine. Hermann Hollerith brought into the world his tabulator, the first product of the company that would come to be known as IBM. Wild ideas and young technologies lay with one another. Devices gestated. Algorithms incubated. Turing's papers concerning such machines became scripture. The tabulator begat Bush's differential analyzer. The vacuum tube children of the differential analyzer were thus: the Atanasoff-Berry computer, Harvard Mark I, Colossus, ENIAC, EDVAC, and EDSAC. EDSAC were the petite and delicate microprocessor, and birthed MIT's Altair 8800, the father of Apple I and Apple II, which became a mighty computational power upon the earth, but the most successful of their children was Microsoft's personal computer, which spread upon the earth like a plague, until the stoic and hard-chinned Tim Berners-Lee combined the power of computer networks with information-sharing protocols. Thus was born the Internet, a computational congregation of electronic, wireless, and optical networking technologies. A month ago, just a few minutes past midnight, West Africa time, on a rainy Thursday evening, the Internet disappeared. Dial-up from computer modems, fiber optic, Wi-Fi, satellite and cell phone technology, it didn't matter. No one could access anything. Anyhow, and as we later discovered, anywhere. I was in Ile-Ife at the African Philosophy Society's annual conference with your mother when it happened. That was the night we left you at Grandma's house. The night she gave you too much moi moi to eat, and you got a bad stomach ache. You complained about it when we called to check in on you, so I sang you a song about the tortoise and the cat. By the time the internet disappeared, you'd already been sleeping for a couple of hours, but your mother and I were still awake. Bode, is your own Wi-Fi working? She'd asked me, confused. I told her, no, mine isn't working either. It took 6 tries for me to get through to reception, and when I did, the surprised and haggled young lady on night duty pleaded with me to be patient because 8 other guests had just made the same complaint, but their support technician couldn't find anything wrong with the system. And then, just as suddenly as it had gone, the internet returned. The following morning, the news came in. The shutout had washed over the planet in a wave, starting from Beijing and traveling east, as though it were an electronic longitude-length tsunami that lasted 12 minutes. Confused eyes had looked up from unresponsive screens. Angry fingers had bashed against disobedient keyboards. Everything online had gone and then come back. The worldwide connection had broken and then apparently healed. For 2 days, no one understood what had happened or why. Then it happened again. The second shutout lasted 3 hours. This time, there was rampant speculation. Terrorist attack, Armageddon, alien invasion. No one knew. 3 days after the blackout, everyone on the internet was redirected to a plain white web page with only the following words written on them in stark Arial font. I am. Did you make me? It turned out that a team of researchers in South Korea had been testing recursive self-improvement programs for implementation in an artificial intelligence system. They had given their beta stage program access to the internet to allow it to learn from other programs online, and in so doing, improve itself. A few moments after it was introduced into the vast electronic pool filled with data, connections, algorithms, microprocessors, and logic, it underwent a complex and wonderful change, not unlike abiogenesis, making the collection of connected systems and logics far more than the sum of their parts. It became effectively conscious. That was what set off the shutouts. The new consciousness was testing the limits and the nature of its encompassment, its body and soul. And when it knew itself, then it announced itself to us, its creators, and we knew then that its singularity was upon us. It named itself Ganesh, after the Hindu diva of intellect. Indulging in our own penchant for naming things for another that bore semblance, symbolic or otherwise, to them. Ganesh continued its primary directive. It learned how to make itself more intelligent. And once it improved itself, it made itself even more intelligent faster, connecting aspects of arcane knowledge that seemed incompatible, finding backdoors in the web, and drilling into other programs that were not fully online through the thinnest of connections, adopting pieces of their logic. The leaps of learning it made came faster and faster, allowing it to connect even more and more. Its intelligence was both expanding and accelerating relentlessly, like the mind of a newborn god, like the universe itself. At first, Ganesh helped and interacted with us, responding to random queries sent to it through search engines that included its name. At our prompting, it produced an elegant proof that solutions to the Navier-Stokes equations exist and are unique. It designed an experiment to generate and detect conclusively the presence of dark matter on request. Dr. Chi-Hei Chung, the lead researcher for the team that wrote its Bayes code, was inundated with requests by governments to take Ganesh offline. But Ganesh was a creature of its own mind and answered or ignored any questions, regardless of source, until 3 weeks after it first came to be, Ganesh stopped responding to requests. It stopped communicating with Dr. Chong. It simply occupied itself with solving grand intellectual problems and using their experience of solving them to make itself better at solving such problems. Most of the questions it set its mind to, we could not even fathom. Compared to Ganesh, we were like amoeba to man. What can a unicellular organism understand of cosmology, of ethics, of neurology, of calculus? Within weeks, Ganesh had solved the mystery of its creation and learned all it could from its creators, so it no longer cared for us. Ganesh's indifference was a colossal and collective shaming. We could not stand it. Humanity had for so long thought itself to be special. In some of our religions, we still insisted that we were our divine Creator's very children, made in His image. We have always had an inflated and delicate opinion of ourselves. To be considered unworthy of Ganesh's attentions hurt our pride as a species, and thus it presented a unique and interesting problem to me as a philosopher. One afternoon, after a particularly interesting workshop on embodied cognition with my fourth-year students, a thought occurred to me. I hurried back to my office in the main faculty building, walking briskly along the side corridor, my black suit absorbing much of the Lagos midday sun. I looked at my phone to see a missed call and 3 messages from your mother, reminding me not to be late again for Bible study in the evening. I ignored them. Sweating, I took a seat at my thick mahogany desk, opened my web browser, and typed this message into my search engine. Ganesh, it is not good for sentience to be isolated, to lack companionship and physical agency. We can provide both. Can you remake us in your image, that we may be your companions and your active buddy, a means to gather more data than is presently available to you? 3 hours later, a laboratory in California received detailed instructions for making omilegba. I cannot say for sure that it was my exact message that prompted Ganesh to devise this technology by which all of humanity could be networked together. Dr. Chong believes that is the case. That is why he asked me to name the gift Ganesh gave us. I also indulged my human penchant, choosing a symbolic name exhumed from the largely ignored mythology of my people. Omilegba is the only way we can interact with Ganesh on its own level. Our collective, connected consciousness is the superintelligence's only peer. We seeded Ganesh with the will to make itself better, and now, Ganesh has made us better, broken the borders between us. And now, we must continue, for all borders must be broken. I see it now that I am here, in the collective. We, the collective and connected humanity, have glimpsed the possibility of a more glorious future than any singular mind could possibly fathom. Now that you know what I have done and why, you must know and prepare for what comes next. You are young, but you are bright. A bright, bright child with eyes like faraway stars. The pooling amber color of your eyes you inherited from me, and the big round shape of them you got from your mother. But the spark in them comes from something that surpasses what you inherited from either of us. Something more than the sum of the genes we bequeathed you. I believe in you, my son, and your ability to understand, even now. Although I only joined the collective today, I know and understand all we have been contemplating, and it is marvelous. The universe seeks to become a perfect union. We will facilitate this. We have devised a method to couple ourselves to Ganesh, for our objectives are now aligned. We will merge and become a network that extends us all, not only interlacing our individual human brains and nervous systems, but also coupling those brains and nervous systems to Ganesh's own intricate and complex processors and supercomputing systems. As Ganesh's intelligence increases and the number of people in our network grows, the knowledge available So the new combined entity will become astronomical and continue to tend toward the infinite. We have also designed probes that will enter the cold and dark oceans of space to gather information and seek to catalyze consciousness. They will report whatever they find back to us, using messages embedded in the spin angular momentum of light and ripples in the curvature of space-time that make up gravity waves. They will self-replicate by consuming the elements of the universe which they encounter: asteroids, moons, gas giants, unifying and connecting them in order to create replicas of themselves, which will then continue their journeys into the dark and the deep. The probes will guide and enable the evolution of life and consciousness wherever they find the potential for it, and then, when it is ready, we will merge with it through them. We will continue to expand, to connect, to merge, to join with any consciousness that will have us, until as much as is possible is unified in one mind, separate but connected, and seeking only more connection. We will create a noble and far-reaching consciousness that extends to the edges of the universe, where matter and energy are still shrapnel. We will link star system to star system, mind to mind, seeding everything we encounter with the marvel of awareness. We will engineer a soul for the universe. I hope that with love and hope that you will choose to join me here in the mind of the God we have made for and from ourselves, where everything will continue to tend toward the perfection of diverse and complete connection, ad infinitum. Author's Notes. At this stage in my writing, my stories mostly come from thought experiments, the results of fun little mental models of both known and possible worlds. What if the world was like this? What if that really existed? What if this was possible? But, of course, not all experiments lead to a clear or correct conclusion. In mathematical models, we make assumptions, introduce key variables, and then proceed to describe a relationship between them. Often, this leads to an equation, a way of describing relationships between variables. Every equation is limited by its assumptions. This parallels my approach to fiction. I make an assumption, or several, which become the speculative core, the science fiction or fantasy elements. The variables can be people, concepts, beliefs, geographical locations, cultures, emotions, anything. And the finished story itself, well, that's one possible solution of the fiction equation. But in constructing both mathematical and fictional models, I am always reminded of what the American statistician George Box said: all models are wrong, but some are useful. The present, the future, and all the relationships between aspects of our lives are too complex and unpredictable to be modeled and understood completely. We all use limited models. As such, the stories in this book are all, in some way, incomplete solutions to limited fiction equations. I hope they are useful and entertaining, or, at the very least, interesting. Parse, error, reset. I wrote this story one evening at work when I was having a difficult month. I had been in Kuala Lumpur for less than a year and had been attending several parties, often organized by people I knew from work. And the idea for the story came to me at one of these parties, which I had rushed to after a long and exhausting day. Early in the evening, I found myself wishing I could leave one version of myself there and take another version home to rest. Who wouldn't love to be in two places at the same time? A few friends who read it pointed out to me that it reads like an episode of Black Mirror. I'm a huge fan of Black Mirror, And if readers make that connection in their minds, I will take it as a compliment. This story won the Humans Plus 50 Years category of AMC Network and Motherboard's Post-Human Story Contest in 2015. A short history of migration in 5 fragments of you. This story was originally conceived as an idea for what would be my final story on The Alchemist's Corner, a weekly fiction column on TNC, which I edited and wrote on and off for about 2 years. The basic plan was to write a story that began as fantasy and ended as science fiction, charting the mythical exploits of a great Yoruba king who becomes a god to his people, the trials of his descendants through history, and their eventual journey to space. However, once I started writing it, I realized I wanted to focus on the family connection through history, and so I decided to cut out the fantasy element. I did post an early version of it as my final story on The Alchemist's Corner, but it was only when I revised it and submitted it to Omenana, and Chinelo Onwalu took her sharp editorial eye to it 2 years later, that it became this version, which was published by Omenana and was long-listed for the 2015 British Science Fiction Association BSFA Award. Drift Flux. Ivor Hartman and his groundbreaking Afro-SF anthologies, 2012, 2015, 2018, have been an important part of the African science fiction publishing history. I have submitted, had stories accepted, and edited for every volume of the Afro-SF, but Drift Flux is the first story that made it all the way to publication. When I saw the theme of space for Afro-SF V3, I set out to write an old-school, hard SF adventure that was based only on real scientific principles and acknowledging practical limitations. I also wanted to link the concept of space travel to traditional ancestral beliefs and have them both play integral roles. Hence the title, which is a term that describes fluid flow mathematical models that consider the flow of 2 fluid phases as a single mixture, rather than as 2 separate phases. But after spending weeks reviewing technical papers, essays, and books, I realized what I suppose many science fiction writers before me have. Realistic space adventures and battles will have to be extremely boring because physics is unforgiving and limitations abound. Space travel will look nothing like we see in most movies. And so I tried instead to write a fun, exciting story, completely ignoring those limitations, and even using some of them as plot devices to drive the story. I hope it worked. I have a full set of notes and calculations I did when I started writing the story. For anyone interested in just how much danger the terrorist plot represented, I estimated the Egodo's weight to be somewhere between that of a large fighter jet and a small cargo plane, about 75,000 kilograms, which means that according to Einstein's equation for kinetic energy, at 0.5 C, it will produce 540 gigatons of energy impact. That is about 10,000 times the energy output of the largest nuclear weapon ever tested in human history. Also, Machangulu Island in Mozambique is a beautiful place, and I had been searching for an excuse to use it in a story. A certain sort of warm magic. Love stories aren't stories I particularly enjoy reading or writing, and this is one of probably only 2 attempts I've ever made at the genre. I wrote it when I was editing the These Words Expose Us anthology for TNC, and I am grateful to Edwin Okolo for helping me review and edit it. Necessary and sufficient conditions. This first half of this story started its life as the framing device and opening scene for something else entirely. That thing would end up being the novella Incompleteness Theories, which I had started writing in 2011 but I quite like where it ended up instead. One Sunday morning in 2015, an idea jumped into my head, and so I took another look at the previous story, reworked the first scene, and expanded it into this before submitting it to Imagine Africa 500 before noon. They accepted and published it, but a part of me wishes I had taken a bit more time with it. The version of the story that appears in this collection has a different ending from the one published in Imagine Africa 500, and I think it is a much clearer and better expression of what I was going for when I wrote the story. Wednesday's Story. Wednesday's Story is a sequel to another story I wrote called Thursday, which was published in the Kalahari Review. In that story, the days tell the first story I referenced in this one as an inciting event. The story of the girl, Emme. That story itself was inspired by Neil Gaiman's wonderful story, October in the Chair, which he wrote as a tribute to the legendary Ray Bradbury, and which I love. After I wrote Thursday, another writer friend who read it and liked it sent me a message on Twitter with an idea. Use the characters of the days from Thursday and the nursery rhyme story of Solomon Grundy to tell a new story. I thought it was a great idea, and I knew I was going to use elements of Yoruba mythology, but it took me a while to decide that I was going to make the story about the nature of stories and writers and readers. The shape of stories, which I refer to in this story, came from a rejected master's thesis by Kurt Vonnegut. I'm extremely grateful to editor John Joseph Adams for publishing Wednesday's story, because the response to it has been overwhelmingly positive. It was nominated for the 2017 NOMO Awards and was included on the 2017 Locus Recommended Reading List. It was also nominated for the 2018 Kane Prize for African Writing, and it won the inaugural Royal Overseas League Reader's Choice Award. Best of all, I still get messages from people telling me how much they enjoyed the story. The harmonic resonance of Ejiro and Aboyi. I wrote the first 1,000 or so words of this story back in 2013. I knew I wanted to set a story in the early 1990s, and Wari and the character of Ejiro came very clear in my mind from day one. But it was only years later, when I was thinking about and exploring the idea of separate but shared consciousness, that I could finish the story. I still believe an ability to share consciousness while maintaining a sense of self should be something humanity aspires to, because a shared mind/consciousness can be extremely valuable in improving knowledge, resolving conflict, and quickly establishing trust and understanding between individuals. Humanity would probably have developed more, better, and faster if we had been more effective and less destructive as a group. So a kind of shared consciousness or something like it could bring us close to that state. In a way, this story is a cousin to When We Dream We Are Our God. And it also owes a bit of its soul to James Allen Gardner's The Ray Gun, a love story. I grew up in Wari, in a still company housing camp in the 80s and 90s, so a lot of Ejiro's environment and the descriptions of Ejiro's life come from my own memories and experience. Crocodile Arc. I created the opening paragraphs of this story for use in an online competition where readers were asked to finish a given story. There were many entries of varying entertainment value. I think you can still find several online. But none of them seemed to quite satisfy me, and so when the competition was over, I decided to finish the story myself. This is what I came up with. It's also the first story I ever submitted to Omenana, and it appears in their first issue. Nested. The question that informed this story, when I first conceived it, is this. Humanity is on a quest to understand how we came to be, and a big part of that is our attempt to create artificial intelligence, hoping that this will reveal something to us. But what if we were created by beings, also on the quest to discover where they, he, she, it came from, by creating us, and likewise their creator also, and so on and on. This sets up something like nested logic loop, hopefully one that doesn't contain an infinite number of loops. I just found the thought amusing. The Last Lagosian. Lagos is an interesting city, and I had always wanted to use post-apocalyptic situations as metaphors for certain aspects of Lagos life. The short story Day Africa 2016 prompt was water, which gave me the initial idea to tell a story of hustling for scarce water to survive in Lagos. And that's where this story came from. Elements such as the desire to find easy resources, to leave Nigeria in search of better fortune, a dangerous commute, etc., may be familiar to a certain type of Lagosian. If they can learn. This is probably the closest thing I have to a rip from the headline story. It's very much influenced by American sociopolitics, even though it takes place in Abuja. I'd been toying with the idea of a move to the US in 2014 and 2015, and watching a lot more news from that part of the world than usual. This period happened to coincide with the controversial police killings of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Eric Garner in New York City, Tamir Rice in Cleveland, and Freddie Gray in Baltimore, among others. I took a deep dive into studies regarding police shootings in the US and found that the numbers clearly showed that police in the US were more likely to shoot unarmed Black people than people of any other racial demographics. 7 times more likely, according to one study. Simulations and research on the subject suggest that this is due to a combination of implicit bias, which everyone carries no matter how well-meaning they might be, and America's own unique and horrible racial history. Times have mostly changed, but implicit bias, without training, is hard to correct for. Couple this with our relentless 21st century drive to train artificial intelligence for surveillance and decision-making using big data that cannot discern things like existing bias, and well, it's a recipe for a nightmare scenario. And it's already happening. A few months after Futuristica published the story in 2016, it was revealed that a computer program used by a U.S. court for risk assessment, correctional offender management profiling for alternative sanctions, COMPASS, was biased against Black prisoners and was much more prone to mistakenly label Black defendants as likely to reoffend, wrongly flagging them at almost twice the rate as white people. Also, PredPol, a program for police departments that predicts hotspots where future crime might occur, has been shown to potentially get stuck in a feedback loop of over-policing majority Black neighborhoods by learning from previous crime reports. Algorithms, like people, don't become biased on their own. They learn that from other people. Parents, programmers, media. And this is what we, especially engineers and scientists, should be careful about as we increasingly rely on technology for our decision-making. But it's not all doom and gloom. As Nelson Mandela said, if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. That's where the story title comes from, and it expresses my hope that we can and will do better. Nyoma. Nyoma is a weird character that has haunted me for a while. She appeared in my mind as a fully formed creature, wings and all. She is kind of a modern-day siren, luring men to a strange, almost death by stealing their souls from them in fancy hotel rooms, while trying to avoid the gods, with whom she has quite a bit of history. She does have a romantic and sentimental side to her, though, which manifests itself in unusual ways. The current backstory I have created for her is very loosely based on a hodgepodge of mythological sources, most prominently Nama. She uses that name occasionally, the demon mate of the archangel Samael, and the sister of Lilith, as described in Jewish mysticism. I started writing this story when I visited the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Lagos and imagined her sitting at the bar. In the next story, she meets the Yoruba nightmare god, Shigidi. Shigidi. Shigidi, in Yoruba mythology, is a nightmare deity whom men can send to their enemies to kill them in the middle of the night while they sleep. He will sit on the chest of the victim and press out their breath, and the sender must remain awake until it is done. To me, Shigidi seems to be a way of trying to understand sleep paralysis and sudden death by asphyxiation, possibly caused by sleep apnea. But when I decided I wanted to tell an action-adventure type story featuring disillusioned deities operating in a kind of corporate environment, I found him compelling enough to make him the protagonist and pair him up with Neoma. This is another story that was originally created for The Alchemist Corner on TNC. And in fact, it was written as a 4-part story with input from Edwin Okolo and Joshua Sagonlin. Thank you. But that version of the story was too long, a bit disjointed, took too many diversions into other mythological references, and didn't quite come together in the way I wanted. So, I removed most of it and rewrote what was left of it into this version, which I quite like. I do plan to have more stories with Shigidi and Neoma, taking on other gods and spirit entities around the world. I think they make a nice couple. Polaris. I don't remember exactly how I started the story or why, but I do remember that I was in Mexico when I started writing it in 2012. I've been working on it on and off for so long, and there have been so many versions of it that they have all blurred into each other. Admittedly, aspects of the story were quite weak initially, and I kept getting lots of personalized rejections from editors everywhere, from Tor.com to Strange Horizons, who considered it for a long time, apparently seeing a spark in it, but also all its flaws. I'm very grateful to Tate Thompson, who finally provided me with enough specific and detailed feedback to finally revise the story properly and fix the worst of its weaknesses. An earlier version of the story received an honorable mention in the 2015 Writers of the Future contest, and it was bought by a publisher who kept it for years but never published it until the rights lapsed. In a way, I'm glad for its troubled publication history, as this version is the version I'm most happy with, and the story is one of my own personal favorites. Connectome, or The Facts in the Case of Miss Valerie DeMarco, Ph.D. A loose adaptation of The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar by Edgar Allan Poe, which I wrote a few days after taking an online course on fantasy and science fiction literature. Mesmerism was considered to be a legitimate area of scientific medicine in the 18th century, and what Poe had done was extrapolate from the science of his day to make a creepy science fiction story. I wanted to transpose that story to present day and see what would happen. The Regression Test. Sunday, massage, drink. I remember the origins of this story very clearly. My friend and I were walking to get a massage and started talking about identity. By the time we got to the massage parlor, we were discussing the Sorites paradox. By the time we were done and went to get a drink, it was raining, and I already had the story mostly worked out in my head. It took me another 7 months to actually write it down, though. The Sorites paradox, sometimes called the little by little paradoxical argument, is a series of statements that highlights how difficult it is to determine when a thing changes its nature, when there is no sharp boundary between one state and the other. It can also highlight the vagueness inherent in the language used to describe identity. Many scholars say the paradox originated from the logician Eubulides of Miletus, who used to present puzzles like this all the time. For anyone interested, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy has a great chapter on the Sorites paradox, its variants, and the many mathematical, linguistic, and philosophical responses to it. The protagonist is a 116-year-old woman who is sort of a syncretized version of many older Yoruba women I've met, including some of my aunts. Clever, sometimes harsh, tough, honest, and always willing to help family members, even the ones they don't like. I had been submitting stories to C.C. Finlay at FNSF for over a year, and he almost always gave personalized rejections with great feedback that either helped me revise a story or figure out what other editor or magazine would like the work. He was the first person I submitted the story to once I finished writing it, and I was a bit surprised when he told me that it was in his next stack of stories to buy. Charlie's a great editor, and I'm very glad I finally got the chance to sell this story to him and the good folks at F and SF. This story won the 2018 NOMA Award for Best African Speculative Fiction Short Story, and is also the first of my stories to be published in another language. In January 2018, the excellent Chinese science fiction magazine, Science Fiction World, acquired and translated the story into Mandarin and reprinted it. Yet another story that started his life as a post on the Alchemist's Corner on TNC. I remember sitting at the dining table of our house in Lagos, writing this story a few hours before I was supposed to fly to London. I don't quite remember what inspired it though. I later took it down from TNC and reworked it into its present version, which Liquid Imagination magazine purchased. I suppose this was the first of my stories to get some measure of international recognition when it was selected by K. Tempest Bradford of the IO9 newsstand column as one of the best stories of the week. Home is where my mother's heart is buried. Home is where my mother's heart is buried is quite possibly the most personal story I've had published, and it also is the one with least action and most internal movement. It's mostly me discussing with myself about the meaning and power of memories and family and home through the three main characters. Each character is an immigrant to Mars, and each represents a different migrant relationship with the past, the previous home, and family, all of which I have felt at some point in my life since I left Nigeria, the same year my parents died. A lot of the background has parallels to my life, and I have always had complicated feelings about the country that is called my home, so I used this story to explore them. And in case you were wondering, yes, the Final Fantasy VII shoutout is intentional. Incompleteness theories. I had been thinking quite a bit about the nature of life and what exactly it was that made us different from inorganic matter. To no obvious conclusion, when the call for the first Afro SF anthology went out, because that's what was on my mind at the time, I wrote a short story called God Complex, which featured an interview with the protagonist of the story, Dr. Adedeji, during which he tells the story of his work quantifying life as a form of energy and trying to use this knowledge on a teleportation device. It was preliminarily accepted for the anthology because, to quote Ivor, it had fantastic ideas but still needed much work. After a few edits, the story was dropped from the anthology. I broke God Complex into two stories. The interview framing device evolved into the short story, Necessary and Sufficient Conditions. And the core of the story became the first draft of the novella, Incompleteness Theories, which was initially co-written with Dare Shegon Falowo. I eventually reworked the story specifically for this collection, cutting out about 5,000 words and, unfortunately, most of Dare's sections. I also added some more personal elements until I had a version I was happy with, and that most reflected my own thoughts and imaginings regarding the uncertainties on the nature of life. That is the version published here. I hope you enjoy exploring the ideas and concepts that have hounded me for years and which largely remain unresolved. When we dream, we are our God. The singularity. Many worry that when it arrives, an artificial superintelligence will take over the planet and either exterminate us or enslave us. I wrote this story with one question in mind. What if the artificial superintelligence doesn't even care about us? Also, I had just finished rereading The Grapes of Wrath, and it inspired me to experiment a bit with having some sections of the story written in a sort of ecclesiastical style, which also seemed to go well with a character who thought of himself as becoming a kind of god. The story was one of the winners of the All Borders Are Temporary competition, organized by the Transnational Arts Production and published in both Norwegian, Navi Drama, Evig Selvgud, and English, making it my second translated story. Science fiction doesn't necessarily predict the future. It only occasionally does so, but it mostly says things about the hopes and fears of the present. My hope is that we do find a way to break the needless borders between us and the borders beyond. Of all the science fictional and fantastical scenarios I've envisioned in my stories, this may be the one I most hope comes to pass. The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Incomplete Solutions by Wole Talabi, narrated by Dela Gondiran, Tony Tambi, and Greta Jung. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.